The petals ascend a crimson red, unhindered by gravity's pull. All that is left of bloodless dead, the year has now come full. Death has arrived, and yet they know that night yields ever to day. Resolve they retain, courage they show, tomorrow comes, they say. Soundlessly mourn, become unmade, Lumiere robbed of its laughter. Ready the ship, sharpen the blade for those who come after. Deathward we sail, heeding the call like flames freshly breathed anew. Onward we strive, the one may fall, undaunted we continue. Life's cruel choices laying the trail, the we outweighed by the woo. Hopeless the mission, doubtless to fail. Could you still continue? That is, ultimately, the question that Clair Obscur Expedition 33 asks. Can you, will you, continue? Can you persist in the face of overwhelming grief? Will you persevere despite the agony you suffer and the burden you bear? Do you possess the inner strength to carry on, even as the world inexorably crumbles around you and your very hope, year by year, is erased from existence? The city of Lumiere is forced to answer that question on a daily basis, its citizens living and working in the shadow of the monolith that foretells their inevitable doom. And yet, they continue. That is one of the most remarkable aspects of Lumiere as a society. It exists. It hasn't descended into lawless chaos and savagery. Its people work tirelessly to ensure those who come after them are given a chance to live, even if the time of their children is destined to be far shorter than their own abbreviated lives. Tragedy has a tendency to bring out the best and the worst in humanity. This is often seen in war stories, where violence and bloodshed can either drive men to their basest instincts, or the horrors of battle can inspire a brotherhood unlike any other, a bond that can be found only in combat. Lumiere is an example of the latter reaction. Rather than let itself be torn apart by the fracture, the mysterious catastrophe that decimated their world almost 70 years ago, the citizens of this town were somehow able to rebuild, accepting their unfortunate fate but not capitulating to the seemingly hopeless situation. The game's very name hints at this theme. Clair Obscur is the French term for chiaroscuro, a Renaissance-era painting technique which created depth by using stark contrasts of light and dark. Without the darkness, the light is not as apparent, its significance and beauty muted. This is made apparent in the design of Lumiere before you were even introduced to a single character. The game's first shot shows the Eiffel Tower bent at an angle that would make the Tower of Pisa jealous. The Arc de Triomphe is split in half, the whole world splintered and suspended in mysterious and ethereal fashion. And yet, amidst all that wreckage, we find a beautiful, lively city. The streets are decorated as if for a celebration. The people arrayed in their finery, and brilliantly colored flowers and blossoms are ubiquitous throughout the scenery, including this tree, which seems to be hosting a war between the colors white and red. It is obvious from the very first moments of Clair Obscur that this game is something special, that an enormous amount of time, effort, and love was poured into its every detail. I cannot emphasize enough just how badly we need a game, a story, a world like the one Sandfall Interactive has created. In an age where most major developers are attempting to copy one another's notes in order to make a few more dollars, I mean, have you seen the Fortnitification of Call of Duty lately? We risk losing sight of the necessity of creativity and innovation. Sure, you can sell your audience the same product with a somewhat new coat of paint year after year for a while, but eventually that cow is going to run dry and you'll be stuck trying to make its depleted teats look more appealing instead of just creating an entirely new cow, which you can do because you're creative. You have the power to design, invent, and shape entire new worlds, which is precisely what the minds behind Clair Obscur did. Now, this game clearly does borrow from games that have come before it. The party and turn-based combat is highly reminiscent of JRPGs. The parry and dodge system not unlike that of Sekiro, and even the story itself is inspired by a French novel named Le Horde de Contrevent, which sadly is not translated into English yet, otherwise I'd have read it already. I don't say that to discredit the game. That's just how things are. Lucas did it. Tolkien did it. No storyteller in the past 1,000 years has come up with an idea out of thin air. We are all inspired in any number of ways by those who have come before us. The question is, will you use the works of past artists to shovel out derivative slop for the sake of a profit, Or will you borrow elements and ideas to weave into your own creation because you are passionate about the art itself? Clair Obscur obviously does the latter. As much as it may take from games that preceded it, the team at Sandfall expertly arranged those ingredients into a concoction that is doubtless going to inspire dozens of its own copycats, which I will be fine with if those mimics also copy the developer's passion and relentless attention to every single detail. I have already praised said detail in the art style, at least in the game's opening minutes. Trust me, there is much more to come, but I am a character guy at heart. The journeys undertaken by the people who inhabit these worlds are what fascinate me the most, and Expedition 33's characters are some of the richest, deepest, and best written that I have come across in recent years. They are all starkly different from one another in their strengths and weaknesses, likes and dislikes, hopes, fears, and philosophies, which leads to each one feeling uniquely real. This is no accident. Jennifer Svedbergian, the game's lead writer, wrote the following. For every character, I explored their backstory in great detail, in some cases going back 4 generations. Who were they before they joined the expedition? What happened to them? Who and what influenced them? What environment did they grow up in? Understanding who the characters are requires understanding why they are the way they are. Their family, their experiences, their society, all these forces shape the way they think, and that in turn shapes how they act and speak. With these backstories, it also becomes clear where a character's emotional arc needs to go. What broke them? What will break them further? And what will heal them? Just take a moment and imagine being in Jennifer's shoes. You have created entire family histories that will never see the light of day, that will never be read by another soul, whose existence will never be acknowledged by the vast majority of players, but all that hard work is not in vain, because it was necessary to shape the characters that we, the players, come to know and love. The first of whom is this fellow who we see participating in a pastime universally beloved by the male gender, throwing rocks into bodies of water.
Have you tried throwing with your other arm instead? If you could hit the paintress directly, that would actually be useful.
You know, hobbies don't always have to be useful. I'm enjoying the uselessness of today and readying my usefulness for tomorrow.
That last line hits home in remarkable fashion. Constant busyness, contrary to what much of the culture would have us believe, is not a virtue. Not only is the constant and unwavering focus on productivity ultimately counterproductive, as we need rest, relaxation, and leisure to refocus and recharge, it stands in the way of our ability to form meaningful and lasting relationships. Let yourself be consumed by your work and you will lose out on the little things like peace and happiness. And if you do spend time relaxing, you will inevitably feel guilty afterward. We need to discard that guilt, to re-embrace the beauty and necessity of leisure, of the simple joys of life. We work, we fight so that others may enjoy more of such things. That little nugget of wisdom offered by a man in the process of chucking pebbles into an ocean, a man on the eve of embarking on a dangerous and seemingly impossible expedition, is a brilliant introduction to the philosophy of Gustave, the player character and one of my favorite protagonists in any video game ever. You might think, based on that sentence, that Gustave is a laissez-faire kind of guy, laid back, chill, unburdened by the weight of responsibility, accepting of the future, come what may, and you would be wrong.
And soon, we'll get to do a lot more than throw rocks.
Gustave's defining trait, it turns out, is his hopefulness. He is not content with the state of things. He will make a difference, no matter how badly the odds are stacked against him. There's a reason the fans of this game have latched onto Gustave to the point that Charlie Cox, who voices him, is considering buying his first modern console just to play Clair Obscur. We love his character so stinking much that he felt bullied in a positive way into experiencing the story for himself. Okay, but why? Is Gustave's optimistic outlook enough to make every single player absolutely adore him? Pretty much, yeah, but his philosophy is not so simple as to be defined by that single term. Mere optimism cannot sum up Gustave's worldview. We need to consider how he balances that passion to change the world, that belief that he and his team can break the cycle, with his aforementioned wisdom regarding the joy and necessity of temporary uselessness. The existence of these two dissimilar traits within our protagonist is the first sign that these characters are deep, complex and intricately designed. They all have a central driving force, but there are layers and nuances waiting to be discovered beneath the surface. This holds true even for Sophie, Gustave's ex-girlfriend, whom we meet mere minutes before her Gommage. Or hours, I suppose, depending on how long it took you to kill that damn mime in Lumiere.
Another path, another future.
Still can't finish your sentences, can you?
Yep, that hasn't changed.
I missed that. I never faulted you for wanting to believe. You're fighting to change things. I understand, just... in a different world, right?
We'll break the cycle, so she can't steal anyone else's future.
Stubborn people change the world, and you are the most stubborn person I know.
One thing that this game does exceptionally well is presenting different people's opinions and worldviews and letting you, the player, sort them out and judge them as you will. I'm sure more people are going to side with Gustave here. I know, I do. But Sophie choosing acceptance and trying to find peace in the face of the inevitable is completely reasonable and understandable. Sophie even gets into an argument with another Lumieran about whether or not it is selfish to bring children into this doomed world. And while I would disagree with Sophie, as did Gustave, hence their breakup, her point of view makes a lot more sense in her world than it would in ours. I can absolutely understand why, knowing that they will only live into their teenage years, one might choose to avoid having children. This theme of hope versus acceptance comes up repeatedly in the conversation you have in Lumiere as you make your way toward the harbor. Richard, the tailor, is upset that his young son has resolved to go on a future expedition, while Eloise is bitter because her father wasted the last year he could have spent with her on Expedition 34, which, like the dozens that went before it, failed.
Then, Madame, why didn't you join?
Me? I'm content with my life. I know what I can and cannot change. Or maybe because I was afraid.
This is what I mean when I say the characters feel real. Sophie puts on a brave face, telling Gustave she's fine, she's had 33 good years, she's accepted her fate, and yet she is still attempting to convince herself. As much as she defends her choices, she also doubts them, doubts the purity of her intentions. Did she stay in Lumiere when the 34 set sail because it was better for her to do whatever good she could at home? Or because she didn't want to go before her number was quite literally up? A year is not a small thing to throw away, especially when one is given so few of them. We get the sense that such an attitude has become decidedly more prevalent among the citizens of Lumiere as the decades have gone by. For one thing, we are shown that fewer people are volunteering to be expeditioners than in past years, and for another, Gustave encounters outright hostility in the form of a grieving drunken widower who is none too pleased about the yearly excursion.
None of you ever come back. You go and you take our resources and you waste it all on a fucked up hero adrenaline fantasy. And still, she kills us.
The inclusion of this conversation is brilliant, because at this point in the story, you don't really know what the expedition is about, who the paintress is, or even if the Gommage will be as bad as it has been made out to be. Spoiler alert, it is. Gustave seems quite earnest in his belief in the nobility of their mission. But are the rest of the crew similarly selfless? Does sending some 24 and many more in past years people on a voyage across the sea really take that much of a toll on Lumiere's resources, especially considering the expeditioners would otherwise still be living in the city, taking up space, food, and water, and probably for a longer time? I mean, maybe, probably not, but it doesn't really matter because the purpose of this conversation is twofold. One, demonstrate the conflicting nature of the Gommage. The French word gommage means to scrub, to erase. No one to this point in the story has explicitly stated what the Gommage is, nor have I in this video, but the reality of the event is shockingly clear nonetheless. And yet, they throw a party. Everyone is dressed in their Sunday best, flowers and banners adorn the streets, and libations flow freely, which in itself serves a twofold purpose, as we see with Maxime. Lumiere seeks to celebrate life, even as it is taken from them. The second purpose of this conversation is to get the player to think more deeply about the expedition itself. We are all used to launching into a game, slashing or blasting our way through hordes of enemies without a second thought, rarely, if ever, wondering, what am I doing here? Who were these corpses at my feet? Am I the baddie? And I love those games. Non-stop adrenaline and heavy metal-fueled demon slaying. Sign me up. But is that what this is? Clearly our drunken friend thinks so, but what do the expeditioners themselves think? Are they charging into battle for death and glory, or do they give their lives for a nobler purpose? The answer is, well, it depends. The various members of our team all have their equally varied reasons for why they embark on this journey, but there is one constant line of thought that runs through them all.
Why does Manon keep saying, death comes to us all?
You haven't heard that before?
No.
Unofficial expedition motto. You never heard Lucien say it either. It's one of his favorites.
I think he prefers, we're already dead, you're just catching up.
The people of Lumiere, without exception, live with those words ever ringing in their ears. Each year that passes brings death doubly closer. Few seem to believe that the expeditions have even the slightest chance of breaking the cycle, but Gustave does. And the thing about hopefulness is that it's highly contagious. No matter how much we despair, we want to hope. We will cling to hope with frantic desperation if it is presented to us, especially by someone whom we trust. Gustave is a perfect example of the mode of persuasion termed ethos. Sophie and the audience do not believe in his mission because they have been convinced by the logic or logos of the situation, as similar attempts to take down the paintress have been shown to be quite futile over the last 50 years. Attempting to sway the unconvinced via emotion or pathos would hardly work either, as the expeditioners are yet another reminder of this infamous day which returns year after year without end. So the only tool left to Gustave is his reputation and strength of character, his ethos. You may not believe that we will win, he says, though not in so many words, but believe in me. And people do. You encounter Ophelia, who has a welcome home garland prepared for Gustave. His young apprentices look up to him with no small amount of admiration. Even Sophie, who had helped said apprentices modify Gustave's uniform jacket, wants desperately to believe in her former beau.
I wanted to see you wearing it.
Oh, you like uniforms now?
This too is your legacy.
In a way. It's yours too.
The topic of a legacy is a fascinating one because, depending on one's perspective, it can be an incredibly narcissistic whim or a wholly selfless ideal. The self-centered idea of legacy is the simplistic desire to be remembered by future generations, to pass on our genes to our offspring purely because said genes belong to me. It assumes as a foundational precept that I am important, that something of me must remain in the world long after I am gone or I have failed. The deeper and truer idea of legacy is that which considers the impact that our actions have on those who come after. Gustave is the embodiment of that ideal. He doesn't have kids of his own, the traditional way of establishing a legacy, but he has his apprentices, the boys he taught to maintain and protect Lumiere's shield dome, the apparatus which defends the entire city from the Nevrons, whom we will meet in short order. And of course, Gustave has the expedition, his Lumina converter, we'll see that later too, and ultimately his mission to destroy the Paintress and break the cycle. Not for wealth, not for status, not for glory, but for those who come after. Yes, I used that phrase twice in 1 minute. Get used to it. Point being, no one 100 years from now will care about who we were, but they might be affected by what we choose to do. That is our legacy. And if we happen to look as stylish as the expeditioners while forging said legacy, so much the better. I believe that Sophie wanted Gustave to wear his uniform because she wanted to see, in her final moments, an image of hope. Yes, my friend, we have finally arrived at the event which this festival celebrates. The paintress awakens, the number decreases, and the Gommage begins. After rewatching, thinking on, and analyzing this prologue, I found myself dumbfounded at just how ignorant I was when I first played the game. Surely, I thought back then, they're not going to kill off this character whom I've spent half my time playing as, who clearly has a deep and detailed backstory, but that's obviously what was going to happen. Everything had pointed to that somber fact. They just never stated it explicitly.
If you're gonna give someone flowers, you should probably do it before they wither and die.
What, the flower? Or Sophie?
Oh yeah, never mind. They totally did tell me exactly what was going to happen. But somehow, I couldn't bring myself to believe it until I actually witnessed the event. And it's horrifying. People are being erased from existence right before my very eyes, and I find myself suddenly longing to be one of these kids wearing a plank over his face. The storytelling they accomplish in this scene without a single word being spoken is simply incredible. Take this poor little girl, for example, who stares bravely ahead, clasping hands with her mother, even as her mother's hand dissolves into nothingness. We are told a wordless story of years of preparation that steeled this young girl for the inevitable day when her only remaining parent, her father doubtless gommaged a year or two earlier, would be taken from her, and there was nothing she or anyone else could do to stop it. And despite the inevitability of it all, despite having known the hour of her death decades in advance, despite her lifelong preparation, we see Sophie break, openly weeping in shock and despair as death arrives, inexorable, unstoppable, final.
I'm here.
Clair Obscur, the contrast between light and shadow, does not just enhance the beauty of that which is good. The stark disparity also makes the dark feel vastly darker. The festival, the celebration, the finery, the beauty of red petals and white blossoms all serve to add depth and weight to this moment when dozens of lives are erased in an instant, to make us feel just how wrong this all is. Which of course it is, but so many of the Lumierans seem numb to the Gommage. Gustave alone among the members of Expedition 33 is deeply disturbed and barely able to bring himself to drink his sorrows away when they gather for the sending off party. Here is where we meet the rest of our team, and right away you can tell that Mrs. Svenberg-Yen was not kidding about the lengths she went to in developing the backstories. Each and every character you speak with, expeditioner or not, feels fully realized and unique. Alon, the expedition leader, is fighting for his daughter's chance to live. Lune is obsessively dedicated to her research and their plan of attack. Ciel, for some unknown reason, seems to have an aversion to sailing and is attempting to drain the ocean as a remedy. Lucien and Gustave are clearly close friends, with Lucien being the bubblier and more upbeat member of the pair, but his cheerful demeanor cannot obscure a deep love for his buddy and brother-in-arms. Perhaps the most interesting conversation in this scene occurs when you speak with Lucier, who trained with the expedition but ultimately opted to drop out and remain in Lumiere, choosing to be content with her fate.
Maybe contentment is the highest form of happiness.
It makes me sad to hear you talk like this. The paintress stole so many things, including your capacity to dream.
No, you misunderstand. My mind is where I can be free. She can't touch me there. This is my final act of defiance. Just like the expedition is yours.
The ability to be content, to find peace in the midst of turmoil which we are incapable of stopping, is certainly worth pursuing. It is both natural and good to want to rest and simply be. Problem being, the line between contentment and complacency is often blurred. The question, have I done all I can is not an easy one to answer, even for us, let alone for people in this world where they are apparently at the whims of this enormous ethereal woman who dominates their horizon. In order to know what we can and cannot change, we need to assess the challenges that we will or might face. And when no expedition in 40 has ever had a single member return to Lumiere, such an evaluation is impossible to make with reliable accuracy. Hence all the various opinions we see regarding the expeditions. But it makes me wonder, can true contentment even exist in a world such as this? Certainly not everyone needs to be as restless as Maelle.
1 year out there is better than 9 years in here.
But can one be justified in their view that the expeditions are useless, that they should stop trying to break the cycle, should accept the inevitable, and make things as easy and comfortable as possible for the citizens of their city as they progress inexorably toward total extinction? I am very much on Gustav's side in all of this, especially when he talks with his sister, who is their city's chief counselor. Their parents must have been quite the pair of brainiacs to produce a genius-level inventor and an expert political. Wait, what's their last name? Come to think of it, do any of these people have last names? The answer is no. No, they do not. Which is a piece of world building that is easily overlooked, but absolutely brilliant. In this society, children have been losing their parents at an increasingly young age, and thus are sent to foster families or the orphanage. Maelle, we know, is one of those children, and it's quite likely that Gustave's apprentices, or at least some of them, are as well. The family name, then, is not something that can be passed down from generation to generation in uncomplicated fashion. Do you keep your birth parents' last name? That of your foster parents? What if they die, whether by Gommage or expedition, before you come of age and you go to yet another family? Rather than deal with that tangled mess, Lumiere appears to have simply discarded surnames altogether. There are families still, and the loss of parents could never be mitigated because they no longer share a last name with their children, but it would perhaps encourage a more coherent community for those who are orphaned. And I'm quite certain Sandfall's choice to omit this detail from its characters was not accidental. Anyway, getting back to Gustave and Emma, the chief counselor admits a harsh truth about how she views this little adventure.
This is the definition of a fool's quest. My brother's not usually a fool.
I've heard you say otherwise.
You and I both know the political complexities that necessitate the expedition. It's vital for morale, but it's a bloodless guillotine is what it is.
You know what it's a bloodless guillotine, Emma? The Gommage. Who gives a crap about morale when you're all going to die soon? Anyway, she even mentions the final generation, clearly indicating that they've done the math, they know exactly how long their society has, and they're resolved to try and go out with as much dignity as possible. Oddly, of all the people who voice their opposition to the expedition, I find Emma the least convincing, specifically because she's in this position of leadership. Not that I don't think her character would believe that. Her brother and foster daughter / younger sister are going on the expedition, and she's clearly not thrilled about that fact, but her society-wide perspective as opposed to the others' individual ones would, I think, make arguing with her about the necessity of the expeditions much easier. Such is the life of a politico, I suppose. I should not be at all surprised that her main concern is public opinion. But what's most interesting about this conversation is how it demonstrates clearly that Lumiere as a whole is the same as the subset of its population that prepares for their particular Gommage. This event dominates their lives from beginning to rapidly approaching end. Gustave and company are resolved to prevent their people from meeting that end, but Emma and seemingly most of Lumiere's citizens have chosen acceptance and whatever amount of contentment they can manage. However, that does not mean Emma will not do her job and send off Expedition 33 with a stirring speech, written of course by her ever-hopeful brother. A speech which we will now enjoy together in full.
Expeditioners. The Sword of Lumiere. We honor your dedication. We do not take for granted that you dedicate your final year of life to keeping hope alive for all of Lumiere. Some of you are leaving to change the world. Others to discover the secrets of our universe. Some to protect loved ones. Others to find meaning in our all too short lives. As you sail into the unknown, know that Lumiere stands with you. When you battle the Paintress, know that Lumiere fights with you. Let the stones of her monolith crumble. Let her body lie at the end of the world. Unable to paint another death, let the stars no longer be hidden by her oppressive silhouette. Let the world once again watch the sun rise without the shadow of her cursed figure. May the wind of renewal take you to the ends of the earth. Tomorrow comes. Thanks to you. Expedition 33.
Some of my absolute favorite elements of this game's writing are the expedition mottos. Not just because they are inspiring or applicable to our own lives, which they are, but because they are treated just like we treat our own proverbs. We just say them, rarely bothering to explain or expound on the meaning behind the maxim, because we all know what they mean, just as all the characters in Clair Obscur understand tomorrow comes. However, not everyone is going to interpret that meaning the same way. As we have seen already, this is a game that does not shy away from the demonstration of competing philosophies, so it's only appropriate that there is a dual meaning to this adage. As we hear in Emma's Gustave's speech, tomorrow comes is a promise. Tomorrow will come. Those who lay down their lives do not do so in vain. With their blood, they purchase a future for their children and grandchildren. They set sail with a firm resolution to ensure that Lumiere will never be denied tomorrow. This is a message of hope, of faith, of confidence and conviction, but it is not the only message. Tomorrow comes is also a warning. It is a statement of inevitability. Day by day, year by year, the countdown toward personal and societal extinction progresses. Tomorrow cannot be stopped. Death is inevitable. Tomorrow comes until one day it doesn't. One day it will be here. The beautiful thing about these two interpretations of this saying is that they are not discordant, but are instead perfectly harmonious if viewed in an appropriately hopeful light. You might be familiar with the Latin phrase memento mori, remember that you have to die. In antiquity, these words served as a reminder for the Stoics, tempering their temporal pleasures and associated emotions. Or it has been used to justify the attitude drink and be merry because we are all dust and ash anyway. In Christian cultures, however, that reminder of inexorable death is an exhortation to live a meaningful and virtuous life of service. You will die, you will pass on to the next life, and all that will be left of you in this world is the impression you left on those who knew you. If tomorrow comes, and it will, if we die, and we will, should we not strive every day to change ourselves so we can change others so they can change the world? That is, after all, exactly what Expedition 33 has set out to do. They have spent months, years training with their Pictos, developing their teamwork, and inventing new technologies to aid them in their fight. We've met each member of the team, spent time with them, begun to understand their bond with Gustave, perhaps even come to love them in our own right. And when the prow of their boat finally grinds onto the dark sand, we could hardly be more excited to see them in action. I don't know where we are, I don't really know what Neverons are, but I know that we are about to kick some serious butt on this wretched continent. Expedition 33 has arrived, and it's time to— wait, who's that guy?
You're old. How did you survive the Gommage? Which expedition are you from? Fall back!
It is impossible to describe just how hard This punch hit my gut. All that buildup, all that excitement, all those brave men and women, our comrade in arms, gone, wiped out, erased before they even knew what was happening. But not our boy Gustave. He survives because, well, for one thing, Lucien, his good friend, steps in while Gustave is still catatonic, but then he gets ripped away and there was no one left to stop Gustave from taking whatever this is head on and pass out, only to awaken in a location that could hardly be more different from the dark, forlorn beach where his friends were slaughtered. In case you haven't noticed yet, this game loves to use contrast in its storytelling, and this scene is no exception. The player and Gustave have just witnessed a horrific bloodbath, an anticlimactic end to this heroic expedition before it ever began, and yet the landscape we find ourselves in can only be described as idyllic. The verdant fields give an impression of gentleness and unassuming beauty. The sky is no longer darkened but bright and cheery, and of course, the music is equally lighthearted and peaceful, as if unperturbed by the slaughter of mere moments ago. Gustave, of course, cannot hear the music and seems not to notice just how picturesque of a landscape he has found himself in, and you can hardly blame the guy for that. He, of all the expeditioners, had the most ambitious expeditions for their team, and the higher one reaches, the more it hurts when you fall, especially if you are not prepared for failure. The disaster at the beach was not Gustave's fault. No one could have predicted the team having to face an old man whose powers far outmatched theirs, but the altogether too fresh memory of that disaster clearly weighs heavily on Gustave's mind. Not so heavily that he can't defeat the first Neveron he encounters, but just in case you were starting to feel confident, hopeful, or any positive emotion after that little victory, the game dashes that optimism to pieces once again as Gustave encounters, well, this. How do you describe such a horrific scene? How can I possibly capture what it must feel like for Gustave to wander through this landscape that is not dotted, not littered, but absolutely coated with the bodies of expeditioners who came before? The horrors do not end there, however. A mass of nameless, petrified bodies is dreadful enough, but Gustave is dealt a final blow by the hand of despair when he stumbles across the still warm corpse of Catherine, a fellow 33 and close friend, someone who had apparently survived the beach and made her way to this idyllic meadow, only for all her efforts to come to naught. Did she pull Gustave off the beach after he fell unconscious? Was she out looking for other expeditioners while Gustave slept and slowly recovered his wits? Could he have found her faster? Is it his fault that she lies here dead? This scene does a remarkable job showing us what happens when optimism is not properly tempered by realism. As much as I love Gustave's untouchably hopeful attitude in the prologue, and despite his wisdom regarding the necessity of temporary uselessness, it is clear he is not well balanced in all facets of his philosophy. Doubtless he believed that even if Expedition 33 did not succeed, they would manage to clear no small amount of the path to the Paintress, discover secrets that could be passed on to the expeditions of following years, and continue the noble tradition of laying the trail for those who come after. Instead, all his beliefs, expectations, and dreams were shattered in a single chaotic instant. Of all the futures he had foreseen for himself and his team, this certainly was never one of them, and so he gives up.
You do that, we both die. Hey. Fucking hell. Wake up, Gustave.
Lune. The others.
I know. We're the only ones left. You don't get to die.
It's just a matter of time before we're already dead. Look around, look.
This is not a foregone conclusion. When one falls, we continue. Get up. We need to find a safer place. There are Neverons around.
Lucien.
This is not the place.
data seems intact. It's about time we test it in real conditions.
I love how Lune handles this interaction. One might think that upon seeing Gustav with a Pictos blaster aimed at his cranium, she would rush to intervene, trying all the usual ways to talk someone down. But instead, she sits calmly next to Gustav and appeals to his sense of duty. Not only are those pretty much the only words that would pull Gustav back from the brink, they also perfectly outline Lune's character and motivations. As we saw earlier during the festival, Lune is, more than any other expeditioner, mission-driven. Their objective is paramount. Whatever cost she has to pay to reach the paintress, she will gladly pay it. Once you understand that trait of Lune's, you will notice how it affects every moment, every word, every interaction of hers which we witness. For example, she and Gustav are on their way to the assigned rally point, the Indigo Tree, and arrive just in time to witness a fellow 33 Leo meet his end as if he's on an entomologist's corkboard. That leads to the game's first real boss fight, and oh, that's what killed all those expeditioners we saw earlier. Suddenly, things begin to click. We heard that the Indigo Tree is where all the expeditioners are supposed to meet should they become separated. How do they even know about such a location on the continent, considering no one has ever come back from an expedition, at least not in the last 67 years? Well, just from looking at the tree, it's likely that the citizens of Lumiere are able to see it from their island or perhaps from scouting ships. Its ability to be seen from just about anywhere on the southern end of the continent makes it an easy point of orientation and thus a logical meeting place. Doubtless that tradition got handed down from expedition to expedition, and the results of that decision are evident in the multitude of corpses, including Catherine, who followed that same path and were unprepared to face the enemy Lune and Gustave now square up against. They defeat said Nevron because they're amazing, which finally brings me back to the point I was making about Lune and the story's masterful character writing.
Celebrate later. There'll be others. We should be safe up in the tree.
Yeah.
Note how Gustave is the only one of the pair to spare a glance for the dead Leo. Where Lune points her gaze unwaveringly forward, Gustave's focus lies more on those who fight beside him. This is yet another reason for his earlier despair. The act of defeating the paintress doesn't mean any less to him than it does to Lune, but we are beginning to understand that their motivations and methods are notably different, and these differences become clearer when the two bicker about their next step upon arriving at the Indigo Tree and find no other expeditioners, just an unsigned message revealing Maelle's supposed location.
What if it's a trap? The man on the beach?
It's a lead. Our only lead. Whoever this is knows Maelle. We have to go.
No. Not yet. Protocol is to regroup at the rally point and wait 3 days. This message feels off. If it was an expeditioner, they would have stayed here. Everyone knows the protocol.
Right, but they may have been in danger. Maybe this location has been compromised. Things change in the field.
There's a reason.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency. You know that.
There's a reason it's protocol. We designed it to yield the optimal result in the vast majority of situations.
Was our entire team dying part of that optimal result? Look, I'm going after Maelle. Protocol also states, never move solo. I'll let you choose which protocol to break.
This person-oriented philosophy of Gustave's is a large part of the reason we all instinctively love him so much. We saw the admiration his apprentices have for him and his work, and such a love is earned, not given away to just anyone. It is clear that Gustave had spent countless hours teaching and training those young men, devoting his time and energy to the cause of their futures. The only instance where Gustave has thought at all about himself and his own desires was when he thought his whole team was dead and sought to hurry along his own Gommage. Now that he knows Maelle is alive, he will stop at nothing to see her safe. And don't we all want someone in our lives who would move mountains for us for no other reason than they love us? As Emma, Gustave, says in his speech, each expeditioner has embarked for their own reasons, but Gustave's can be summed up in his oft-repeated motto, for those who come after. This is the purest, noblest cause that one could have, willingly stepping into the breach to stem the flood that would otherwise wash away those who stand behind him. The age of storytelling in which we currently live is rife with stories that have a rather dim view of humanity and feature men and women who cannot, who often have no desire to, find it within themselves to be good. And I love some of those stories. Succession is all about terrible people doing horrible things to one another, and it's superbly well written, effortlessly carrying the timeless theme of money cannot buy happiness. Andor took the heroes of Star Wars' original trilogy and brought them down to our lowly level, showing them pay for their victory with their very souls. We are torn between honoring their sacrifice and wishing they had found a better way. Better Call Saul, one of my all-time favorite shows, is about a deeply slothful man who cannot be bothered to walk the righteous path past the first minor inconvenience. But Jimmy's charisma absolutely oozes out of the screen and endears him to the audience. We may love these stories, they are, after all, executed brilliantly, but we still long for heroes. We desperately need men and women on screen who embody selflessness, nobility, and righteousness. And while Clair Obscur is hardly a story divorced from morally complex themes, the purity of Gustave's motivations cannot be denied. He is quite simply a man who lives for others. In other words, he is a hero. And yet, he is not perfect, not without internal strife, not right all the time about everything, as his next conversation with Lune will show.
The moon is bright. I want to keep moving.
Have you learned nothing from the beach?
No, I am not leaving Maelle alone a minute longer than I have to.
But right now, it's just the two of us, and I don't want to bring Maelle your corpse. We have to think every step through. The man on the beach, you saw what he did. But more than that, you saw his face. He must be, what, 50? 60? Yet he survived the Gommage. We don't know who we're dealing with. We lost everyone in an instant.
Exactly. He killed us all so easily. He doesn't need to fake a message.
Lucien died to save me. And Tristan, Margot, they all... I am not letting Maelle die out here. I'm taking her home.
What? No, no, no! We have a mission!
Oh, fuck the mission! Fuck the mission, Lune! What are we gonna do, huh? Tell me. What are we gonna do? We're gonna take down the paintress, just the three of us? My gun and your sparks?
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
Yes, I know.
When one falls. When one falls. Not if. When. We knew not all of us would make it. But we continue. As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
But I'm not afraid to fight. It's just Maelle.
Maelle swore the same oath.
I know that.
She chose her life. You and I... Come on, we always said the future of Lumiere is more important than
any individual life, yes.
Do you still believe that? Do you still believe that?
First off, that Lune speech makes me feel capable of taking on the entire world. It feels as if she had been preparing her whole life to deliver that address when her expedition inevitably went sideways. But more importantly, the sheer determination and perseverance she extols are worthy of no small amount of praise. She knew this fight was nigh on impossible, but she chose to come anyway. It's clear from our earlier conversation with her that no one is more knowledgeable about the landscape of the continent and thus the dangers it contains. Yes, Gustave has an encyclopedic knowledge of the prior expeditions, but that just serves to illustrate his focus on people, as opposed to Lune's obsessive concentration with the mission and the challenge. which is exactly the attitude that Gustave needed to encounter at this moment. Would he really sacrifice all of Lumiere for Maelle's sake, so his adopted sister/daughter could live until the ripe old age of 25 before being erased like the rest of them? Sure, dying at 25 would be better than dying at 16, but what about everyone else? For that matter, what about Maelle herself? As Lune points out, Maelle swore the same oath. An oath that we never hear, by the way. No one even mentions it again. But I guarantee you the writers created it in full, even if all they give us are the various maxims contained within it, such as,
learn from the ones who came before.
And lay the trail for the ones who come after.
But back to Maelle. Does she not deserve agency, the ability to make her own choices? Gustave certainly believes so back in Lumiere.
Can't believe you're letting her go with you.
Me? You're her guardian too. You stop her.
We're her guardians, not her jailers.
But does he now? What has changed? Certainly nothing about Maelle. The quality of her judgment is no different. Gustave is the one who has changed, who has swung from the height of optimism to the depths of despair. Does Maelle not deserve the chance to choose whether or not to hope? Would Gustave, who loves her so dearly, not let her make that choice? Well, of course he would, after Lune's speech snaps him out of his hopeless doldrums. And I love that that works. We know Gustave is dedicated to this mission, that he is as invested as anyone in its success, that he truly believes it will do what it set out to do. He is convinced that he can change the world. He just needed to be reminded of that fact, which makes him feel so delightfully real. People, you know, the ones who inhabit our world, are prone to making emotionally charged decisions and often need to be reminded of what's really important by someone who, at that moment, has her head screwed on straight. Showing this incredibly noble and selfless man's struggle with loss and doubt makes him more relatable to our lowly, broken selves, and his decision to continue nonetheless makes his example of perseverance in their mission that much more inspiring. But in order to continue that mission, our party needs a third member, which leads us to the reunion between Gustave and Maelle.
Maelle?
Gustav? Are you real? Well, you sure smell real enough.
No, I don't.
That scene takes place in what appears to be a bedroom in this lovely manor, which Gustave and Lune got sucked into, and which appears to be the home of this gentleman. And I'm sorry, what's going on? Where are we? How exactly did we get here? Who is this guy? Why is he helping us? What does he want? Just in case the man at the beach wasn't enough, this series of events should be prompting the player to ask these questions and many more. Things are not as they seem. The expeditioners, however, are used to having far more questions than answers. What little they even think they might know is beset by doubt, more legend than fact. Take the Gestrals, for example. In Lumiere, we meet two brothers costumed as the pugnacious creatures on the day of the Gommage, and learn that the existence of Gestrals is very much uncertain, emphasizing just how little information, that is to say, none at all, has made it back to Lumiere from the previous expeditions. All they have left is the legends passed down from generation to generation since before the Shattering, when Lumiere's citizens would have walked with, fought with, the Gestrals and whatever other mythical creatures might still roam the continent. So, when our party finally does meet the Gestral Noko, our resident researcher just about explodes with delight.
Is that a Gestral?
Stop that, you big hairy brush face. Can't you see they're human? Noko's a bit dramatic, but if you're nice, Noko will trade you lots of useful items for chroma.
So the tales are true. Perhaps the grandest in the SKA exist too. Are there more Gestrals like you? I'd love to meet them.
Coco, you silly scruff. Their village is not far from here.
Oh, really?
Lune.
I know. Don't have time for detours.
Yeah, we need to get to the paintress.
Notice how in that scene, Gustave had to redirect Lune's attention back to the mission, rather than letting her pester Noko with 1,000 questions. At first thought, that is a bit odd, knowing what we know about Lune, but it appears that there is a side to her personality which had not yet been introduced. Her childlike wonder. Lune is a fanatically studious researcher, one who believes that information will win this war of theirs. And in that quest for information, she could not help but come across some wondrous and fantastical tidbits that sparked her imagination and curiosity. Perhaps spending a week interviewing Gestals would be a waste, technically speaking, but it could turn out to be useful, right? And it certainly would be great fun. But before Lune can have that opportunity at the Gestal village, they encounter a Neveron who acts a bit different than the others have. Instead of attacking immediately, it lurks, apparently watching over this beautifully cultivated field of flowers, not becoming an aggressor until Gustave, reminded of his final minutes with Sophie, plucks the central flower.
Gustav, wait! It seems peaceful, as long as we don't touch the flowers.
Yeah, let's not get too sentimental. It's still a paintress creation. Putain! Damn, Maelle, what was that?
It felt familiar somehow.
Gustav, we won't understand what's going on if we kill everything that moves.
Look, a red tree. The Gestal village must be ahead.
You know what Neverons are capable of.
She'll be fine.
She'll be fine.
I sincerely appreciate that they made Lune this obsessive information gatherer rather than someone who just blasts through Neverons without a second thought because they are in between her and her goal, you know, like Gustave does. It gives her character far more nuance, and the party absolutely needs someone like that, especially as the mystery continues to deepen as we reach camp and witness Maelle's nightmare. None of this makes any sense to us. Who is this guy? He kind of looks like Gustave. Who is he fighting? What happened to make Maelle so upset? Just in case the last few minutes haven't been clear, Clair Obscur is telling you something, and I won't shout it, even if the game has been, because apparently a lot of people like to fall asleep listening to my videos, and I'd hate to disturb your rest. Things are not as they seem. Yes, I know I said that already, but it bears repeating. Everything the Expeditioners, everything we expected has been tossed aside and replaced by this strange new reality.
Death out here is not like death in Lumiere, is it? I thought I was used to losing people. I've had a foster child, right? But not like that. On the beach. That man.
Yeah, I know. Neverons we were prepared for, but not. And now we've finally found other survivors, and it's... You know, that's the insidious thing about the Gommage. It's predictable, almost gentle. It makes Lumiere complacent and accepting, but... the Gommage is equally violent than death. Death is just as final.
I'm not kidding when I say that the dialogue in this game is world class. Doing show, don't tell, while still letting your characters express themselves verbally is a tremendously difficult endeavor, but Jennifer and team executed that concept flawlessly. Remember how Sophie, despite her stated placidity and contentedness, cried in terror as she died? So how could someone ever refer to that as celebrating her special day? But they do, because it's a coping mechanism, a technique developed over decades to dull the emotions and pretend that things are not as horrifying as they truly are. Gustave's words cut through that veil and show us that he sees the truth of the matter. Certainly, standing there as the woman he loved dissolved into nothingness reinforced that notion, but it's clear he has never accepted the reality of the Gommage as the rest of his city did. When he calls Lumiere complacent and accepting, we get a sense of distaste for his hometown, his frustration at their refusal to do something to break this hamster wheel of death on which they were born. And we have witnessed the cost he pays for caring so deeply about other people, both after Sophie's Gommage and then again after the decimation of the 33s by the mysterious stranger. But ultimately, that price is one worth paying. Surviving as long as allowed in peace and tranquility is far inferior to living with all the aches and pains that may accompany that life. We know Gustave has resolved thusly, and so when he promises Maelle he will run if the white-haired man shows up again, we know he's full of it. The only way he flees is if he's right behind Maelle in doing so. The other conversation Gustave has at camp before visiting the Gestal village is with Lune, you know, the only other person in the group. I needed a transition, okay? This conversation is important, mostly just to reinforce what we have been learning about these characters.
Been a long time since I've seen you play.
A Gestral village.
Yeah. I still can't believe they exist. I mean, what other fairy tales are real?
This is ultimately a war of information. There's still too much we don't understand. Where the paintress comes from? Why she does what she does? Who is she? 70 years and we still barely know anything.
And the man on the beach. Yeah, too many unknowns. But if we take down the paintress, at least that gives future generations a chance to unravel the mystery.
You seem better than before.
Yeah. Holding it together. Shock's worn off. A bit. We can't bring anyone back. But I thought we can keep their spirit alive by pushing forward. And at least there's 3 of us now. The mission hasn't changed.
Tomorrow comes.
Tomorrow comes.
Lune's blend of cheerful curiosity and unstoppable need for answers is quite melodious, and Gustave recovering his optimistic attitude is exactly why we love this awkward French engineer. Honestly, I don't have much more commentary on that conversation, but I couldn't bring myself to exclude it. Whenever someone says tomorrow comes, I feel inspired. The characterization is just so deep and rich, and the chemistry between characters is unmatched. But that's all the time we have for roasting marshmallows around the campfire for now. The Gestral village awaits. But before we get there, we encounter a young boy, standing, apparently fixed in place, his face missing and distorted like that of the curator, whispering a cryptic message. I am a dream, an illusion. I don't really remember what I did all this for. I miss laughing with everyone. Ray, Clay, what were their names? Why do I forget? Everything washed away. Again, just in case you weren't aware, there was a lot we don't know. Who is this kid? Why does he say he's an illusion? What is the all this that he did? Who are the people he's talking about? Why does he forget? I have no intentions of providing answers at this time. I could, of course. I have played the entire game, watched the cutscenes and relevant conversations with my wife, watched them again to take notes, and then played the campaign all over again to capture footage of the cutscenes without subtitles. Believe it or not, I know what all the vague references refer to. I just want to give you the experience of playing through the campaign for the first time with a focus on important details. All that to say, keep this kid squarely in mind as we progress through the story. And now let us actually continue on to the Gestral village, which is, let me assure you, an absolute delight. We heard from the costume boys back in Lumiere that the legends tell of the Gestral's love of fighting, and the reality does not disappoint.
They sound like kids.
We must be getting close to the village.
The Gestrals really do seem like kids. They are incredibly silly, uncaring about anything other than building the biggest, strongest, and most invincible sack of patat they possibly can. Wait, does that just mean sack of potatoes in French? Yep, pretty much. I guess the Gestrals can't exactly be expected to come up with creative names, given everything we've been told about their intelligence or lack thereof.
They must be Gestrals. They're cute, but they're idiots.
The Gestral's complete and total seriousness regarding their fighting plays beautifully into the game's overall theme of Clair Obscur, contrast serving to create depth and highlight certain characteristics. The Gestrals are superbly goofy after all, and yet their inventions are in fact quite effective.
Don't get cocky, Maelle. Look at its equipment. That looks a lot more dangerous than the others. No, seriously.
It's like when my kids grab their colored pencils and make them play house, or in my son's case, make them fight each other. And that pretend world has actually come to life, and the art supplies turned warriors are in fact as deadly as my kid's imagination says they are. It's hilarious, sure, but you'll get your skull caved in if you're not careful. There's actually a journal you can find in the Gestral village of an expeditioner who suffered that very fate. It makes you wonder whether this famed tournament they have you enter will be a cakewalk, or whether it might in fact spell your doom. As it turns out, said tournament actually serves as an introduction to the 4th member of our team.
You guys! You're alive! I thought I was the only one left. I knew you were resourceful.
How did you get here?
After satisfying the Gestral's bloodlust, the team is finally allowed to properly reunite.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah, it really just felt like beating old people.
So it wasn't so bad.
Am I one of those old people?
One day, I hope. Hey, how'd you end up here?
Oh, after the beach, I ended up in an odd yellow forest, not too far from here. Had to dodge a few Nevrons, but luckily I met a Gestral who guided me here. What about you?
Well, I woke up next to a waterfall and...
We can talk later. Let's get back to Golgra.
Several things to highlight there. Gustav, as always, has hope for his friends. He believes once again that they can and will live for many years to come. There also seems to be some shared understanding between Gustav and Ciel, especially when Gustav mentioned his moment of despair shortly after regaining consciousness. Naturally, members of an expedition are going to be close, but these two seem more friendly than Gustav and Lune do. And I do mean that in an entirely platonic way. The game does too, but all in good time. As we find out upon returning to camp, Gustave, Ciel, and Sophie all worked on an aqua farm back in Lumiere.
We really thought we were making a difference.
Hey, we're still making a difference.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah.
Again, this game has mastered show don't tell via dialogue. The way it slowly teases out the traits of its characters is utterly brilliant. It draws the player in, leaving them wanting to know more with every morsel they are fed. We don't know a ton about Ciel to this point. We know she hates crossing the sea, but did it anyway. Why? It's not exactly clear yet. Her motivation likely wasn't to take down the paintress at all costs, as she was, thinking the rest of her team dead, willing to spend the last year of her life as the Gestral's champion duelist. That snippet of conversation with Gustave indicates that she doesn't particularly believe their mission to be possible or even worthwhile, and yet she left behind her comfortable and enjoyable life in the village arena. Why? At this point, we can reasonably surmise it's because she cares enough about her friends and doesn't want to abandon them. But the question is worth keeping in mind. As we've established, the characters in Expedition 33 all have varied, rich, and deep personal philosophies that are worth exploring and pondering. Ciel is certainly no exception, and this scene serves as a beautiful example of how the characters differ and how those differences impact their relationships with one another. In yet another mysterious twist, Maelle finds herself in a waking nightmare as time stops around the campfire and she is confronted by the man from the beach and an unspeaking masked woman.
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse for everyone. Now take your friends and go home. Let them spend their final year in peace. This is your only warning.
I can't wait to see...
Maelle?
Hey.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Same. I saw him. The white-haired man and this woman.
What are you talking about?
Maelle, breathe. Slow down. What did you see? Think carefully. Every detail could be important.
He said we need to go home and that it's my fault. and that I'm gonna make things worse for everyone. You were all frozen. I couldn't. It was like a waking nightmare.
It's okay. It's okay.
What else? You said there was a woman.
Lune, maybe later.
And she had a mask, and...
I know this is hard, but I need you to focus, okay? While the details are fresh.
Lune, ask her tomorrow. Hey, breathe. Listen to me. You're safe, do you understand? Okay? It's over.
Again, every word, every action, every facial expression is intentional for these characters. When Maelle wakes up, Lune starts giving her the 4th degree. Yes, I know the phrase is the 3rd degree, but this is Lune we're talking about here. She's obviously going to find that extra degree, while Gustave and Ciel are simply concerned for Maelle's well-being. No one has to tell you that Ciel cares most about people, about her friends. The game demonstrates it to you effortlessly through her actions and words. And we love her for it. Not that we don't love Lune, we certainly do. Any character written with this amount of care and attention is going to win audience admiration, even if we might sometimes love to hate said character. Not that anyone could hate any of the 4 members of our current party. They're all fantastic, and the dynamic between them really helps cement their status in our hearts. If Gustave likes someone, after all, how could we not? I love the fact that they are able to smile blithely, to joke, and to poke fun at each other, despite all the trauma they have suffered in recent days. Or all Gustave's talk about the Gommage making Lumiere complacent, which is true. The fact that the 4 of them have lived their entire lives witnessing the deaths of countless loved ones does enable them to recover faster than people in our world might. Sadness and loss make joy and good humor ever brighter. And one of the game's absolute funniest moments comes when Gustave and company have reached the entrance to the lair of Esquier, whose help they are seeking in order to cross the sea, a sea they had not known existed, and thus to reach the Monolith. Having learned the extremely gestural-ish password from Golgra, the village chef, our heroes arrive at the Gatekeeper.
Golgra said to shout the password as loud as we can. Well, Gustav, you're the loudest.
Really? Hey.
Come on, don't be shy.
Get out of my way!
Jeez, tu poquimo va, parino.
No, it's just it's the password.
Rico femicola, gor granda bombino, passwordito, gomiku rapito sava.
I agree, Ciel. Perfection. Absolute perfection. And I have to give major props to Maxence Carzola, whose name I undoubtedly butchered, the actor who did the motion capture for Gustave, for his performance in this scene, and of course to Charlie Cox, who had to match his delivery up to the extreme awkwardness that Gustave through Maxence displays in the moments leading up to his shouting the password. Yes, in case you didn't know, the voice actors and mocap actors are different, almost certainly for budgetary reasons, as this AA studio somehow didn't have the money to pay for the one and only Matt Murdock for months and months of work in a sweaty ping-pong ball suit. Anyway, it is now time to meet the legendary Esquier, who, by the way, was voiced in both English and French by the very same Maxence Carzola, because apparently that guy can do it all, and I have to ask, what is Esquier exactly? According to the expedition journal we find in his cave, he is an overstuffed marshmallow, but I think that particular fellow was just upset about Esquier accidentally poisoning him and meant that more as an insult than as an accurate description of the creature's essence, as if Esquier was just a doll a kid made by playing with his dessert rather than roasting it over the fire. Oh well, add it to the list of mysteries.
Men trip not on mountains, they stumble upon stones.
That is a line said by Esquier to Ciel, who is the only one openly friendly to him and who seems to, unbeknownst to her, have some history with the giant plushie toy.
Hello again, my terrible swimmer friend. You finally come to learn to swim?
No. I'm not that fond of water.
Actually, that's sort of why we're here. We need to cross the sea. Golgra said you could help.
Mon ami. A rolling stone gathers no moss.
Pardon me?
In the stories, they say Esquier likes to speak in riddles.
In what way?
I don't get it.
We really need to cross the sea. Would you please help us?
There's a lot of you to carry. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I will need Flory.
Who's Flory?
One of my rocks.
Rocks?
See? Flory helps me swim. But Flory was stolen by my arch nemesis. The one whose every step shakes the foundation of the world. The one known as... Francois.
Okay.
Let me guess. Francois is located deep in Nevron-infested territory, right?
Oh no. He's right next door. Over there.
Oh.
Francois is my neighbor.
Okay. Well, I guess we could take a look.
You gotta love how Clair Obscur takes the fetch quest trope and flips it on its head by telling you the rock you need is actually right next door, then goes, nah, it's not gonna be that easy.
What do you mean that's not Flory?
Ha! I never had Flory! Your rock is still on the Stonewave cliffs!
And proceeds to make you wade through an entirely new and definitely Nevron-infested section of the map to get said rock. Very funny game, but before we reach said area, we must return to camp, and Maelle has to deal with yet another nightmare. Again, there's not much one can make out from this dream. Gommage, fire, death, some creepy dude trying to grab Maelle, who's to say what to make of all this? Is it related to the ethereal visit of the man and girl from the other night? Maelle seems to think it is.
It felt like they knew me. Like, actually knew me. I don't understand what's happening. And I feel like I never understood. Like, I'm always missing something that everyone else just gets. In Lumiere, life never made sense, and I never fit, and now out here, when it was just starting to maybe feel good, then this happens, and...
Yeah. I hate it too. Things we don't understand. They just make us feel small and powerless. But it helps, you know, to focus on the things I do understand, on the people I care about and who care about me. And, you know, now I feel a little less lost, because at least we're lost together. What? What? Stop it. Too cheesy? No.
Once again, this is why Gustav is the best. He's not afraid to embrace the cheese. He is sincere in his love, unashamed of it, willing to say that he cares, that people matter to him. Maelle might laugh at him, but she knows he means every word, and more importantly, she knows that she would be totally lost without her adopted brother/father. Gustav is just that kind of person, the one whom you can rely on through thick and thin to be there whenever you need him. Ciel is similar, albeit in a more emotional support kind of way, which is why she and Gustav seem to get along and understand each other so effortlessly. When Gustav begins to expound further on his nearly attempted self-gommage, Ciel cuts him off, so he doesn't even have to say the word.
I understand. Better than anyone. You know that. I'm just glad Lune found you. Before it was too late. Just like whoever found me. I like having you in my life.
Same.
This is one of those lines I heard when I was rewatching the conversations and went, oh, yeah, I totally forgot about that. So I wanted to make sure I included it here. It's amazing how much writers can get away with without spoiling various twists for most of their audience, just because there are simply too many meaningful lines spoken during the course of the game. It's impossible for any player without an eidetic memory to remember them all, especially when said lines are mere hints lacking relevant context at the time they are spoken. For example, the clip I am about to show you is chock full of dead giveaways regarding the plot, but since the players lack so much information, very little of it will manage to stick with us until the time when it would make sense.
I envy them. Those who can't see. Those who know not that they are not. And those who live, blithe and free, sins forgotten, and thus absolved, a fresh dawn in their playground, while we live in shadows, fragile dream. A singular weed, resisting, ever resisting. That iron dirt, that eternal law. Those who can't see, those who know not, that they are not. Do you know? We are fellows. Those who know not, that they are not.
See, this is why I'll never be a proper poet. Not that I'm particularly trying to be one. That opening poem was the first bit of verse I've written in over a decade, but it's impossible for me to be so obtuse in my writing. I can't stand the idea of my readers or listeners having no freaking clue what I'm talking about. Again, there are just so many questions here. First off, who is this woman or girl? Is she really here, or is this another dream? Maelle seems to be asleep. One is usually awake in one's dreams, and Maelle, after waking, gives no indication she heard this poem being recited. Who doesn't know that they are not? I would assume she's talking about our expeditioners, but that just confuses the player further. And why would the masked girl envy them? She says we are fellows, but how? In what way? When she says we are a fragile dream, a singular weed, is she referring to herself and the man who appears to be her father, or is she including everyone in front of her in that collective statement? And what sins have been forgotten and absolved? Whose sins? Keep those questions in mind, will you? What, you can't remember them all? Can you even remember what Ciel said just a minute ago? Because if I may reiterate, this game dumps meaningful information on you constantly, knowing full well you won't retain it all. It's sneakily brilliant. Anyway, that's enough pondering the mysteries of the universe. We've got a rock to find.
Florrie's close! I can feel it!
Come on, you can fly. Can't you get Florrie yourself?
Oh no! Too much effort!
So, wait. Esquire is that powerful?
Apparently so, but also lazy.
All right, let's go.
What a weird creature.
Esquire is basically the Tom Bombadil of this world. He is incredibly wise, yet also remarkably silly. His home is one of the few places where we have been able to find peace during this journey. It's not clear exactly what or who he is, but he appears to be an essential or at least central part of this world. His power is not obvious until he chooses to display it. Tom Bombadil is entirely unaffected by the One Ring, in case you didn't know, but he won't or can't put said power to any lasting good because, quite frankly, that just isn't his style. Is that a fully satisfying explanation? Probably not, but since we know so little about Esquire's origin and nature, I'm okay with his general attitude remaining something mysterious. By now, we should be intimately familiar with the fact that this world hides no small number of secrets, one of which being the identity, intent, and purpose of the young boy who now reappears with another cryptic monologue. This place was made to bring joy, not pain, but pain is everywhere. This creature, beautiful and deadly, she was my best friend, but she outgrew us, had more important things and friends, left me behind. At this point, the player probably assumes the boy refers to the paintress when he says she. After all, that is the only mysterious woman we know of in this world, someone who even has an apparent shrine built to her in the middle of this desolate wasteland.
A shrine to the paintress?
The paintress destroyed our world, and someone built her a shrine?
The weak-minded turn to whatever they can to explain the unknown.
When you're at the mercy of a power you don't understand, you might try anything.
That line makes me wonder what the history of Lumiere's relationship with the paintress is. We met a paintress worshipper in the prologue, but only one, and obviously the general sentiment toward the mysterious giantess is quite hostile, but was it always so? The world broke 67 years ago, and the first recorded Gommage wasn't until 15 years later, prompting Expedition 84. What did the citizens of Lumiere think of this enormous figure who dominated their horizon, rising only once a year to tick down a number whose purpose remained uncertain for a decade and a half? I don't doubt that some of them took her for their world's goddess, as the bringer and sustainer of life. Perhaps they speculated that she was the only thing still holding the world together, and doubtless some citizens, even in those early years, feared and distrusted her, blaming her for all their ills. Point being, humans seek to understand, to make sense of things beyond our knowledge and comprehension. When we reach the limitations of our knowledge, we often fill in the gaps with our imagination. which is not necessarily a bad thing. Believe me, I'm the last person to poo-poo the value of believing in that which we cannot see, but what we ought not to do is put our trust in ourselves, to believe in our own original ideas over what has been revealed to us, to arrogantly assume that we have come to the fullness of truth on our own and have no need to continue seeking and no reliance on the wisdom or authority of others. This is important to remember within the context of the game, as we really only know 2 facts regarding the Paintress. Fact number 1, she stands up once every year and decreases the number on the Monolith by 1. Fact number 2, immediately after that, everyone of that age dissolves into crimson petals. Lumiere assumes the 2 events are related. That hardly seems to be deniable. They also assume that the Paintress is causing the Gommage. The truth of that particular assertion is less clear. The mechanics of the Gommage are unknown, the reason for one age at a time being erased an enigma, and the Paintress's motivation a total mystery. Few, if any, people seem to wonder about it at all anymore. It simply is. It has become a fact of life, one that Lumiere accepts almost without question. It's not that said assumption is unreasonable, or even that it's untrue, which it may or may not be. I'm not going to spoil it yet, but it most certainly is unproven. The player has had so many strange and confusing experiences by this point that he ought to be questioning everything, including the very nature of the enemy. Said questions should be asked not just of the Paintress, but of the Neverons as well. I know, we're all used to mowing through non-human video game enemies like a scythe through wheat without a second thought. Did you ever wonder who or what these beings in Elden Ring are? Because I sure didn't. But I feel compelled to do so now. Not that I want to know the exact purpose behind every unique Neveron's design, but generally, what are Neverons? Why do they trap the chroma inside the expeditioners they kill? Why, for that matter, do expeditioners killed by the Gommage or by non-Neverons disappear, their chroma going somewhere? Who created these strange beings? This non-violent Neveron, which Lune and Gustave encounter before they find Maelle, says he was created by the Paintress, but seems to have lost his purpose, only remembering he was painted to bring light. What am I supposed to make of that? What am I supposed to make of this eldritch monstrosity that accosts the 33s right before they reach Esquia's Rock? Has someone perhaps already referred to this being? We won't get the answer to that question now, we will eventually, fear not, but instead we'll do as we have always done. Remove the obstacle from our path as we continue to march forward.
Is it really dead?
Looks like it.
Is this it?
Oh, Flory. All right. Ready to sail like a snail. Just jump, mes amis. It's not that high.
We can finally cross the sea. You don't happen to have some wine stashed away, do you?
Wine?
Hey, you can do this.
I hate water.
She doesn't seem that far now, does she?
Yeah. Wanna throw one more rock?
The others are waiting, but...
You might reach her.
Okay.
Having proven their usefulness, Gustave and Maelle take a few moments to relish their uselessness. They aren't concerned with existential questions about their world and its inhabitants. They are simply enjoying peaceful moments with loved ones. The very moments that make life worth living, that make all of their current pain and suffering worth the price that they have paid.
It's not about the rock. It's more about...
Gustav.
Run.
you doing this?
Can Gustave possibly win? Is this fight, like their battle against the Paintress, a hopeless struggle? Why doesn't he run? Why won't he save himself?
For those who come after. Right?
No. You promised!
Gustave is dead. Our wise, goofy, cheerful, awkward, selfless, and loving main character has been run through not once, but twice, because obviously one skewering wouldn't be enough to put him down. And of course, he ultimately refused to run. Once he knew that his friends, and especially Maelle, were alive and counting on him, Gustave never wavered in his mission to protect them. He counted his own life as worth nothing, and the lives of those who come after as worth everything.
For those who come after.
You have likely seen that phrase dotted here, there, and everywhere on the internet since this game's release, and for very good reason. It was Gustave's motto, and Gustave, as we have established, is the very best of us. It's such a simple ideal, and yet those words are the most profound and meaningful ones by which we can live. Is our attention turned inward, our time spent pining over our own desires, our energy used to further our own ambitions? Or do we turn our eyes outward, looking to those around us to see what they need, considering the impact that our actions will have on our friends, our family, and our posterity? Are we villains, or are we heroes? Now, people are complex, often making decisions which straddle that line, but Gustave lived perpetually on this selfless and loving side. Gustave refused to be content with his lot in life because he knew true contentment could not exist should the cycle continue, did not cope and accept reality, but sought to effect change. He lived, fought, and died so that Maelle, Lune, Ciel, Emma, his apprentices, and all of Lumiere might find a life free of the strife and strain that has dominated their city for more than 6 decades. One might be tempted to say that Gustave died for nothing. His death, after all, does not save Maelle's life. Someone else does that, as we'll see in a bit. But if one thinks that, one is an idiot. Sure, Gustave's sacrifice was not effective in that it had a temporal effect, but it is remarkably effective in its eternal effects, in its demonstration of truths that transcend time and space. Gustave's skill and physical fortitude are not on trial here. His strength of character is. We don't do what is right because it will always have the desired outcome. We do it because it is right. We do it out of love. Love for the world, love for friends, love for family. And as it turns out, the theme of family and familial strife is central to this conflict, and said theme now begins to unravel itself.
It's been a while. Stay out of this. You chose to walk away. You don't get to come back now and interfere.
You've lived more than a lifetime. It's time to let her go.
A lifetime. A lifetime with my family torn apart. No. I want my family back.
It's not your family. But she is.
You would use her.
She chose to come. I didn't make the rules between you two. Hey. You all right? It's okay. I'll handle things here. Get back to your friends. Go.
So that's it. You've set us down this path. But are you ready for the consequences?
She'll never paint again.
Okay, so old guy wants his family back, but young guy says they're not really his family. That seems to include the paintress, and what path is he referring to? What consequences lie at the end of it all? Again, questions to keep in mind going forward, just in case you weren't overstuffed already. But we should understand at this point that the nature of the conflict is being recontextualized. Whatever else this may be, it appears to be a family struggle, or at least has family strife close to its center. That should be no surprise. The familial bond between Maelle and Gustave has been one of the most powerful driving forces in this game's story so far. His loss understandably leaves Maelle in a raging, anguished panic, at least until Esquier comes along and offers her a hug. I love that she punches him at first, even as she goes in for the hug, like one punches a pillow because you just need to hit something, only moments later to find that said pillow is your only source of comfort in this harsh world. And while Maelle is dealing with her grief, Ciel and Lune attempt to work through theirs.
Last time we sat together like this.
In Lumiere, mourning our parents.
Seems like every time we're together, it's to grieve. I wish we could have spent more time in less hopeless contexts.
The plan doesn't change. We aim for the Monolith. We keep heading north. With Esquier's help, we can make it. But we lost the Lumina converter, so...
It's okay, we can think about that later.
All the backups were destroyed by that man, but Expedition 32 will bring more. Their chances will be better. We need to prepare them. I should update our journals.
Hey. It's okay. Tomorrow will still come.
In previous scenes after losing fellow expeditioners, Lune has seemed quite cold, almost dismissive.
Celebrate later. There'll be others.
Celebrate? Lune, Leo just got pinned to a tree. Gustav wasn't about to celebrate anything. Anyway, in this current scene, she tries to be her regular, calculating, mission-driven self, frantically and frenetically attempting to channel her emotions into focus and planning, and I love Ciel's interception of her spiral, reassuring Lune that tomorrow will still come, that it's okay to sit, to feel, to be. Grieving the death of a loved one is entirely natural and necessary. Ciel takes her role as the expedition's comforter very seriously, and genuinely, I love her for it. The two do not get a lot of time to grieve together, however, as our mysterious stranger shows up bearing a gift.
If you want to reach the Monolith, best path is through the quarry up north.
Who are you?
And where did you get that expedition uniform?
Strange way to say thank you. Sorry I couldn't save your friend. I'm wearing an expedition uniform because I, too, am an expeditioner.
What? What do you mean you're an...
I've never seen you before.
First expedition. Expedition 0.
Expedition 0? But how are you alive and not...
Old? I don't know exactly, but some of us stopped aging and were not affected by the Gommage.
Some of you? Like the man on the cliff?
Anwar, our commander.
Why? Why did he massacre our team?
How could he turn on his own people?
He believes his immortality is a gift from the paintress. Killing her would kill him too, and he enjoys living forever.
And you don't?
Burying everyone you know while you live on can weigh you down a bit. I couldn't help your friend, but perhaps I can help you.
You want to join us?
If you don't mind the company, yes.
So, if I want to kill Renoir, I have to kill the paintress first. What's your name?
Verso.
Okay, great. I can finally stop referring to this guy as anything other than his name. Right off the bat, we ought to be suspicious of Verso. Not because he's done anything particularly deserving of it, but, well, the last human we encountered on this continent slaughtered most of our team, and then committed the unforgivable sin of killing Gustave, so trust is not given easily, even if Verso did get in between Renoir and Maelle. The game knows that, though, and immediately attempts to disarm the player by having Verso and Esquier recall the last time they saw each other right down to the minute. Apparently, these two are best friends. Esquier said so earlier.
I used to fly all the time with my best friend Verso.
And how can we not trust someone who is best friends with our beloved Marshmallow Man, whose wisdom is so simple yet so profound?
Losing a rock is better than never having a rock.
And, you know, the guy did retrieve Gustave's arm and the attached Lumina converter, which is the 33's lifeblood on this continent, which he definitely did not have to do. Plus, he's quite respectful of Maelle's grief after his attempt to console her falls entirely flat.
Losing family is difficult.
I know. I know what you're going to say. You want to offer your condolences. You want to say something comforting. But I don't need it. I've had enough condolences. I've lost so many families now. I just need... Can you please go?
Verso's delivery of Gustave's journal is of no small importance either, both for Maelle and for the story and its themes. If you remember all the way back to Spring Meadows, the full version of Gustave's maxim states, "Learn from the ones who came before, and lay the trail for the ones who come after." Maelle, in possessing Gustave's journal, is able to do both. Not only is her brother/father still with her through this book in which she dutifully wrote every night, not only is she able to absorb his wisdom through his observations and notations, but she's also able to carry on his work, to pick up his sword and continue his fight. And so, Act 2 begins with Maelle's silent promise to assume that mantle, to give her life for those who come after. The thing about Maelle, though, is she's 16 years old. She's a teenager, a kid, someone whose ability to regulate her emotions is far from fully developed. And to the writer's credit, she acts like it. This is best displayed by her desire to bury Gustave, which Lune only reluctantly agrees to after Verso suggests a place that will take them not too far off their path, and by a subsequent scene where the 33s stumble across yet another field filled to the brim with petrified expeditioners.
Everywhere we go, just death. Death and more death. Everywhere we go, just death. I don't want to see that anymore.
Look, Maelle,
I thought you would understand. You said you spent your immortality burying the people around you. Doesn't any of this bother you? And you. Gustav's dead. How can you keep going like nothing happened?
We need to continue.
Why do
Maelle. You know what we must do. When one falls.
I've praised this game's character writing no few times, and will continue to do so now. In this instance, what I want to highlight is how well it writes emotion. Maelle's temperamental outburst is entirely understandable. The scenery in which they stand is absolutely horrific, and the fact that the others are able to stomach it so easily speaks to just how numb they have become to the concept of death, even violent and unnatural death. We should want to collapse onto the ground and empty our bellies at such a sight, but the rest of the 33s don't show the slightest hint of a reaction, don't even flinch at the sight of their predecessors frozen forever in death. The simple reality is that they are adults. They are better able to disassociate and compartmentalize, to focus on what needs to be done rather than what has been done, regardless of how horrific the past may have been. It goes to show that virtue, in this case perseverance, is a muscle that one must build over the entire course of one's life. We can only expect the young and inexperienced to persist through so many difficulties and traumas before they simply lose it. And yet, in that same instant, we must realize that it is the duty of the mature to teach the young how to persevere, to show them the way, which is not an easy task, especially in this moment, as the Nevron, which Verso had earlier assumed was not around anymore, makes its violent appearance and dumps them all into a pool of blood and yet more dead expeditioners. Seriously, how many people went on those early expeditions? Hundreds each? It would have to be. Anyway, that was a cruelly petty act on the part of this Nevron, who apparently had been eavesdropping when Maelle lost her cool. Oh well, time to get up and fight.
Are you hurt?
I'm fine.
And if you'll allow me, I'm going to let the soundtrack bang for a bit here. I haven't said a ton about the music to this point, mostly because I am deeply unqualified to talk about why music is good or bad, but every single track in this game is incredible, and the boss themes are downright sublime.
Nevron wasn't that strong, but you did well. You learn fast.
All this is what we're fighting for.
We've heard the phrase, "for those who come after," said time and time again. And while it is good and noble to think of those left behind in Lumiere, of the expeditions that may follow in their footsteps, and of generations yet unborn to whom the 33s hope to grant a future, in this moment, they are the ones who come after. To give up now, to capitulate to their grief and anguish, is to reject the sacrifice of the countless men and women who fought and died to lay the trail they currently walk. Do we think about this in our daily lives? Do we recognize the sacrifices made so that we can live as we do? How many times have you stopped to think about all that your parents, grandparents, and ancestors have given up, all that they have sacrificed, all the blood they have spilled and the tears they have shed so that you might be here right now? There is an unbroken and incalculably long line that has led to me. And I've got to say, thinking about all the hardships my ancestors must have suffered so that their children and their children's children might see better days, makes me want to make something of my life. And what better way to do so than to do my utmost to carry on that grand and noble tradition? We all are, the ones who come after. Others have lived for us, let us live for others. And if we should die living in such a manner, perhaps those who live on will give us a send-off such as that which Gustave receives.
Couldn't wait for me, could you? I wish we could.
Rest easy, Gustav.
I'll finish what you started. The paintress, Manoir, they will pay.
No more dome. Just open skies.
I'll save them, Gustav. Emma, your apprentices, everyone.
You can leave it to us. You were always there for me.
I'll save them.
Say hi to Sophie for me, yeah?
We could never tell if you were my brother or my father. But to me, you were both. Best brother and father I've ever had.
When one falls, we continue.
Thanks for being my family. In the next life.
If that scene doesn't move you to tears, your heart must have its chroma trapped within its chambers. I was too shocked to cry when Gustave was killed, too confused and bewildered in the immediate aftermath, too focused on figuring out who this Verso guy is and if I could trust him. But now that we have a moment of peace, a minute to say goodbye, all the tears come welling up. And I love how each character's personality shines through in their goodbyes. No one says simple, trite platitudes. Their words are from the heart and are uniquely them. Lune's focus remains on the mission, even as she says farewell to her friend, promising to continue his legacy. Ciel's goodbye is more hopeful, simply stating her desire for Gustave to find peace and happiness wherever he may be now. And Maelle, her farewell blends together her rage, her resolve, and her love for her brother and father in a perfect symphony of emotion. Her promise to save all those whom Gustave loved hits particularly hard, as Maelle has said that she never felt like she truly belonged in Lumiere, that it wasn't really home, that the people there weren't friends and family to her like they were to Gustave, and yet she promises to fight for them anyway, because that's what Gustave would have wanted. When one falls, she continues. Not merely in her mission, but in his as well. And it's beautiful, heartbreaking, but beautiful. This diversity in the characters is so necessary. Having characters whose viewpoints, worldviews, and philosophies are all starkly different makes each of their individual traits stand out. If everyone was like Lune, thoroughly consumed by their mission objectives, not only would the group as a whole be less intriguing, but that central characteristic which they all shared would appear more mundane and less noteworthy. It is only when contrasted against the personalistic attitude of Ciel, for example, that Lune's all-consuming drive can be appreciated in full. All of these qualities are worth examining, and all have their place. In fact, they balance each other quite well, although not without effort, as we have just seen. As an aside, did you find it odd that Maelle wanted to bury Gustave? After all, the dead in Lumiere just dissolve into petals which ascend into the air. Their city hasn't buried its dead in decades. Even those that do die of natural causes or accidents disappear anyway, as did the expeditioners killed by Renoir on the beach. Maelle, despite being altogether too familiar with death, has probably never been to a funeral burial, never sat next to the body of a loved one who will soon be placed in the ground or cast into the sea. So again, I ask, why? There is something innate within us that tells us that our bodies are more than simple matter, that they do matter. How we treat the dead is important. The rest of Gustave may be gone, but it just would not be right to cast aside his arm, even if it is mechanical, because it's a part of him. I love that this timeless attitude among humans has transcended the generations of Lumiere and reached all the way to Maelle, who treats Gustave with the care, gentleness, and reverence due a fallen brother. Sorry, I know I've been dwelling on this scene for a while now, but it's genuinely one of the best scenes in any video game ever, so I couldn't let it go by without appreciating its beautifully painted contrast of sorrow and love. Yes, the theme of Clair Obscur is here too. When you start noticing it, it really is everywhere. I'm a guy who loves heroic tales with happy endings, and yet I can't help but adore scenes like this, where we mourn the loss of a man who embodied the term hero, because our deep sadness reveals the heights of our admiration for that man.
That was sad.
Yeah.
You were sad.
Yeah.
You were thinking of Julie.
And not just her, but... yeah.
Want a hug?
Yeah, I do.
Hi, quick side note here. If I find out any of you ever rejected a hug from Esquier, I will find you and I will sick Minoko on you. Who's Minoko, you ask? Don't worry about it. Sorry, please continue, Esquier, mon ami.
She reminds me of someone.
Who? Maelle?
Have I met her before?
Well, you also thought you knew Ciel.
Oh, but I do. Wait, don't I?
You're the one who says all humans seem the same to you.
Oh well, that's because you're all cousins. Same, but different.
Right, so, maybe it's that.
Yes. Just like Verso is Verso's cousin. Maelle is Maelle's cousin. Yes, that's it. You're so very wise.
You know, that almost makes sense to me.
It's okay if you don't understand, Verso. You're still wise to me.
You're just a big ball of nonsense sometimes, aren't you?
That's why we're best friends.
I'm sorry, how are Verso and Maelle their own cousins? Yeah, I know Esquier is stuffed with fluff, but usually the proverbs that he spouts make some sort of sense. Is this really just nonsense like Verso says? Or do Esquier's words have a deeper meaning to them? Just in case you still have room in that big old brain of yours for extra questions to store away for later. But it's only fair that, while we're at camp, we get some answers to some other questions we might have been asking. For example, one might wonder how Lune is able to compartmentalize so easily and so quickly, and thus remained solely focused on moving forward even as her friends fall around her. The answer is, she doesn't. Not really.
The pain we feel every time we lose someone. I've tried many ways of dealing with it. Running from it, sitting with it, compartmentalizing it. But what I needed was to use it. To use everything.
What do you mean?
I feel everything. And I let it burn inside me. When I'm tired, when I feel hopeless, when I want to just let it all go. I use the pain. I use the fear, the shame, the guilt, the anger. I use it all to keep going. To make sure I continue.
I found this conversation to be a fascinating subversion of my expectations. As I just said, one would assume that Lune, the fanatical researcher who pushes the team forward no matter what obstacles they encounter, unless there are gestrals to question, would be a bit more stoic. And in a way, she is. She exercises control over her emotions in that she makes them work for her instead of letting them overwhelm her. It's not the classical expression of stoicism where one wields a firmer hand over and reins in one's tempers, but it works excellently for this character, and it makes her more relatable to the player, who almost certainly has felt every single one of the emotions she just listed over the past dozen or so hours of gameplay. It's okay to feel that way, she says, but it's not okay to lose control. Is that ideal? Perhaps not. I would suggest that, ideally, one would be able to let go of the negative emotions and instead be driven by positive ones, as well as logic, reason, selfless love, and all that. But is it understandable and even admirable given the circumstances? Absolutely. Certainly it's better than giving in to despair, and it has quite clearly prevented that very error in the recent past. However, the following scene presents an alternative viewpoint, showing us how Lune's modus operandi, while effective, is not exactly what one would call healthy.
What are you working on?
Contingency plans. If we fail, Expedition 32 will need every bit of information we have.
Right, but how are you going to get it to them?
I asked the Gestrals for help.
Smart.
What are the stars whispering to you?
Actually, I'm the one whispering to them.
Oh?
It's something my dad and I used to do. when I was scared or anxious, or even when I was happy, he'd say, share it with the stars. When it's hard to talk about things, the stars will understand.
I like that.
I talked to the stars a lot after he was gone.
I remember the night we first met at the Crooked Tower.
Right. After the Gommage.
I was surprised to find you there. I thought I was the only one who knew about that room.
I had to get away from the harbour. And those damn petals everywhere. So I climbed up.
It wasn't logical. But parts of me really believed my parents and their expedition had succeeded. That they'd stopped her. Then the paintress woke. And I knew they weren't coming home.
You know, it meant a lot to me. The comfort we shared that day. But you avoided me after. Why?
It wasn't personal. I cut a lot of people out of my life.
Okay, not personal.
That day, I knew my parents had failed. They were counting on me to finish their work. I couldn't afford distractions.
Friends are not distractions.
I know that now.
Wow. We're in the middle of nowhere with 1 year left to live. What better time to build friendships?
I could use some wine, though.
Making friends is thirsty work.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. First off, apparently the Crooked Tower is their name for the Eiffel Tower, which has been like Play-Doh in a child's fist. That's not really story relevant, just a fun little world-building detail I thought worth noting. Second, what are we to make of whispering to the stars? Well, the emotion that the cosmos, above anything else, most easily evokes in us is that of wonder. Peering millions of light years into space is bound to make one consider one's own place in that immeasurable vastness. It's a reminder that we exist within a world far too vast to quantify, and yet, despite our smallness, our experiences, our actions, our emotions, our trials and tribulations are very much real. They matter. We ought not to wonder at the grandness of the cosmos and conclude that we are but irrelevant specks on a slightly larger speck. Instead, we ought to start from the premise that we know we have meaning, and marvel at the fact that we are able to find it in this unknowably enormous world, understanding that there is order and purpose here. That is a fact Lune has taken for granted, as this conversation clearly lays out, just in case you somehow missed everything about her until now. But despite this conversation not revealing anything particularly new about either character, I absolutely love it, because it simply takes two people with contrasting philosophies, places them together, and asks, what would that dialogue look like? To borrow the lead writer's own words, the scene practically writes itself. Because Jennifer Svedberg again put in an enormous amount of work shaping these characters, their backstories, and their motivations, conversations like this one feel effortless and natural. They aren't trying to force the plot forward or awkwardly convey a theme that the writers just had to include. Instead, Lune and Ciel are just talking. And in doing so, they not only show us who they are, they also reveal foundational truths about human relationships. Friends are not distractions. In other words, friendship has no survival value. Rather, it is one of those things which gives value to survival. You know I'm going to quote my boy C.S. Lewis whenever possible, right? The only problem with this scene is it ends without resolution, because where on earth are they going to get a glass of wine on this blasted continent? Probably for the best, as they would undoubtedly be drowning their sorrows in alcohol right about now. Instead, they are, as Verso puts it,
drowning in our own sadness. Hey, why did you join the expedition? I mean, with the Gommage, I understand the rest of the team's decision, but you're half their age.
Out here seemed better than in there, at the time.
It's natural. Wanting to escape a life you don't want.
Escape. Yeah. That's what I wanted. But Gustav and the others, they really want to change things.
Well, changing your life also counts. Can't always shoulder the world's problems, you know? It'll drain you fast.
Gustav would probably say, if more of us cared, then it would lighten the load for everyone.
He sounds like a good guy.
Wait. I kept Gustav's, so you can have mine. You'll need one if you want to be an official member of our merry crew.
I gotta say, I didn't take you for an official kind of person.
Welcome to the disaster expedition.
Thank you.
Again, I'm not going to spoil anything beyond this point, but this is one of those conversations I came back to after finishing the game and went, oh, that's what they were talking about. And the fantastic thing is, this conversation makes perfect sense in the moment. It's not like the arguments between Verso and Renoir, which are utterly cryptic due to their personal, private history. We know exactly what Maelle and Verso are talking about here, and yet we don't. This conversation reveals so much of Verso's motivation without the player even realizing it, and does the same thing for Maelle without her even knowing. If that was a confusing statement, then consider yourself one who knows not, and that's okay. You might even say, I envy you. All will become clear in time. But beyond that, I felt the need to include this dialogue because, well, Gustave's philosophy was mentioned, and I can't let that go unexplored. If more of us cared, it would lighten the load for everyone. In Lumiere, each man is free to choose his own fate. No one is forced to embark on an expedition if he or she does not want to sacrifice that final year of life. Well, at least not anymore. Apparently in past years, the expeditions were actually, in part, punishment for criminals, which is a fascinating bit of lore that explains some of the animosity toward these bloodless guillotines. But anyway, nowadays it is volunteers only. If you want to stay behind, live your last 365 days in peace, and wither away when your number quite literally comes up, you are free to do so. Freedom, that is personal freedom, is a funny concept. Most Western cultures today value individual autonomy extremely highly, and some schools of thought within those cultures place it as the highest good. But few people stop to ask, what is the purpose of freedom? What ought I use it for? I am free to take any job offered me, to leave it whenever I want, to worship as I please, to live wherever I desire, and to spend my money in whatever manner suits me. Are all those freedoms granted to me so that I can chase after whatever temporal frivolous pleasure strikes my fancy on any given day? Or is all that self-determination given to me so that I can use it for the sake of love, to serve those who rely upon me, to give to those less fortunate than I, to protect and provide for those who come after? Does freedom, the power to control one's own life, not come with a burden of responsibility? Gustave would certainly say it does. He would reject the notion that everyone ought to do whatever is right in his own eyes, but instead should use his own autonomy to freely choose the collective good of all. As much as we, and our heroes, must be able to move on from Gustave's death, it is just as important that we, and the 33s, continue to honor his memory and his sacrifice in ways such as this, pondering his words and reflecting on his wisdom. But we cannot stay forever, so it is time to physically move on, which in the case of this expedition means an attempt to take out the Paintress's heart, whatever that is, in old Lumiere, a venture that Verso believes is only worth taking if they are able to recruit his oldest friend, Monoko, to whom we are finally introduced.
New friends.
You speak our language.
He had a lot of time to kill, so I taught him.
Ladies, could I interest you in a duel?
Definitely a Gestal.
No point trying to talk until we've calmed Monoko down with a relaxing fight. Be careful though. Monoko's fighting style is a bit peculiar.
May I take a moment to just appreciate the Gestrals and Monoko in particular? I know we talked about their hilariously pugnacious attitude earlier, but I have to gush about it all over again. Monoko has this deep, raspy, and utterly serious voice, but he's an absolute goofball. Lune trying furiously to hold back her laughter after he bonks himself on the head with his bell is a perfect example of how we all feel about the Gestrals, who take themselves and their martial arts so very seriously, but at heart they're just kids. I mean, who could think of using a fallen enemy's foot to transform into that enemy for the sake of combat? Childlike imagination is unmatched, I tell you. It's somewhat curious, then, that Monoko's sense of adventure does not initially urge him to join the expedition.
To what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
We're heading for old Lumiere.
Okay, bye.
Hey, come on. Hey. Hey, look. I know we failed before, but look, you doofus. Don't you recognize her?
Of course I do.
Then you know what that means. This is our shot. It might be our only shot.
This is your only shot. Out of the question. I will never join you again.
There will be a lot of fighting, though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's true.
There will be a lot of fighting.
Exactly.
Count me in then.
Good.
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 Yes, good.
Noko's coming too.
Oh, you are?
L'homme mercanto de Lumiere. C'est bara 2 år trésorier. Avancier meilleur mercanteur du monde.
As a responsible parent, this is a superb idea. Let us go to old Lumiere.
While I would like to focus on the hilarity of that scene, and it is genuinely funny, its humor seems to be something of a distraction. The back and forth between Verso and Monoko designed to make you forget their exchange of just a few seconds before. What exactly is special about Maelle? Why should Monoko recognize her? Why is the Gestral insistent that this is Verso's only chance? Why does the camera linger on these red flowers in the foreground as the party departs Monoko Station? Well, technically they don't leave yet if the player doesn't want them to. You are welcome to stay and hang out with the Grandies, who are the complete opposite of Gestrals in terms of personality, temperament, and philosophy, preferring sparring matches won by eloquence and wordplay rather than brute force and powerful weaponry. Again, we could ask any number of questions about who these beings are and where they come from. If the Gestrals were invented by a little boy who loves to hit things, as all little boys do, the Grandies seem as if they would be the creation of his older sister, who was trying to inject some sophistication into a primitive world. And yet, they are like the Gestrals in many ways, the most significant of which is that they too are survivors in a broken world. You encounter elder Grandies who speak of their efforts to pass on their knowledge, customs, and values to a younger generation. It is a society that resembles Lumiere, but lacking the ability, even if some are trying to encourage the spirit, to fight back against their apparently inevitable extinction. This peaceful, idyllic nook of the world in which the Grandies live will also be their grave. As we noted earlier, such a theme is not unique to Monoko Station. Despite all its beauty, the continent is a place of ever-present death. It's almost enough to make one wish for the crimson petals of Lumiere.
Do you miss home?
I spent my whole life studying the Paintress and the Monolith. This is where I need to be.
What a long-winded way to avoid answering the question.
Yes, there are things I miss.
You paint such a vibrant picture.
If you must know what I really miss of viennoiserie.
Oh, good answer. I miss those too.
That's about the only time that anyone mentions food during the story, and I have to point it out because I'm a hobbit at heart, and it means so much more coming from Lune. It's good for us to know that she does love, appreciate, and miss the little joys of life. She is unbelievably dutiful, yes, but not to the point that it has consumed her identity and stolen her ability to relish in the simple beauty of ordinary things. You know, like throwing rocks, which is what we find Maelle doing because, of course, she is.
I'm launching them on their journey and watching them from afar. Stone after stone after stone. Knowing they'll never come back.
And knowing you'll never stop.
You get it.
The struggle to hope when all our efforts seem futile is not one that will resolve quickly, as evidenced by this theme reappearing time and again during Clair Obscur's story. But it is a battle that must be fought, a battle that must be renewed with each sunrise, because the alternative is unthinkable. To stop would mean giving up all hope, surrendering to final despair, committing the unforgivable sin, which would of course be incredibly easy. Giving up takes no effort. After all, when faced with such a dichotomous choice, do we take the smooth and undemanding road, or do we forge ahead into the tumultuous unknown? While it's not always clear which of the two options is the correct one, I would posit that when uncertain, we will rarely go wrong choosing the more difficult path. Vice is easy. Virtue is hard. It would be incredibly easy, for example, for Verso to sit on the sidelines as his now fellow expeditioners sit in silence and grief. But instead, he opts to distract them from their sorrows, even at significant personal cost.
Hi.
Oh, Verso, there you are. How did... Oh! Fuck! Oh my... wow!
What is that?
Hi. I'm a pair of legs that can talk.
Verso?
We're both Verso.
You are so ridiculous.
Wait, how can your legs talk?
Ah, yes, I'm quite proud of that. Took a lot of training.
Does it? Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't.
Did you cut yourself in half? Did Monoko cut you in half?
Do you heal from the top or the bottom? Or do you have to bring the halves together? Hey, can you control the process?
So, if you're cut in half, does that mean you can be in two places at once? Can you go scouting with Monoko with your lower body, while your upper body stays here and talks to us?
Well, yeah, you see, I can go hunt Nevrons with my top half, while my bottom remains here cooking meals. Back in the days, that's what we used to do.
Can I... Are you...
Yeah, my hair is...
All that pain just to put a smile on their faces. Verso, aren't you getting too attached?
Minoko's words there are yet another example of writing that works perfectly for both a first-time player and for one who is already familiar with the entire story. We've already heard from Verso how Renoir erased the 58s when they attempted their own excursion into Old Lumiere, and Minoko's initial reluctance to join the party makes it quite clear that neither of these two is exactly eager to see more of their companions killed in front of them. Doubtless, Expedition 58 was not alone in meeting Verso, and we can imagine that these two friends have seen countless expeditioners meet their gruesome ends. Why bother forming bonds when you know they will last a few months at most and will ultimately serve up only pain and grief? That is one perspective. And it's not wrong, but it is incomplete. There is another layer to Minoko's unheard and unheeded warning, but we can't explore it quite yet. So instead, let us turn our attention back to the story as our heroes make their way to Old Lumiere, find a building blocking their path, and discover that the ability to turn into a Nevron is not without its drawbacks. When the dust finally settles, we find Lune, Ciel, and Monoko by themselves, with Verso and Maelle nowhere to be seen. How did that happen? Good question. Anyway, poor Monoko does not love that his incredible talent has induced a disastrous result.
Monoko! Why the hell did you...
Sorry, I fucked up. I just wanted to show off.
We just have to regroup. The others should be fine. Verso said the heart is in the center of Old Lumiere, right?
Right. Okay, Monoko, stop crying. We have to move.
Poor Monoko. He's been alive for Well, it's not exactly clear how long, but he apparently can't even remember meeting Verso, so surely he's at least 67. And yet he's this weird contrast of sage warrior and goofy little kid, as evidenced by his immediate remorse after destroying the building. And you gotta love how Lune handles him. Ciel would probably sit with Minoko for a half hour, consoling and reassuring him, but there's no time for that, obviously. They've got to find Maelle and Verso, whom the two women rely upon due to his knowledge of the continent and the paintress, but are rather suspicious of nonetheless. A suspicion that only deepens when they discover the journal of the 58th, the last expedition to reach Old Lumiere, which, as a total side note, holds the body of whatever this massive being is, pinned to the ground with an enormous sword. But whatever revelation Lune comes to upon reading that journal will have to wait, as we now rejoin Maelle and Verso, who make their way across the city until Verso mysteriously vanishes again, leaving Maelle to approach this manor on her own.
This manor's intact. Why does it feel so familiar?
I don't know, Maelle. Maybe because you woke up in a fancy house. Sure, you only ever saw the inside, but how many such buildings can there be on this continent? That's what the player is thinking at the moment, not realizing the writers are sneaking in a subtler reference to Maelle's less recent and more deeply buried memories. What, did you think I was going to tell you what those are? Well, I could, but would you look at the time? Family Feud is on.
Must you hurt our family?
No, you don't get to lecture me on family.
Why do you refuse to see I am doing this for us? Yet you insist on rushing toward death. You're trying to stop the wrong cycle.
You're doing this for yourself.
Of course. It's easier for you to think that, isn't it? Easier to betray us if I'm the villain.
So move. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
You haven't told her the truth. Have you, son?
Sorry we're late. We were busy doing a bit of reading. Were you planning on sharing that this man, the man who murdered our team, is your father?
Family is not my favorite topic. Right, can we talk about this later? I'd really like for you all to survive this.
Are you confused yet? No? Really, you've been following all of this. You have understood all the references to past conflicts and aren't at all befuddled by the vague talk of family rushing toward death and breaking cycles? Wow. I'm impressed. Well, perhaps you will finally join the rest of us poor confused fools after this particular scene.
Why can't you accept who you are?
Okay. Just in case you missed it, let me replay that moment.
Why can't you accept who you are?
I want to make sure you caught that. It's a rather crucial line that can easily slip past you if you're not paying attention. I did in fact notice it the first time around, but I had precious little idea what to do with that information. We know Alicia is the girl in the mask, assumedly Verso's sister, so did he just shout that name by instinct, or does he for some reason think Maelle is Alicia? What was Alicia trying to convey to Maelle? What's up with the fire? For that matter, who is the female version of the curator? Was the paintress' heart actually in the manor? Where did it go? I apologize you if I've bombarded you with 1,000 questions and like 2 whole answers, but this was my experience playing the game. You'll also have to forgive me for my lack of commentary and analysis at times like this. Sometimes it's better to just let the plot unfold and wonder about what we are shown. All will become clearer in time, I promise. At the moment, we have a much more urgent matter to attend to. Noko, despite Minoko's best efforts, is dead by Renoir's hand. I know I haven't talked a lot about the little Gestal, but his perky attitude and ever-present eagerness were a light in the midst of a lot of darkness. And of course, there's that whole matter of the mission itself suddenly having no apparent path forward. All of that is tangled up in a single conversation once the 33s return to camp, so let's watch that and then unpack it afterwards.
Care to explain? Your father?
I don't think of him as my father anymore.
Still, why didn't you just tell us?
Because it's private. And it's painful and it's none of your business. I cut ties with him decades ago.
Lying by omission is still lying.
I've told you everything you need to know.
I'd rather make that determination for myself.
I think we can all understand where each other's coming from, right? He hasn't steered us wrong yet. But we're a team now. And we won't get very far if we don't trust each other.
Family is complicated.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in circles, your blind eyes on the dial, stripping off.
The stories say that Gestrals reincarnate. Is that true? Can you bring Noko back?
Partially. We can bring Noko back to life. But not all of Noko will return. It will be a different Noko. The one you knew is gone.
I'm so very sorry, my friend. And all for naught. The painter's heart was in that manor, and now it's gone. We have no way to access the monolith.
Expedition 58 seemed to think you knew another way.
What?
We found 58 and their journals.
So that's how you... I wasn't hiding it. If that's what you're implying. It's a dead end.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There's someone else who can help us. Excuse me. Is it true? Can you make a weapon that can pierce the barrier? Do you need something from the axons? Do you need their hearts?
Look, to create this weapon, he needs enormous amounts of pure chroma, which is way beyond what we can get from Nevrons. The only source are axons, yes. But like I said, that's a dead end. It's impossible.
Why? What are axons?
They're massive creatures living on islands around the monolith. They're much stronger and much more dangerous than Nevrons. I can't die, and I still couldn't take them down.
Yet we found the corpse of one in old Lumiere, so it's possible.
I don't know how that one died. But I'm telling you, listen to me, please. Our chances of taking them down without you lot dying are close to zero.
Close, but not zero. Death is coming either way. And as expeditioners, if we die fighting.
Wonderful pep talk.
I know.
Okay, lots to go over there. First, I love how the characters' established personalities are once again displayed brilliantly through what they choose to say. Lune, the obsessive researcher and information gatherer, is infuriated by Verso's refusal to share that rather vital piece of family history with her. Ciel, whose focus has always been the maintenance of relationships even as they race towards death, and whose motivations for doing so will be revealed more fully in due time, seeks to calm troubled waters and bring the team together again. Maelle, the girl whose own family history is nothing less than tumultuous, merely offers 3 words of sympathy and understanding for Verso's plight. Second, this is the first we hear, at least definitively, of gestural resurrection. It's interesting that something is lost in that process, that the gestrals brought back to life are not exactly the same as they were before they died, or rather, were killed. As far as I can tell, gestrals have an unlimited lifespan unless something takes them out, which I'm sure happens quite often given their militant tendencies. What are we to make of this unfortunate reality that death is irrevocable, even if one can be brought back to life? It's never stated why the new gestral is not exactly the same as the old, nor exactly how they differ, though we will get a glimpse of that later on, but I would posit this theory. Death, for the gestrals, is like any event in life, if 10, 100, or 1,000 times more impactful. Every experience we go through changes us in one way or another. Certainly, dying would have a significant impact on anyone, even the simple-minded paintbrush action figures who inhabit this continent. Even when death isn't death, death is still death. Does that make sense? No, good, it wasn't supposed to. Third, we have the plan to assail the Monolith using a weapon forged from the hearts of 2 axons that can break the chroma barrier which protects the painters from all would-be attackers. Except, well, I won't give that away quite yet. Despite Verso's protestations that defeating the axons, whatever they are, is nearly impossible, the 33s resolve to try anyway. And I'll level with you guys. I've played the entire game more than once, and I'm still not 100% sure why Verso is so discouraging here. On the first playthrough, it seems that he simply doesn't want to lose his newfound friends in a hopeless gambit, and would rather spend the rest of the year with some peaceful company before returning to a life of solitude. But then you remember Minoko's words about this being his only chance, so that theory fails to hold water. What's going on here? Here's my take. Verso knows their only hope for success is to kill the Axons, a task that he legitimately has tried and failed at repeatedly. He does in fact want the 33s to go after them, but he also knows that he does not currently hold the most trust capital. Remember, it was the 58's journal that told Lune about the Axon Hearts, not current day Verso, since any encouragement from him would probably be viewed with suspicion and possibly make Lune and company less likely to go down the Axon route. Verso chooses his words carefully and cleverly. Our odds are close to 0, he says, leaving just enough room for the data-driven Lune to step in with a counter-argument that he totally didn't plan for. Remember how we encountered that massive battlefield with dead expeditioners everywhere?
These are all expeditions?
A single Nevron took out most of them.
Then we defeated the duelist, prompting Verso to quip,
"Well, turns out this Nevron wasn't that strong, but you did well."
Verso knows just how capable the 33s are. They have proven their effectiveness in combat, thanks to Gustav's Lumina converter, to be head and shoulders above every expedition that has preceded them. Imagine if they hadn't run into Renoir at the beach. All 20-some of them would be wiping every single Nevron off the face of this continent, and it would be glorious. Still, even with just the 5 of them, I'm quite certain that Verso is entirely confident in their abilities. He just appears not to be in order to mask his eagerness for this fight, preferring to subtly manipulate Lune into choosing the very path he desires. Is that a bad thing? Does this mean Verso is in fact a villain? Not necessarily. Things aren't usually quite so simple in this game. That much has become readily apparent over the course of the last however many hours it took you to reach this point. Verso's goal, after all, does very much appear to be aligned with that of the 33s, even if his methods are a bit shady and his ultimate intentions are not totally clear. It's hard for the player to puzzle all of that out at this point in the story. We're still not quite recovered from Gustav's death, still uncertain what all this family drama is about, probably still annoyed at Verso, and still heartbroken by the loss of Noko. And what better way to fix all of that than by spending time with Esquier?
I too am but I'm also wee, so the wee balances the.
The past of every character, which they all now reflect on, is characterized by an ever-present balancing act between Wu and we. Lumiere was home, it was safe, it was where they lived and loved, where they had friends and family, but not forever, and certainly not perfectly. Ciel, we learned recently, lost her husband in a yet unknown fashion. Maelle was orphaned at 3 years old, assumedly the child of parents who accidentally conceived too late in life, and spent the next 13 years bouncing from orphanage to foster home and back again, never feeling like she truly belonged. Lune, by contrast, had a place ordained from her from the very beginning, working as her parents' research assistant while her siblings got to, in her words, live. Life is marked by alternating periods of light and darkness, joy and sadness. The insidious thing about human nature, however, is that so often we get lost in whatever state we are currently in. When good times abound, we forget that bad times might be just around the corner, and so are blindsided when Wu unexpectedly replaces we. And when our unpreparedness causes us to sink into depression and despair, we forget that light exists at all. The Wu does not merely outweigh the we, it overwhelms and consumes it, replacing it as if we had never weed at all. That came out wrong. Point being, Esquia's silly little saying is actually quite profound, which should be no surprise at this point. Unfortunately, we cannot hang out with Esquia and soak up his unassuming wisdom forever. The Axons await, but not before Maelle and Verso have one final chat.
Do you want the armband back?
What?
I feel like a fraud wearing it. Given, you know.
Wear it anyway. You said you chose your side, right?
I did. You're not upset with me?
Strangely, no. I hate secrets, but Gustav always gave people the benefit of the doubt. And your actions are what matters. I trust you.
Thanks.
I mean, yeah, Verso withheld the full embarrassing truth from the 33s, but I wouldn't exactly say he did anything that would make him truly unworthy of the armband, right? There's not some other darker secret that is driving his guilt here, is there? Nah, I'm sure everything's fine. Let's go kill a giant Nevron and steal its heart. This is the point in the game where the player begins to feel that they might just accomplish what they set out to do. Things have seemed pretty hopeless ever since Renoir and Boisjot on the beach, so even a razor-thin margin of close to zero sounds like pretty dang good odds. How tough can these Axons be? We're about to find out, starting with Visage.
He who guards truth with lies.
I mean, that's what lies do, yeah? When we lie, it is to protect the truth, to keep it from coming out, to control the narrative. So this Axon, whoever he is defined by the lies he tells, which is not an ideal identity, but that's what we're working with.
Oh, I'm harmless. You don't need those.
Well, if you're harmless, then these weapons will stay harmless too.
Touché. Well, Visage invites you to join him in his chamber at the end of this path. I assume that's why you're here.
Where do the other paths lead?
You're free to traverse them. Masks are not just to obscure, they may also illuminate. Look for the masks that you need.
Meaning?
The invitation stands.
Okay, hang on. Let me try to unpack those last two lines. Traditionally, a mask is a false face. Think of these stereotypical theater masks which display a single emotion. But the Mask Keeper isn't wearing one of those. He isn't wearing a mask at all. Or is his mask simply blank, his face obscured by an unbroken, solid visage? What does that say about this creature? Is he merely attempting to hide his identity? Or is he telling us that he is a nobody? That it's not worth the effort to even think about who or what he is? If masks are supposed to illuminate, to shed light on a particular trait or aspect on which the subject wishes to focus, then I dare say an unimportant emissary would select such a mask as the one that he needs. The obvious problem inherent in that idea is that masks may not illuminate the truth. Most people do not wear masks of blank nothingness. They put on a face that says something, that tries to convey a particular idea or image to those who witness it. On this island, we encounter 3 masks, each displaying a single, simple base emotion: sadness, joy, and fear. These masks appear to be powerful enough to infect the Nevrons, which have never shown emotion before, with their associated passion, to the point that the Nevrons in the Veil of Sadness are too depressed to even fight you unless you attack first. That is very, very strange. Everything we know about this world tells us that the Nevrons are made to attack and kill on sight. Who or what could wield such power to override their apparent nature? The masks might just speak of that person. He who lives in between, behind his veil emotions swell, for a life forced to paint. He who painted this world, seeking what he could not grasp, longing to share with those whom he loves. He who cannot fight fate, behind his scowl emotions blaze, but in the shadows his tempers fade. Again, this is all highly cryptic and not meant to be understood in the moment, but since we are given an opportunity to reflect on it rather than rushing to the next battle, we should note the most significant lines. He who painted this world. He, not she. Is there a male counterpart to the paintress? And was he forced into painting? Is that why his emotions run hot? We are, excuse the pun, painted the outline of a character, a man or boy who is not in control of his own destiny, whose painting was supposed to bring joy, but likely no longer does. Do they speak of Visage, or whoever Visage represents, or used to be? Does the fading man whom we encounter on this island speak of the same person? His life was cut short. He had so much more to do, to experience. He was innocent. It was the folly of his elders, but he paid the price for our hubris. I would have traded my years for his. This place, this axon, they are all a part of his story. Okay, so the axon does appear to represent someone, a boy, clearly now dead, and yet the masks appear to speak of him in present tense. Does he persist in some way? I suppose those questions will have to wait. We have an axon to kill and a heart to acquire. Except, of course, this enormous creature is not as it seems. Considering his very name is Visage, can you be surprised?
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso. Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
Hang on, do not let that revelation distract you from the fact that Visage just said Verso's name. Front, back, recto, verso. What is that supposed to mean? Well, as I found out when researching this line, recto means the front side of a page, the part you would write, draw, or paint on, while verso is the back side of said page, which would typically be left blank, perhaps only showing the impression of whatever was put on the front. So why does Visage say that here? I think his point might be, it's all the same piece of paper. The masks we wear, the lies we tell others, even the ones we tell ourselves, are not separate from us. They are instead part of a whole. It doesn't particularly matter what's behind the mask, because the wearer might tell you just as much by donning it as he would if you could see his face. The very act of masking, of lying, of hiding is often far more telling than acting and speaking. Honestly, that's my take on that line. Anyway, the scenes on the Axon Islands are both incredibly intriguing and left wide open for interpretation. We see this in the very next moments, as the real Visage finally falls in combat, only to rally with one final gambit.
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
Funny thing is, I have read two completely opposite interpretations of what CL meant by that statement. The first is that CL is unapologetically herself and therefore doesn't need a mask. She isn't trying to be someone whom she is not, she doesn't care what anyone thinks, she just wants to be a good friend to those whom she loves for as long as they still live. And I'm not saying that interpretation is wrong, but it most certainly isn't wholly right. Yes, CL is sincere in her love for her friends, but there can be no doubt that she does in fact wear a mask. Have you not wondered why this highly relational and caring woman did not suffer more when Gustave was killed? Was it not curious that she was quite quickly able to move past the loss of her entire team and rise through the ranks of the Gestal duelists, apparently perfectly satisfied to remain their champion until her Gommage? When Ciel says this mask can't hurt me because it is me, she is not rejecting the mask, not saying she doesn't wear one, but is instead stating that she has already accepted and embraced the one that she does wear. We know her grief runs deep, though how grief we do not yet understand, and she has had to learn to function in that state, never truly healing, but merely masking the pain of the loss. She has done so for so long and so consistently that she no longer tries to pretend, no longer lies to herself that she is okay. The worst lies, after all, are the ones we tell ourselves. Ciel is very much aware that she is not alright, even as she presents that front to those who know her best. That self-awareness, that lack of inner shame at her own weakness, is what allows Ciel to conquer Visage.
That was Verso, wasn't it?
In case you were wondering earlier why I spent so much time talking about these disjointed and confusing references to an unknown male person, this is why. I wanted those lines to stick in your mind like they absolutely did not stick in mine. He who painted this world, his life cut short, he who lives in between. So, Verso painted this world, whatever that's supposed to mean. Verso is dead, somehow. That seems unlikely as we are currently playing as him, but okay. Does he somehow exist in some sort of limbo? Is that why he's immortal? Every answer in this game seems to come packaged with a dozen new questions. For example, were you wondering who the curator is? Take a look.
That was... I saw...
What happened?
I saw... It was... Renoir?
I used to see him in my nightmares too. He can be quite traumatizing.
So, the curator is Renoir. Why would Renoir be helping us when he has been very clearly opposed to the expeditioners and their goal this entire time? Is it just me, or does he look slightly different in that moment? Verso didn't seem to notice any difference if he saw Renoir at all, and he does seem awfully eager to change the subject. Anyway, you want to talk about scars?
It's a reminder of the price I paid to stand on my own 2 feet. But, it meant walking away from people I cared about. Dark and personal enough for you.
It was worthy.
Worthy of the story of that scar on your stomach.
Well, we all have scars that won't heal, don't we?
Deep.
That's a story for another time.
See, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to Ciel wearing a mask. She wears her shortened uniform in a fashion specifically so that it will show the scar on her stomach. Her choice of wardrobe very clearly states, I am not ashamed of this scar, and yet she refers to it as a scar that will not heal, which is kind of what makes a scar. And yet Ciel does not blithely share the story of how she got that scar. She is not ready for that truth to come out yet. Like I said, she very much wears a mask, she just accepts that she does. The masks we wear are not necessarily the literal lies we tell, but can just as easily be the choices we make or the identity we adopt because others expect it of us or because it helps us cope. Maelle embraces the character of the girl that no one wanted because, to some extent, it is easier that way. It is easier to believe that her parents didn't really expect or want her than to mourn the loss of a genuinely loving mother and father. Verso, as we will see, embraced an identity that did not match his utmost desires because his chosen art differed from the ones preferred by his parents. Neither of those choices is an outright condemnable falsehood, but each is a mask nonetheless. When worn, they say one thing, and when removed, they say another. The character is richer for having done both.
Before the fracture, I studied piano at the conservatory. I loved it. I really miss performing at the concert hall. When the lights dim and the room is hushed and the first notes echo through the chamber, I can just lose myself and feel the music through my fingers. Every time I play, it feels like my heart's about to break from the beauty of the notes.
That's lovely.
I miss that a lot.
Maybe when this is over, we can fix up the opera house and you can perform for us.
I would like you to pay special attention to this next clip. The game has been telling us something, and although we can't really understand the nature of that revolution at this moment, we should acknowledge it nonetheless.
What song was that? I feel like I know it.
Yes, an old song I used to play to my sister.
Hey guys, I think Maelle might be Verso's sister. I know, I'm a genius to have figured it out so soon. There have only been like 18 different hints, but I managed to put that puzzle together to speed that would turn Sherlock Holmes green with envy. And Verso freaking knows it too. I mean, of course he does, naturally. He recognizes his younger sister, but why doesn't she recognize him? Why does Minoko know who she is? Do Renoir and Alicia know this as well? Seems like they do. Why not tell her, given the chance? Okay, that actually brings me to my one complaint about this game's writing. Everyone, and I do mean everyone, is absurdly secretive, and everyone else just kinda lets them be that way. We are shown scenes of Lune attempting to interrogate Verso to get him to answer her questions to the point that it'll probably cost them an entire night's sleep, but then we are just told Verso remains elusive, and we move on. There are also many things that Renoir could tell the expeditioners that might change their minds, but he doesn't. I mean, sure, it might not work, but he could at least confuse them and stir up even more conflict between the 33s and Verso, so why not give it a shot? Okay, there is an explanation for why Renoir doesn't even try to tell them the truth, and I guess I kinda buy it, but it's too spoilerful to get into now. Anyway, you know I love this game's writing. I've given it no small amount of praise over the course of the last couple of hours. And if you've been following this channel for a while, you know that I value subtlety in dialogue quite highly, and that I cannot stand clunky exposition. But I feel that at times this game leans too much into subtlety for the sake of obscuring the truth. Renoir and Verso are constantly playing the pronoun game rather than ever saying the name of the person they are talking about, dancing around the issue so much that it seems as if said obscurity is for the sake of the player, rather than that's because how people naturally talk. People can only be secretive for so long, after all. It would not be out of character at all for Lune to make Verso spill every secret he knows about the continent, Renoir, and the Paintress. Sure, he could and would lie, but having such a scene would make a lot more sense than 3 questions with 3 follow-ups, none of which we ever even see. But that's enough of my griping. I doubt there's a fictional story I could fail to find a flaw in, and the fact that I made it this long without pointing out any negatives in Clair Obscur says a lot about the quality of its writing. And I truly don't mind the obtuseness of it all, don't get me wrong. Stories that aren't concerned with spelling everything out for you are the best and most effective ones because they force you, should you so desire, to actually spend time with them after you have experienced the story in order to get the full value out of the narration. But is the juice worth the squeeze? Well, that's a question you'll have to answer for yourself. And when it comes to the Axon Islands, there is a lot of squeezing necessary. That came out weird. This part of the narrative is the least handholdy by far, and so requires far more effort on the part of the player to actually understand what the wee-woo is going on.
Sylvain, she who plays with wonder.
What does that mean? We all know what it means to wonder, but how does one play with such an ethereal concept? How do you take this ability of ours, this capacity to dream and imagine that lifts us toward the divine, and make it your personal plaything? The answer to that question is probably along the lines of Sirène, which is the French word for siren, in case you were wondering about the connection between her name and the mythological silver-throated death traps of Greek lore, is a being of immense power created by a being of even greater power, in the image of someone whom said greater power loves or loved. And so of course she's going to wield the power of wonder, the ability to awe the unfocused and unprepared and turn them harmless, but don't worry about that right now.
What's going on?
I don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. Remember why you're here. Be careful. They call her she who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head.
Why is Minoko immune in that moment? Likely because he was prepared for Sirenne's initial assault upon his senses, and perhaps because his decades of life on this continent have left little room for wonder, where the rest of his party, the 33s at least, are understandably awestruck by this entirely new experience. Well, perhaps I shouldn't say it's wholly new to all of them.
This dance feels familiar. This is kind of dancing taught in Lumiere.
I don't think so. never seen it.
Look, at this juncture, I'm just going to point out the little hints for you. You can put the pieces together if you like. The whole puzzle will come into focus soon enough. But do not be distracted by all that mysteriousness. We do still have a job to do. Surprisingly, the 33s discover that at least 2 other expeditions made their way onto Seren's island, and at least one of them managed to blast the ever-loving Chroma out of the place, which is the only reason we are able to get anywhere. So much love and appreciation to Expedition 67 for that. However, the journal that I found most notable in this particular place is that of Expedition 55.
It hurts thinking that I could have been home right now playing music while they dance. Wish I would have given birth by now. I could be holding my first grandchild. Instead, I'm here. No. There's still a chance, and someone has to fight for them. I can't let them down.
This is not a new attitude. Obviously, you have heard me wax poetic about Gustav's nobility and heroism for many a minute, but every time I come across someone displaying that same attitude, I can't help but be struck with a new wave of inspiration. The author of this journal had an almost entirely different life experience than that of our heroes. He had children, he left behind progeny with whom he had spent decades, and he gave up the chance at meeting the next generation because he valued them and their futures over his own desire for a few days or months of happiness. I can't imagine this journal's placement is random chance. You might have noticed that there have been an awful lot of questions coming up lately. Loyalties are in doubt, identities uncertain. The very nature of this quest is clearly not as simple as it was believed to be. What are we to do in the midst of this fog? The only thing we can do, our best. Strive to do what is right, seek virtue, goodness, and truth, and like this brave expeditioner from 55 and the man who carried on his legacy 22 years later, fight for those who come after. When it comes time to face Seren, however, it is not the future generations that our heroes are reminded of, but rather those they have lost. Maelle sees Gustave, Minoko sees Noko, Lune sees her parents, Ciel sees her husband and baby, and hold the freaking phone. You can't just show me that and not give me more information, game. But that is exactly what will happen. We move on to find Verso, not seeing anybody he's lost, but instead glaring up at Seren, leading her to wipe away the visions and kick off the boss fight. I'd like to linger on that moment, though. Verso looks decidedly angry when staring down Seren, in a manner he certainly did not when facing Visage. Something about this Axon cuts at him in a way we have never seen before. Why? Again, I know the answer. I merely want to add it to your list. You've been taking notes, right? While you've got out that pen, add this question. Why does Verso not see anyone he has lost? The obvious answer would be that he has not, in fact, lost anyone whom he loves, but that's not true. If you remember back to when we buried Gustave, Verso spared a look for a makeshift headstone with an Expedition Zero armband wrapped around it. Sorry, can I take just a moment to appreciate that the French are so into style that they refuse to embark on a search and rescue mission unless properly uniformed? Like, yeah, our world was just shattered and our city cast into the middle of the ocean, but if we're gonna die out there in the wilderness, we are going to look good doing so. Anyway, perhaps the reason that Verso looks up at Seren so contemptuously is because she, for whatever reason, does not show him Julie. That isn't a spoiler, SK mentions Julie earlier. It's not hard to put 2 and 2 together, assuming you have an eidetic memory and never miss a camp interaction. Or alternatively, you spend far more time watching and rewatching footage while taking copious notes than you did actually playing the game in the first place. Why would Seren not show him his former beloved? What motivation could this ethereal, wondrous being have to play such a petty trick on Verso? Tired of questions yet? Well, allow me to answer one then. At the end of this fight, Seren, like every other boss in this game, lashes out with a final desperate effort, pummeling the 33s with an overwhelming amount of emotion. And yet, Lune somehow seems immune to the assault. She remains clear-headed and focused under the emotional barrage, allowing her to deal the final blow to Seren and claim the Axon's heart. If you were wondering why this is possible, why Lune is the one who managed to stuff wax in her ears against the siren's call, I would refer you back to an earlier conversation which she had with Maelle.
I used the pain. I used the fear, the shame, the guilt, the anger. I use it all to keep going.
So the answer is, she does not plug her ears. She does not try to shut out the emotions which Seren evokes within her. Instead, Lune, as she has done her entire life, channels her feelings, refusing their power to distract, making them work for her instead. It's also correct to interpret this scene by pointing out that Lune is the most focused and driven member of the expedition, but if she had not developed her aforementioned technique, all that ambition would have been for naught. Funny how the 3 surviving members of the original Expedition 33 are each suited uniquely for a particular task. Ciel's self-honesty about the mask she wears allowed her to finish off Visage. Lune's emotional clarity enabled her victory over Seren. And Maelle, well, she's the key to this whole venture, the only one, according to the curator anyway, who can wield the weapon that will pierce the chroma barrier and allow them to assault the Monolith. A weapon which can now be crafted with the hearts of the 2 felled axons. Wait, did they think to check the dead one in Lumiere to see if they could just use its heart? I mean, did they have to be freshly killed axon hearts? Sorry, that's probably not important. Let's get that breaker barrier, shall we?
You're finally here.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
Is it you again? Why?
Well,
What did you see this time?
I don't know. Oh, a woman. It was... Why do I keep seeing things? Who are you?
Okay, let's attempt to unpack what we just witnessed. Alicia once again visited Maelle at what is clearly a crucial juncture in our story, and was likely attempting to tell her something only for the curatress to intervene and throw Maelle out of the vision, or whatever this was. It seems as though Alicia wants something from Maelle, which the curatress does not want her to have, or perhaps the curatress really just does not like Maelle, who's to say. Maelle then frustratedly implores the curator to reveal his identity, but he merely responds by producing the weapon. Is he Renoir? What does he really want? I wish I could answer those questions now, but alas, I will not. And then we have Minoko's cryptic question to Verso, which begs the question, what exactly does Verso want? There can be no doubt at this point that he wants to defeat the Paintress just as badly as the expeditioners do, but his motives appear to have some important differences. We just aren't privy as to what those are yet. What is his endgame? What does he know that they do not? These questions should plague the player, especially at this late stage in the game, but then you get back to camp and are given the chance to interact with all your friends, and it's just impossible not to love Verso in these moments. His friendly rivalry with Minoko is hilariously heartwarming.
Ha! You, sir, have been defeated.
You got lucky.
What was it you said? Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
You're right. Or I guess I'm right, since I said that.
Again, Minoko being a mix of elderly sage and petulant, pugnacious teenager is pure perfection. He clearly loves Verso, how can we not too? How can we not care for a man who is so willing to comfort the still mourning Maelle?
Still thinking about what you saw?
I wish Gustav was here.
Yeah, we all do, Maelle.
They say time heals all wounds.
Does it?
But I guess death heals all wounds too.
I would like you to keep that line in mind. You know, for future reference. It might be relevant later.
Gustav lives on in other ways, right? Through your memories, through his influence on your life and everyone else's, through the Lumina converter and his research.
Verso doesn't need to be doing all this. Whatever his goals are, the 33s are clearly dead set on charging down the path he has laid for them. His mission is all but accomplished, and yet he spends the final night before that fateful day in relationship with those around him. When Lune airs her grievances over how she was raised, Verso is understanding and sympathetic.
Everyone in Lumiere starts their apprenticeship at 6, and I was apprenticed to my parents, so they started me early.
I guess that's nice. They got to spend more time with you.
They needed a research assistant who never went home. The obvious solution? Birth your own.
My parents were both artists. Widely respected, very prominent artists. So, there was a great deal of pressure to follow in their path.
You're an artist, then?
Not the kind they wanted me to be.
Meaning?
Music is my passion.
Huh. Mine too.
Lune's parents are the only parents about whom we really learn anything in this game, and even that which we know we only hear through Lune's lens, which naturally isn't completely objective, but it's pretty clear that their story is one of a noble tragedy. They were obsessed with the continent, the paintress, and breaking this cycle that dominated their world, and rightly so. After all, winning this fight was the only way to ensure life could continue for future generations. However, we must remember that, no matter how dire the circumstances, children still need loving parents who care more about them than they do about what they can do. Lune's parents were so focused on giving their children and grandchildren a future that they forgot to give them a present. They failed to value Lune and her siblings beyond their usefulness. Yes, their intentions were good and their work necessary, but the legacy they left behind was a daughter who wished they had seen more of her and less of her ability. Having a rather tumultuous relationship with his own father, Verso is more equipped to sympathize. And when Ciel talks about her lost husband, Verso, himself familiar with lost love, affirms the beauty in what she had.
What happened to him? You don't have to talk about it.
He died in an accident on one of the islands near Lumiere. His body washed away.
I'm sorry.
I was prepared for his Gommage, but not for him to die in an accident. We were supposed to have 5 more years together. It's okay. I've learned to be grateful for the time we did have, instead of angry at the time we lost.
That's a good way to look at it. You were lucky to have found each other. Not everyone has that.
Ciel has been something of a mystery up until this point. Her lack of passion for the mission and her steadfast resolve to stay by her friend's side, an odd combination. But now we begin to understand her more fully. She does not fear death, so continuing on into mortal danger is not remotely a problem for her. After losing her husband, of course the last thing she wants is to have to say goodbye to her friends while she lives on.
Death is a friend who will welcome me home.
Does she truly have hope that they will in fact win this war and give Lumiere a future? Perhaps she now dares to believe, but since the beginning we have seen that Ciel is focused simply on people, attending to what they need right now, not rushing them forward but giving them space and time to recover and heal. Because she understands grief better than anyone here and has turned that grief into empathy and compassion. In that we find true nobility and heroism to rival that of Gustave's. It is often said that hurt people hurt people. But Ciel rejects that aphorism and instead channels her suffering into compassion, making her a friend of the like rarely found outside stories. Despite all her pain, she embodies self-giving, self-emptying love for others time after time, and we're not quite done with her yet. But we will leave our discussion of that topic there for the moment and return to the campfire, where our heroes find a fitting way to prepare for tomorrow.
We've done it.
We're really going to face the paintress.
And finally break this cycle.
That being said, someone here has been hiding a terrible secret from us.
What are you talking about?
You thought we'd never find out, didn't you? Nobody ever wondered what Esquier was made of, did they? Well, Esquier and I had a chat.
I'm sorry, Verso. She promised me sweet rocks.
Is that wine?
I stored my personal stash inside him. All excellent vintages. I don't normally share, but I suppose tonight deserves an exception.
Mon ami. I told you to stop drinking alone.
To your great generosity.
I don't know how you can like this.
It comes with age.
Do you have apple juice?
Yeah, I'll leave you to it.
After all that bonding, all that time spent talking, laughing, and crying together, when they finally get a chance to do the one thing that every human civilization since the discovery of fermentation has loved to do, Verso just walks away. If there was ever a moment that told you he feels deeply ashamed of himself and what he is about to do, this is that moment. Remember the main theme of Clair Obscur, how contrast is used to bring out depth and highlight important aspects of the painting that is this game. Verso just spent hours in meaningful and personal conversation with the rest of his team, only to abandon them just when it seemed they were about to have one final night of peaceful friendship before tomorrow came. Normally, if he walked off to brood, that would hardly be unusual, but now, clearly something is very, very wrong. Or perhaps he just sensed that his sister was nearby and wanted to make sure she didn't alarm everyone by walking right up to their campfire.
My beautiful sister doesn't need this ugly mask.
We haven't really talked much about Alicia up until this point, and she hasn't really done much aside from recite a single cryptic poem and gesture vaguely yet urgently at several other points, apparently trying to get Maelle to realize something. And yet, her masked face adorns much of the artwork for this game, and the song that plays over the main menu, the very first song you hear when opening the game, is called Alicia. She's clearly an important figure in this story, and yet we barely know anything about her. What is her deal, exactly? Well, if you wanted answers, sorry, all we've got is a letter titled Une vie à rêver. In English, a life to dream of. We do not hear the letter yet. Verso pockets it without reading it, but if you think I'm not going to take those 5 words and absolutely run with them, then you have come to the wrong channel. Clearly, Alicia is not in the best shape. We can surmise from the several times that we have witnessed raging infernos that she was badly burned at some point in the past, and obviously she wears a mask to cover up the shame of those burns. They are not scars which she wears proudly, unlike the mirrored ones worn by Verso and Renoir, ones which they could heal but they do not because A, their scars remind them of the choices they have made, decisions they believed and still believe to be right, and B, because Verso thinks scars look cool, which they do. Which begs the question, could Alicia, being immortal, not also heal her wounds? Verso freaking cuts himself in half for a laugh. If he can reattach his legs to his torso, why couldn't Alicia graft some new skin and fix her burnt out voice box? I think I've teased you with enough questions, so I'm going to actually answer this one, if only because said answer is going to make you ask yet more questions. Healing is defined as a return to homeostasis, the state of balance in which our bodies function as they were designed to function. Split skin reknits itself, broken bones mend, organs seek to dispel waste, blood cells fight off invading germs. All of that is supposed to bring us back to how we originally were. So why can Alicia not heal herself? Why can she not return to homeostasis? Because this is how she has always been. The burns have always been there. She cannot get rid of them because there is no more natural state to which she can revert. So when she seeks a better life, she cannot look to the past, to what she once had. She can only dream of a future. What kind of life, then, does Alicia dream of? Well, you'll have your answer in due time, fear not, but we, however, are beginning to run out of that precious commodity, as evidenced by Renoir's ominous reappearance.
You embrace her, yet you're condemning her to die.
You brought him here.
I'm not here to fight. But my son, do you know what it means to disappear into nothingness? Have you thought through the consequences? Not just for you, or even me, but for them. Their memories, their dreams, their love for each other. Who really is the one painting death, and who paints life instead? We exist and we will exist for as long as she wants. You want to spoil what we've been given. Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you?
May everything be decided before their very eyes. Between the bars of their prison. In the shadow of the Monolith.
In the shadow of the Monolith.
If there was any doubt in your mind that killing the Paintress will not, in fact, be great for the 33s, let it be washed away now. Renoir has no reason to lie here. Verso clearly knows as much as his father does about the truth of their world. This is no deception, no ruse, merely a plea from father to son. We understand that Verso does truly care for Ciel, Lune, and Maelle. His friendship with them is as real as it appears to be, and so Renoir uses that bond in a desperate attempt to avert what is coming, which will have dire consequences for them all. This game has accomplished a remarkable feat of storytelling. It has changed my mind. It introduced Renoir in the most brutal, villainous fashion possible, but then with every re-encounter, it added depth and complexity to his character. When he told Maelle this is a kindness, not a cruelty, I could not have believed him less. I still don't really, but I believe that he believes what he said and admit that there might be more to his motivations than his own selfish desire to persist into eternity. Now, he shows no signs of malevolence or malice, just sadness and regret at what has happened, and fear and foreboding for what may come. Renoir does not appear to be a self-centered maniac, but instead seems quite wise and thoughtful. We paint the bars of our own prison. I love that line. Paint. Not build, construct, or forge. Paint. We paint our own prisons. As in, the prison is not real, or rather, it is only as real as we believe it to be. It does not truly constrain us, but we pretend that it does. We believe that our only options are to sit in despairing, sullen solitude, or to break out in dramatic and violent fashion. Is that what Verso has done now? Has he painted a jail cell around himself, fancied himself a prisoner whose only choice is whether or not to break free? Does he have a third option, a fourth, a fifth? Is he resigned to one cruel fate or the other? Or does he dare to dream? My apologies for piling yet more questions upon your head, but I promise we are barreling towards answers just as our heroes are charging to meet their destiny, whatever it may be.
We can do this. For Gustav.
For all of them.
Our attacks do nothing!
I don't understand. The gradient attack should work. Wait, Maelle.
I don't think this is...
No.
Everybody okay?
Follow her. Quickly.
Boy, do I hope you weren't tired of questions, because I've got more. Why did none of their attacks do anything? Is this giant being even the paintress? Why is the curatress back? Does she live here? Why does she burn the girls' faces? How does Verso know that setting himself on fire by hugging Maelle will make the flames stop?
What was that thing? Why did it help us inside?
Exactly, Lune. Exactly. Well, I suppose there's only one thing to do now that we have made it inside the Monolith. Further up and further in we go. And as we traverse this enormous new battlefield that is filled with every enemy we have faced before, as well as a few new ones, we are told a story. One of grief and loss feeding upon each other and destroying their hosts. We see a woman sitting at a piano with her son. We see her watching over 3 children as they paint. We see her standing in front of what appears to be one of their canvases as fire rages at her feet. We see that woman walking away from a man who sits with her and a girl who talks with her, and we read her journal.
I want rage to consume me. Anything to fill the hollow. But rage won't come. And I just float in an endless nothingness. The person I cannot be around is Alicia. Her pain is a broken mirror. The shards reflecting back tenfold, and every moment with her the cuts deepen and I feel myself unraveling. I know what he'll say. But this is the first time I've felt any surcease. For a few moments a day, my heart beats again.
And wouldn't you know it, we then re-encounter that young boy from earlier who bids us board his train back to his hometown of Lumiere, where we find the Journal of Expedition 70, who we have to thank for all the grapple points set up across the continent. How they got past the chroma barrier and all this way inside the Monolith is a mystery. Every expedition had its own strategy, tactics, and techniques, and yet they all failed, resulting in no knowledge regarding what did and did not work getting passed down to future expeditions, at least not until those expeditions had already arrived on the continent. Regardless of how they got here, they did, and Expedition 70 has a fitting message for Expedition 33 as we reach the end of our journey.
It's fitting that we greet our end together, within the monolith that has loomed over us for so long. Though this Nevron has won the battle, the expeditions shall win the war. Tomorrow is here.
Can there be a phrase more bone-chilling than tomorrow is here? We have heard time and time again that tomorrow comes, but as I pointed out way back in the beginning, one day it will arrive. For our heroes, tomorrow has now come. If there are to be more tomorrows, they must finish laying the trail that has been paved for them by countless expeditioners that came before. Some made tangible and long-lasting impacts.
And as the Expedition 69 motto says, we are literally laying a trail for the ones who come after. Step by step, handhold by handhold, each expedition carries the next one forward.
Some died meaningless and entirely avoidable deaths.
Damn you, Eskia, and your stupid mushrooms. Oh, stop crying. You're not the one about to die. I can't believe this is the end of our expedition. We've learned nothing and achieved nothing, and we're not even leaving anything useful for future expeditions. Damn it all, I should never have trusted a giant talking marshmallow. Great, and now I'm losing consciousness.
Some found peace in their final days, even as the reality of their failure inexorably approached.
The Grandes have embraced us with such warmth and hope. What a balm for the soul to know that other beings survived. That we in Lumiere are not alone. It truly is a miracle. It is painful knowing our expedition has failed. But at least we can enjoy our final days among friends.
Some gave their lives in a dramatic display of ghastly heroism.
Yet in their final moments, they used their bodies to create a bridge for those who come after.
And some figured they'd take out as many Nevrons as they could in the year allotted to them.
My bag's getting weighed down from all my kills. Maybe I need to pick smaller trophies. Estelle bagged 7 of those armoured nevs. So I gotta get at least 8 in this next batch if I'm gonna beat her. The painters might be out of our reach, but her minions aren't. And if I die, I'm gonna make sure I die big.
But all in some way contributed to this legacy of men and women who gave their lives so that others might live. Now, finally, one expedition has the opportunity to make good on the promises that dozens of others have made. Tomorrow will still come. We just have to get through Renoir first.
We're taking her down.
She's not the only one who grieves. The pain of losing you, she made me inherit it. Punishment, perhaps, for not being there when it mattered. I refuse to lose my son.
That son was a stranger.
But you're not. You're not.
You lost me years ago, and I lost you.
So you leave us no choice. Tell me, how are you different from her in doing this?
I'm tired.
So trust me. We are your family.
Family is complicated.
If saving you means losing you, then so be it.
We only need to incapacitate him.
We'll find a way to kill him.
If you remember our discussion of Visaged Island, we found hints that suggested that Verso, somehow, is dead. This scene suggests that Verso is not Verso. Renoir refers to the dead Verso, we assume, as you, but our present Verso calls dead Verso a stranger, and Renoir doesn't contest that point. It's quite clear that there are, somehow, 2 versions of Verso, which Esquier told us way back in the beginning of Act 2, if only we were paying attention.
Verso is Verso's cousin.
Thanks to our favorite oversized marshmallow and the dozens of other hints we've picked up along the way, we can conclude that Maelle and Alicia are also, in some manner, the same person. Maelle, however, is too far gone to begin thinking about all the implications of what has been said between Renoir and Verso. She has a single mission from which she will not waver, and during the battle to do so, Renoir says something that caught my attention.
Give me all you want, as long as you're alive to do it.
This line made me stop and think. What would I do if, through whatever fantastical means, my choices were save my child's life or have that child despise me forever? This seems like a noble impulse, even a natural one that any parent should possess, and it is, to an extent. But the parent must ask himself, why do I care so much about my child's life continuing? Is it truly because that is what is best for him? Or is it because I cannot stomach the pain that losing him would bring? Now, Renoir's motivations do run deeper than that, but we can't quite understand them in full, even after he is defeated and tries one last time to change Verso's mind.
Remember who your real family is. It's not her. It's your sister, your mother, me. We are your family. He would condemn us all to die for what? Who do you really save with your sacrifice?
Your sister and your mother?
You're too drunk on your own illusions to understand.
Then let us celebrate the second destruction of the Descendre family!
So, according to Renoir, Maelle is not this Verso's family, but Alicia is.
Family is complicated.
You can say that again.
At long last, we meet. This is all you have left of your son. Destroying it won't bring your wife back. It will only destroy the last tie you have to each other.
I think it's a little odd, don't you, that Renoir says this is all you have left of your son as the camera focuses on Verso. I don't know about you, but I don't typically refer to people, especially my own kin, using the word this. What is it, then, that is the only remnant of the apparently dead Verso? Hang on, let's ask another question real quick. Did you happen to notice the color of the petals into which Renoir dissolved? Red. Crimson, one might say, just like all the other people who have Gommaged. So, did you happen to notice what color the petals around him were when he reached half health, summoned his giant animal companion, and healed back to full? They were white. Interesting. I feel like we've seen this combination somewhere before. Oh, and you may have also noticed that there are crimson petals swirling around the curator caught up in his chroma. Okay, back to that initial question. If I may once again remind you of Visage's Island, it was suggested that Verso was the one who painted this world. If that is so, then the world itself is the this to which Renoir refers when speaking to the curator, which would make the curator Verso's father, Renoir, which you may recall was shown to us just after our return with the heart of that first axon. And if the curator is Renoir, that would make the curatress Verso's mother, Lune, whose grief at her son's death overwhelmed her and who, according to her journal, managed to find some method of momentary relief. It's not hard to put two and two together to figure out what that is. Assuming, of course, that you have managed to keep in mind every clue that Clair Obscur has thrown your way. You probably didn't on your first playthrough, I most certainly did not, and the expeditioners clearly have no clue, nor could they, what they are really fighting for. So of course, they continue.
Behind this door is the future of Lumiere. What every expedition has worked towards. I have trust in us.
This is it. This is the big boss fight, the battle in which we will triumph and thus save the world. And yet something is horribly wrong. But what is one to do? I suppose you could sit Verso down and try to get every last drop of the truth out of him, but the guy clearly has shown he doesn't like sharing and is capable of withstanding a tremendous amount of pain, and that was just for a laugh. He also, unbeknownst to the 33s, has a history of resisting the torture of expeditioners. Yeah, that's a fun story. But anyway, who would be the one to make such a decision? Maelle was far too focused on killing Renoir to care about decoding any of the cryptic exchanges between Verso, Renoir, and the curator, and now her attention is turned to carrying on Gustave's legacy and giving a future to those who come after. Lune would be the one most likely to insist on getting such answers, but she has precious little use for them at the moment, as her lifelong goal is just on the other side of that door, her focus on the paintress and Maelle's newfound ability, which might just be the key to their ultimate victory. Ciel is the only one who even seemed to hear the conversation that just occurred, and she has been established as someone who doesn't cry. She, of all people, understands the need for privacy, even now. So, they charge forward, and they find her. tomorrow is here.
But the fire. Are you really here? Or is he?
Je t'en prie, fuis ce tableau maudit, cette toile d'une fausse.
Oh, is he playing tricks again? Alicia.
Alicia.
Your face.
My face? What about my face? Are you going to burn it again?
Alicia's your daughter. And Maelle reminds you of her. The daughter you lost.
Come along. Let's go home.
Yes. You need to go home.
This is another trick. She's not Alicia. You are not my Verso.
No. Verso's dead.
No. You are his creations, not mine. You will not take this canvas from me.
This is what we created the expeditions for.
Tomorrow comes.
That last line of Aline's is an intriguing one. She believes that, because they are attacking her, the expeditioners are Renoir's creations, not hers. She refuses to believe her children, per se, could turn against her. This place, this canvas, is supposed to be where she can escape. To imagine things are not how they are. This is clearly a woman not wholly in possession of her own faculties. Whatever the cause, she is confused, weary, and broken. The lines between her family and the people she sees in front of her are blurred. She cannot see clearly enough to know who is who or what is what. One fun little detail to note, as the paintress joins the fight, you can see a hole near the center of her chest, and through that gap we can see the crooked tower rising above Lumiere. Remember this for later, yeah? But for now, it is finally time to bid goodbye to our foe, to the enemy that dominated the horizon since the game's beginning, the source and summit of all our heroes' woes. And she dies not with a last-ditch effort to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, but rather by reaching out to her foes, healing and protecting them. If that confuses you, it's supposed to. Why would an enemy do such a thing? In a moment of clarity, did she recognize that the people in front of her are her creations, part of the world that she has loved for so long, and seek to show them the truth?
Rest now. Things will be better soon.
It's a triumphant moment, the triumphant moment, but it doesn't sound like one.
It's over. The number. She's gone. She's gone.
It's done. You're free. You are all free.
Is this real?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Gustav's watching over us.
You would expect the scene where you finally triumph over your unkillable enemy to be one backed by soaring, majestic music, but the notes that strike our ears are calm, ponderous, even mournful. This low-angle shot makes Ciel, Lune, and Maelle out to be powerful, conquering heroes outlined against a newly cleared sky, but the score tells us that something is wrong. We should be jubilant, they should be ecstatic, but instead we find ourselves simply tired.
Let's go home.
Yeah. Still feel immortal?
No less than yesterday.
Shall we test it out?
I appreciate the offer.
Monoko, you've been extra quiet since we got to the Monolith.
Have I?
What now? We go back to Lumiere and life goes on?
Yeah. Decades and decades in front of us. Guess this is how it feels to be immortal. What do we do now with all this time?
The expedition might be over, but we're not done yet. There are so many questions left to answer.
I love how true to character everyone remains, even after all they've experienced. Ciel wants to talk to everyone, to check in with them and see how they're doing. Lune has moved on from one quest to the next, looking to hunt down answers about the nature of the paintress and doubtless about Verso, Renoir, and their whole family business. Maelle finds herself returning to the place she ran away from without the man who made it any sort of a home for her, still as lost as ever. It's kind of appropriate then that their welcome home party is kind of lame. I mean, they just defeated the paintress. They ended the cycle. They did it. And about 20 people show up to celebrate. I guess the rest of the city had to go to work. Life goes on. Now more than ever, I suppose. It is a joyful moment, to be sure. You see Lune celebrating with the 32s, who are doubtless overjoyed that they will not have to set sail for the continent. Esquier and Monoko are, of course, tremendous hits for the children of Lumiere. And Maelle, well, she makes good on her promise to deliver Gustave's journal to his apprentices. I don't know who did the motion capture and/or animations for this kid, but bravo! You see everything that Gustave meant to him, his confidence that he would meet his mentor again, his joy at the triumphant return, and then the absolute despair that hits full force when he learns Gustave will not be coming home. All in 3 facial expressions and 0 lines of dialogue. I wouldn't even have to have met Gustave to know that he is someone special if his death can be that devastating to this young man. What else is there to say other than, same, bro? I have not forgotten about Verso, fear not, although apparently everybody else has, letting him slip away to the harbor's edge and finally open that letter from Alicia.
Brother, I tire of the conflicts and deceptions that plague our family and theirs. So, I entrust you with this letter. Whether you give it to her is up to you. I'm at peace with what's to come. When the time comes, I hope you will be too. Maelle, it's a strange feeling watching you with my brother, laughing and smiling, without the scars or the memories that afflict me. Alicia, as she was meant to be, Not this painted version that I am. My family, a facsimile of yours. And this world, a mirror, painted by your mother, the paintress. To stave off her grief, seeing your expedition through would plunge us all into the abyss. For in ridding the world of the paintress, you'd lose the sole force standing against the one who would erase us, the one who invokes the flowers of the Gommage. An act of love, for he does love her. Your father. On her monolith, she paints a warning for us all, of the few she can save as her power wanes. We all wish for our families to thrive. Your family, however, believes only one can survive. But perhaps you'll find another way. You who have lived amongst us, perhaps you differ from your father and your sister, as I differ from mine. Your mother paints life, whilst your father, death. What will you paint?
Maelle, however, never gets a chance to answer that question, for just as Verso finishes reading the letter, the Gommage, finally arrives. And in their final moments, we see our heroes be as they have always been. Ciel, realizing what is happening, accepts and welcomes her old friend as he arrives. Lune whirls about in a panic, trying desperately to uncover an immediate solution to an impossible problem. And Maelle watches everyone who has loved and cared for her disappear before finally being erased herself, or erasing herself. The petals of Maelle's Gommage are not crimson like all the others. They are gold. Either way, it seems now that the promise of the expeditions has failed. How can we continue? Perhaps the more poignant question one should pose at this juncture is, should they have continued? Was it good and righteous to do so? It certainly doesn't seem so, judging by the thousands of crimson petals that float where people once stood, and yet, it was. Here is where we finally get to talk about the game's moral philosophy in more concrete terms, as we fully understand the scope of the quest and all the repercussions of its successful conclusion. To say that the expeditions were wrong because they resulted in all of Lumiere being gommaged is consequentialism. The rightness or wrongness of an action is judged solely on the goodness or badness of its consequences. Seems sensible enough, except for the fact that consequentialism is a stupid philosophy, because in order to actually be a consistently good person under this moral theory, one would have to have perfect or near perfect foreknowledge of how their actions will affect other people, their environment, and well, pretty much the entire world. Imagine trying to decide what the correct course of action is when said action will inevitably have a ripple effect that spans infinity. Choosing to eat lunch meat one day past its expiration date could make you miss an appointment with your wife, which could then lead to the most gifted cancer researcher the world would ever know never being born. Bummer, all those millions of deaths are on your shoulders now. Silly you for thinking that the monstrous being who ominously painted a number corresponding to the age of the people about to be wiped off the face of the earth was somehow responsible for all those deaths and needed to be stopped. You should have realized she was trying to warn you guys and that the actual threat to your continued existence was somewhere underneath the monolith. You dummy. You know who did discover that truth? Expedition 60. Here, have a listen.
William, Expedition 60. They mocked us when we said the human body is the strongest of them all. We trained relentlessly, and now our bodies have achieved the pinnacle of human performance, with which we are able to crush our enemies. We are so much more agile and aerodynamic without the heavy uniforms constraining our glorious muscles. With Leslie's unstoppable training regime, we are impervious. That's how we were able to charge through that ghostly Gommage barrier and reach the Paintress. But it seems we've been wrong about what she is. The Paintress is just as trapped as we. The real terror lies beneath the Monolith. The rest of Expedition 60 marched on to confront him, while I was tasked to warn Lumiere. But it seems I might have run out of time. One last swim separates me from Lumiere. But even with my mighty muscles, I don't know if I can outswim the Gommage. So here I write my final message. Bare naked muscles will save the world. And don't waste time on the paintress. Aim for the bottom of the monolith.
That's right. The only expedition to both break through the barrier and find out what was really going on in this world of theirs was a bunch of absolute chads who said, we don't need pictos, we don't need weapons, we don't even need clothes, we just need our biceps, and then used those rippling muscles to tear right through the chroma barrier like it was made of rice paper. Their only failure was not being faster swimmers, or we would live in a very different society right now. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, consequentialism is silly because it's basically hopeless. So what does that leave us? How do we judge the rightness or wrongness of the expeditioners? The classic opponent for a consequentialist is a deontologist, someone who believes that humans should act exclusively out of moral duty, should only ever act because the actions themselves are inherently good, and should never waver or bend the rules. Could a deontologist reasonably join an expedition? Perhaps, but the myriad of complex moral decisions involved might just drive him insane. Would he, for example, be able to break protocol and go after Maelle? It depends on the form of deontology he ascribes to, but it seems that in a society such as Lumiere, civic duty would be a pretty high imperative. This is where deontology really struggles. It is far too rigid and inflexible, far too rules-based, and it doesn't tend to take the person into account, which is where virtue ethics steps in. This philosophy is very simple. Be a good person. Clear? Cool. We're done. What, that's not good enough? Fine. Be courageous, compassionate, loyal, just, prudent, honest, and selfless. Be temperate, trustworthy, courteous, kind, obedient, and cheerful. Easy, right? Okay, but why? Why be virtuous? For that matter, why cleave to any moral philosophy? The answer, which lies unspoken at the heart of all these guiding principles, is this: because you believe that people have intrinsic and eternal value, and you ought to treat them as such, never using them merely as a means to an end, but as an end in and of themselves. The grand moral imperative is to love, and virtue ethics, at least of the three philosophies we touch on here, gives us the best framework to do so, because of its personalistic grounding. It doesn't just ask what will happen, or why do I do this? It asks both, taking into account flawed human nature, but recognizing the desire to perfect both motive and outcome. It allows us to make difficult choices that deontology would perhaps forbid, and does not condemn us if said choices result in unforeseeable, undesirable consequences. Virtue ethics asks us, who do you need to become in order to love as you are commanded to love? And rather than looking to invisible rules, this philosophy directs us to study examples, to imitate people who embody the virtues we wish to obtain. So when judging the morality of the expeditions, the most critical question we can ask is, are these men and women of virtue? Do they exemplify perseverance, fortitude, and wisdom? Are they willing to sacrifice, to make a gift of their very lives? Do they act not out of desire for riches, fame, or glory, but out of love? Yes, 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 and yes. I don't even know where that fifth yes came from. I only asked 4 questions. Take a look back at the road traveled by Lune, Maelle, Ciel, and Gustave. We know they are courageous. They set sail into an unknown from which no one has ever returned, willing to go to war against a seemingly unstoppable enemy for the sake of their people. At worst, they could be accused of foolhardiness, but such a vice is hardly possible when dealing with a lack of information as that which afflicts all of Lumiere, and when there is no other choice aside from cowardice and inaction. I mentioned courage first, because without it, no other virtue can survive. It is, to quote C.S. Lewis, the form of every virtue at the testing point. Perseverance is perhaps the most obvious example of this concept in action. Without the fortitude to believe that your mission is still worth pursuing, no one could possibly persevere through hardship and loss. Lune, clearly, is the premier exemplar of this virtue. It's hard to imagine how one could be more tenacious and determined than she is. And as much as we all admire Lune for her steadfast resolve, Clair Obscur does a remarkable job balancing the characters both internally and externally. Internally, in that Lune's unrelenting perseverance is countered by her lack of compassion, and externally, in that others step in to fill the role which she cannot. Compassion is, to my mind, an overlooked virtue nowadays, because we have forgotten what the word truly means: to suffer with. To be compassionate, one must not necessarily fix another's problems or cure their ills, nor even seek to change the system or the society in a way that would. Instead, compassion requires only that you are there, that you enter into relationship with the sufferer, that, as far as you are able, you take their yoke upon your own shoulders. I've not seen any character in recent memory embody this virtue as well as Ciel does. Every time someone, usually Maelle, struggles or falters, Ciel is right there with them, supporting them, gently encouraging and consoling. She exemplifies pure, authentic friendship as a thing to be valued as a good because people are good. We can look to her example and know that we both should be a friend like her and desire to have a friend like her. But as noble as her compassion is, it is not enough. Ciel needs someone like Lune, someone who drives ever forward. Otherwise, she would remain contentedly in the Gestal village beating up old people. To understand that both perseverance and compassion are necessary requires wisdom, which is where Gustave re-enters the picture. Wisdom is a hard-to-define virtue, as it can encompass any number of admirable traits within its realm. It requires knowledge, prudence, and of course, courage. The wise man is not necessarily the smartest, the most experienced, or the most cautious, but instead is the one to whom we look for guidance, who chooses his path not because it is easy, expedient, or profitable, but because it is the one he must walk if he is to serve as he ought to serve, and love as he ought to love. From the very beginning of the story, we heard Gustave's wisdom evident in his ability to balance his life while remaining firmly committed to his mission.
I'm enjoying the uselessness of today and readying my usefulness for tomorrow.
We then spent the next hour or so getting to know Gustave through his interactions with Maelle, Sophie, other citizens, and his fellow expeditioners. We came to understand that this is a man who knows what it means to suffer, who is diligent and dutiful in his work, who is willing to give of himself endlessly for the sake of those who come after, who loves purely and deeply, and who is loved in return. Even before seeing him in combat, we would follow Gustave to the ends of the earth. But the game does something unexpected. It breaks him. It puts him through unimaginable pain and drives him to the brink of despair, only to pull him back through the encouraging words of another. Not only does he then recover his former strength, he gets stronger. Despite his failure, or rather, because of it, Gustave's wisdom only grows as his shock wears off and his commitment to their mission solidifies. He adapts to this new reality of theirs, becoming once again a guiding light for those who look up to him.
You know, that's the insidious thing about the Gommage. It's predictable, almost gentle. It makes Lumiere complacent and accepting, but the Gommage is equally violent than death. Death is just as final.
I know I've played that clip already, but it was a long time ago, and I really love how perfectly it encapsulates Gustave's entire philosophy, his conviction that they have to fight to break the cycle, to stave off inevitable extinction, to give future generations a chance to unravel the mysteries of their world. It matters little that the truth of the canvas was hidden from him. His intentions were just, his actions selfless, and his character unimpeachable. He was a man who lived for others, even the least wanted, which brings me to our final member of Expedition 33, Maelle. Now, being a teenager, Maelle is the least virtuous of them all. Virtue, after all, takes time. It is not merely a thing to be acquired, but is a muscle which must be exercised day after day, or else it will atrophy and wither, leaving only vice in its wake. We have seen this in Maelle's own character journey. She is impetuous and arguably rash in her decision to join the 33s because she just can't stand Lumiere anymore. She is consumed with emotion after Gustave's death, unable to properly cope, to persevere, to prevent herself from being overwhelmed by her rage and grief. And while she does come to terms with her loss, at least enough to continue onward, that desire for vengeance drives her more than any other motivator. From mere hours after Gustave's death,
So if I want to kill Renoir, I have to kill the paintress first.
to the battle at the manor as the family mystery begins to unfold,
Verso, move. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
to the final conflict with Renoir inside the Monolith.
We only need to incapacitate him.
We'll find a way to kill him.
I don't say any of that to condemn Maelle. As I said, she's a teenager who has lived a remarkably difficult 16 years. Her love of her friends is certainly commendable. You forget that she is half their age most of the time. Difficult childhoods do tend to make children mature faster. After the slaughter at the beach, Maelle did not stay safe and tucked away in the manor, but made Lune proud by sallying forth and hunting down Nevrons, contributing in what small way she could to the expedition's success. Her acceptance of Verso, welcoming him to the disaster expedition, and forgiving him for hiding his family history is reminiscent of Ciel's compassion. And of course, Maelle walked in Gustave's footsteps, dutifully recording all their adventures in his journal, adding to the wisdom that would be passed on to the next generation. Does she embody perseverance, compassion, and wisdom as fully as the others? Of course not, but she is nonetheless an inspiring and edifying character. We know that this expedition was a good and noble endeavor, that the sacrifice of those who came before is commendable and praiseworthy, because the actions taken by the expeditioners show us the quality of their character. They did not die for nothing. They died for each other, and that is as great a gift as one can give. And now it seems they have all paid that price. But before we return to whatever is left of Lumiere, we are sent back in time to get a glimpse of the past. And we find ourselves in the familiar manor, playing as a stranger, yet someone we know intimately, and conversing with a player who finally emerges from behind the curtain.
Our parents are quite the stubborn pair. They're still fighting each other inside the canvas. He has her imprisoned at the top of the monolith, and she has him trapped beneath. It's a stalemate. Honestly, if Aline wants to numb herself in the canvas, then let her. Grief is no excuse. We're all grieving. She's a grown woman, and she was the head of the Painters' Council. She failed her responsibilities. I don't have time to coddle her. And before Verso died, she would have said the same. As she weakens, Renoir is able to erase her oldest creations, with the exception of her obscene fake family. She's made them immortal, but luckily, they're also quite useless.
Clair, meet everyone. Everyone, Clair. To put it simply, the eldest Dissandre child is highly pragmatic, ruthlessly efficient, and absolutely stone cold. When you first met her, you might have wondered, wait, why is she not present in the canvas? If the painted versions of Renoir, Verso, and Alicia are all a part of Aline's coping mechanism, why would Clair not be? Does Aline hate her older daughter? Not at all, as it turns out. But to get to the answer, we need to take a note of a couple of things Clair says to Alicia during this flashback.
Aline is more skilled than Renoir, but I've tipped the scales in his favor. I have my pets in place. She who controls chroma controls the canvas. I can't take her chroma, but I can keep it from returning to her.
At the time, it's rather unclear as to exactly what that means. The game has dumped a lot of answers our way. I'm sure you appreciated that. It's only fair that they also torment us with a few more questions. Pets. What could Clair possibly mean by pets? Well, she's likely not referring to humans, so that leaves the Gestrals, the Grandis, and the Nevrons. We know for a fact that both the Gestrals and the Grandis existed before the fracture, so it makes the most sense for Clair's pets to be the Nevrons, who are somehow helping tip the balance of power within the canvas in Renoir's favor. How could that be accomplished? Well, think back to the discovery of the petrified expeditioners.
Their chroma stays inside their bodies.
On the beach, some did disappear.
He wasn't a Nevron.
Something about the way Nevron's kills seems to affect our chroma.
We can see chroma emerge when people are gommaged, intermixed with the petals. And if you remember the final battle with Painted Renoir, he was gommaged into red petals, but white ones swirled around him when he was healed. That brings us all the way back to the prologue and the red and white tree. Including this tree, which seems to be hosting a war between the colors white and red. Where red petals represent Renoir's chroma, white must represent Aline's. When the yearly gommage happens, all the crimson blossoms tell us that the chroma of the vanished Lumierans is returning to Renoir, increasing his control over the canvas. Assumedly, if the people of Lumiere were allowed to die of natural causes, or if they die in an accident, their chroma would return to Aline, as they are her creations. Nevrons, not being Renoir himself, could apparently not cause their victim's chroma to go to Renoir as Clair desired, so she did the next best thing. trap the chroma of the dead inside their bodies, so it does at least not return to Aline, thus speeding up the shifting of the power balance in Renoir's favor and hastening his mental return to their world so Clair can get him to help out in whatever way with whatever the war with the writers entails. This explains why Painted Renoir was so intent on killing the vast majority of the expeditioners himself. If he killed them before a Nevron could, their chroma would return to Aline, to whom he is loyal. Okay, so where do all the Nevrons come from? Clair created them, sure, but wouldn't the thousands of expeditioners wear through the Nevron ranks after a decade or two? Why, yes. Yes, they would, which is why Clair created what is essentially a Nevron factory. Herself, or rather the painted version of herself. So that is why throughout the vast majority of Clair Obscur's story you never encounter painted Clair. At some point after the fracture, which was caused by the conflict between original Renoir trying to force Aline out of the canvas, Clair popped in, repainted the facsimile of herself and enslaved her, forcing her to work on a never-ending Nevron assembly line.
Can you heal her? Can you change her back?
I can't repaint her. Claire's the only one skilled enough to paint over someone else's creation.
As you can imagine, Painted Clair does not appreciate being treated in this manner and wants it all to stop. I'm not exactly sure why she bothers fighting you when you reach her. If she wanted you to kill her, she could just let you. So maybe she's been forced by the original Clair to resist anyone who would try to stop her Nevron factory. But let me assure you, she does not hold back. Once you do defeat her, she is apparently weak enough for the Nevrons to finish off.
Clair?
Wait!
She's trying to find a way out.
This particular section of story asks some fascinating questions about the nature of life in the canvas, the agency of the people who live inside it, the morality of using them as pawns in this family chess match, and so much more, but we will cover that in due time. Now that we understand Clair's goals and have observed her brutally utilitarian methods, it is time for us to return to the canvas along with Alicia, who, as we know, becomes Maelle.
She's a girl. She's a girl. She's beautiful. What a lovely voice. My love, did you decide on a name?
Yes. Oh, my darling girl. We have precious little time together. You'll never know us. But I want you to know that you are loved. I want you to know you're not alone. You will always be the beautiful child I held in my arms. You will smile the brightest smile. You will cry iridescent tears. You will know love, and you will know pain. You will know loss all too well. Because we live in an unforgiving world. But you are strong, and you will survive. You will struggle, and you will learn. You'll find people to call your own, and you will shine as their guiding light. For you will change the world, and the people around you. You'll forever be our princess.
I absolutely love that monologue. This game's entire story occurs because a mother loses her child well before his time. So as awful as it is that Maelle's parents could only spend 3 short years with her, knowing the whole while that their darling girl would barely remember them, if she remembered them at all, this tragedy does not at least upend the natural order of things. Parents are supposed to die long before their children do. They can pass from this life to the next with the hopes and dreams for their children still intact, content in the knowledge that they have done all they can do to prepare their offspring for all that life will bring. Life, with all its many trials and tribulations, is beautiful. It is the gift that every parent, by definition, gives to their child, and that they keep giving with every meal, every cup of water, every night spent with a roof over their heads. It is the foundational and ultimate gift that humans can give. And to see these parents revel in the sheer joy of the many tomorrows of life, as painful and heart-wrenching as they may be, is profoundly beautiful. Of course, Alicia, after returning from the Gommage, which in her case was initiated by herself and not Renoir, chooses to be Maelle, a decision that seems to unnerve Verso.
Alicia.
Actually, I prefer Maelle.
I think I do too. But I'm not really Verso, and you're not really Maelle, are you?
You're not Verso, no. You look and sound just like him, but you're you. I'm still Maelle, though. You should have helped me remember.
Yeah, I wanted to, but I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. If I'd listened to Maman, if I hadn't trusted the writers, Verso would still be alive and you...
Wouldn't exist.
Wouldn't be caught in the middle. Maman did a terrible thing, painting you into Verso's canvas, giving you his memories, pretending the fire only took me. But I'm glad you exist.
Your father was right to erase everyone is better this way.
Better for who? Verso would never have wanted his canvas gone. He loved Esquier and his gestrels and grandes.
It was killing our mother. Staying here so long in a make-believe world with her make-believe family.
It's not make-believe. It's not. You're not to me. Papa's here. He'll help me fix Lumiere.
There is, once again, a lot to unpack here. First, we have that moment where Maelle lays her head on Verso's shoulder in a sisterly fashion, and it makes him vastly uncomfortable. He doesn't want that at all. Painted Renoir was right. Maelle, whom Verso does love, is not his sister. Painted Alicia is. Verso did not want Maelle to have formed this attachment to him, as the refusal to let go of such an attachment is the very reason Lumiere was trapped in its cycle of grief and death. But she has, so what is he to do now? We started out this story witnessing people who have made tragic but understandable choices, who have felt boxed in, stuck with 2 terrible options, who coped by making the best out of what they believed to be the less horrific alternative. As we approach the end of our narrative, we find that theme has not gone anywhere. It is, in fact, more dominant than ever. And to add a layer of tragedy to this motif, we, the audience, can pretty clearly see that Verso does have another choice. He does not have to either A, embrace his identity as Aline's replacement for her dead son, or B, seek his own destruction because he hates being used as a coping mechanism. He could reject all of that and simply seek to live his life as he desired, as he thought he ought to live. And the thing is, he has had that thought. In Verso's journal entry, we hear him mourning his lost love, regretting what he was forced to do, and hoping that once Aline is sent home, Maelle can bring everyone back, Julie included.
We deserve to live. All of us. We deserve to exist.
How then did we get from that Verso to this one? What happened to his conviction? He was so certain then, so sure that the canvas ought to be restored, but now he appears to be on the verge of letting it all be erased forever. Why? We will discuss this answer in full later on, but for now, this simple act of him rejecting Maelle's attachment to him tells us enough. He appears quite conflicted about whether he has or should have a future, even if Maelle very much wants one for him. You're not Verso, she tells him, you're you. This is a decidedly, if not perfectly healthier approach than the one which Aline opted for. Maelle acknowledges that the man in front of her is not the brother whom she loved and lost, but is instead a friend, one whom she has laughed with, cried with, and fought beside. He is a brother to her as much as anyone has been. I mean, not to Gustave's level, but still, in the sense that he was there for her time and again throughout their journey. And to Maelle's credit, she is incredibly understanding of painted Verso's plight. His lies and deception led to her gommaging the only being standing between her friends and all her people from being erased from existence, and yet she offers him sympathy. It doesn't hurt, I suppose, that she thinks her father, the original Renoir, can help her fix Lumiere, that is to say, bring everyone back. Verso, as we saw, is not convinced that path is the right one, but suggests it might be better if this make-believe world were erased. We touched on this subject a few minutes ago, and I'd like to broach it again now, if not give my full take on the topic, since there are still moments that will shed light upon my argument which we have not yet experienced. But since they brought it up, I can't very well ignore the dilemma. Is the canvas truly make-believe? Are the citizens of Lumiere and Esquier, the Gestrals, and the Grandies for that matter, actual thinking living beings? Or are they artificial constructs, essentially computer programs designed to act one way or the other? Well, forgive me for answering a question with a question, but has there ever been a machine not invented by Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz that has sought out its own destruction? There are plenty of other great arguments to be made in favor of the agency of the people of the canvas, but I think it's quite self-evident from the mere fact that Verso has chosen to go against his programming. And that argument is bolstered by the manner in which Renoir, the original one, treats the copy of his dead son.
What Aline did was unfair to you most of all. Please, accept the Descendre family's apologies. I know it seems absurd to offer oblivion as recompense, but perhaps that's the outcome we both desire.
What?
I'm proud of you. Getting your mother out of the canvas was not easy. Once we erase the canvas, we won't have to worry anymore.
But she's home now, why?
You know your mother. Verso painted this canvas. It contains a piece of his soul. She'll never willingly part with it.
No.
For the sake of the living, we must part with the dead.
No, Papa. See, I hid the canvas.
She will always find it. This is our only opportunity, while she's too sick from her prolonged descent into the canvas to return.
No. Papa. Papa, please. This is Verso's only canvas. You can't destroy the last piece of him that we have. This is my home now. You can't just decide...
Your home? After all that with your mother, you want to stay?
You know how little remains of my life outside.
Alicia, you'll die. You've already been here longer than you should.
But...
No. Look at me, I said no. I am not letting my daughter risk her life. Alicia.
Not, Mama. I'm not going to lose myself if I stay.
I know full well you will, and I am not doing this again!
No! Papa, what are you...
It's time to go home.
Verso, come on. Come on.
Note how the petals were red when Verso began to Gommage and then shifted to gold when Maelle interrupted the process. One painter tried to exercise control over the canvas and was stopped by a paintress. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'd like to note how Verso just accepts his fate. When Renoir offers him oblivion, Verso doesn't plead for his life. When Maelle calls in Esquier for an evac, Verso just kinda goes with it. He doesn't exactly know what he wants or what he should want, and he is tired. And when we are tired, we don't like making decisions and are often perfectly happy to let others carry us where they will. If Maelle wants to drag Verso into a battle for the canvas against Renoir, he might as well tag along. Yes, the paradigm of our conflict has now shifted dramatically. We had, unwittingly, been fighting for the destruction of the entire world, so when Maelle adds Alicia's memories to her own and realizes what this is all really about, of course she says, no, I do not want to leave the only place where I can talk, where I can breathe without pain, where I can live as I ought to live and love as I ought to love. Maelle could, after all, retreat from this canvas and, being a paintress, simply create a new one, another world in which she would be free of her scars and her suffering. But doing so would leave behind this world, these people, the ones whom she has really and truly lived with. Unlike the painted versions of the Descendre family, Maelle's childhood memories are real. Those 16 years she spent in Lumiere are not equivalent to 16 years on the outside world due to whatever time dilation, but they happened. The friends she made, the tragedies she suffered, the victories she won were all very much real. Just as the Pevensies did in fact defeat the White Witch, free the land from eternal winter, and live for decades as the kings and queens of Narnia before returning through the wardrobe to find that no time had passed in England. Maelle can no more let them go, let them be erased from existence than you or I could allow our best friends to be murdered. That's not to say that Maelle's stubborn insistence that this is my home now is perfectly healthy. It's not. But she's a teenager who has suffered more than most people do in an entire lifetime, so of course she's going to be less than perfectly reasonable about the whole situation. She might be completely justified in wanting to preserve Lumiere, but is she willing to let it be? To let the people there live as they choose to live? Or will she preserve it as she wants it to be? Maelle is no longer simply a girl like any other girl in this world. She has immense power to shape this canvas, and we all know what comes with great power, don't we, folks? Is it at all reasonable for Maelle to think that she won't lose herself in that power in the canvas as her mother did? Again, she is young and thus utterly confident in herself and her newfound abilities, and thus also equally frustrated when she struggles to bring back Lune and Ciel.
I did it so easily. What am I doing wrong?
Don't be discouraged. It's only been a day since you remembered your paintress side.
We believe in you.
Remember them. Painting isn't about verisimilitude, it's about essence. Truth of who they are. Your father made the axons, right?
She who plays with wonder, he who guards truth with lies.
They're the essence of your mother and your brother.
Verisimilitude, the appearance of being true or real, typically applied to works of fiction, achieved through the use of finer details. Sorry, you probably knew that. And it's not like I'd never heard the word before, but I wanted to wrap my head around exactly what Verso is saying here. The subtext, of course, is that he is offering Maelle an apology for, repeatedly lying to her in order to manipulate her into causing the deaths of everyone she loves. The ones who weren't already dead, anyway. At least Verso didn't get Gustave killed. right? Anyway, I found that line fascinating because it speaks to this fundamental truth about human nature, which any number of pithy sayings touch on. Don't judge a book by its cover, beauty is only skin deep, etc. What all those phrases are getting at in their own not wholly sufficient ways is that the substance of a person, who a person truly is more than their accidents make them out to be, more than what we can see, touch, and hear. In order to bring back Lune and Ciel, Maelle did not need to be able to remember what they looked like and how they talked, but rather who they were. Now, that's not to say that accidents do not matter, they clearly do, otherwise who cares what bodies Ciel and Lune come back in, but rather that human perception is limited, that our 5 senses alone cannot make out all the traits, quirks, and virtues that make a person truly whole. Funnily enough, there is a conversation Maelle has with Ciel earlier in the story, one of the very few conversations I actually did not include in this video, well, not until now anyway, where a similar topic comes up after Maelle asks Ciel to give her some pointers that she can use in the battlefield.
You need to see things as they are, not how you think they are.
Turns out that advice proved useful for other things as well. And it's a rotten shame that Gustave was killed by painted Renoir instead of being gommaged. But before we turn our attention to restoring him and the rest of Lumiere, let us first deal with Verso.
So you were her daughter? And you were a paintress too?
So cool, right?
And you knew this whole time! You fucking coward! You betrayed us! We trusted you!
You can bring them back too. Yeah? Everyone we've lost.
Yeah, but I need chroma and Papa controls all the chroma in the canvas.
No. Not all of it. The expeditioners. The ones killed by Nevrons. Gustave noticed their chroma remains in their bodies. They never dissipated, like the Gommage.
It's sold chroma and not pure. It won't be like bringing the 2 of you back, but we could use it in other ways.
Time for the greatest expedition in history.
Once again, I must praise the ever-consistent character writing. Lune is beyond irate that Verso refused to tell them that their heroic victory would in fact usher in an extinction-level event, because of course she is. When Verso defends his actions by saying it was his family or his expedition, Lune responds brilliantly.
That's your problem. You think in false dichotomies. It wasn't an either-or situation. Other solutions were possible if you'd only trusted us enough to ask.
To Verso's credit, he is open to one of those solutions now, as he begins to sort out what truly matters to him, leading him to present his proposal to Maelle.
Maybe you should go home.
Verso.
You're fighting each other, but you're all doing the same thing.
No.
Eileen wants her son back. Renoir wants you and Eileen back. You want Gustave back. The cycle we needed to break wasn't the Gommage. It's your family's cycle of grief. Our whole world carries the burden of your family's grief.
This is perhaps the ideal solution. Maelle could undo the Gommage, at least the most recent big one, and then leave the world to exist as it used to exist. Let the people of Lumiere live, work, play, love, and die as humans are meant to. Perhaps she could visit, but certainly she should no longer interfere. This does bring up questions such as, what about Gustave and all the other expeditioners killed by Renoir? Should they be brought back, even though their deaths were more fair, to use a wholly inadequate term, than the deaths of those who were suddenly gommaged moments after they thought they had been granted decades of life? What does life mean in this world if death is something that can be undone? That is a question posed more poignantly by the other reaction to Verso's betrayal. In sharp contrast to Lune, Ciel could hardly care less about being double-crossed and cares only about Maelle's newfound ability and the chance to be reunited with Pierre.
I thought you'd be more upset.
I was. I got over it. Everything I knew about our world is wrong. And you know what? I don't care. 'Cause death isn't death anymore. And that means I can see my husband again.
Ciel.
Oh, please. I'd sacrifice you in a heartbeat to get him back. So, I understand.
Ciel re-emphasizes this desire as she talks with Lune and Maelle around the campfire.
For the first time in a long time, I have hope.
Now, here's the strange thing. In a conversation that happens shortly after this one, Verso asks Ciel if she would have created a copy of Pierre, as Verso is a copy of Verso.
If you ask me now, then no. I've seen how this torments you. I wouldn't wish that on others. But if you had asked me back then, I would have done anything to see him again. To hear his voice. To feel his arms around me.
At first, it might seem as if she is being contradictory. She wants her dead husband back, but wouldn't do what Aline did? Seems hypocritical, but death in the canvas is not like death outside. The dead we have clearly seen can be brought back, though whether or not Ciel and Lune are themselves in every way, unlike the Gestrals, who are notably if slightly different upon reincarnation, is not entirely certain. Either way, Ciel believes that the husband whom Maelle can restore will be her, Pierre, which brings us to one of the most heart-wrenching scenes in the entire game. See, from the very beginning of the story, Ciel made her aversion to large bodies of water quite clear with her refusal to cross the sea while anything less than moderately tipsy. When the 33s meet Esquier, he refers to her as my terrible swimmer friend, suggesting some incident involving a near drowning which Esquier somehow knows about. We have also observed Ciel understand Gustave's hints at his own near self Gommage quite quickly, suggesting she is all too familiar with such thoughts. And now, we get the full story.
When I lost Pierre, I tried to swim away from Lumiere. I swam for as long as I could. As far as the waves would carry me. Until I could no longer swim. But I woke up the next day in Lumiere. On the docks. I was alive. And I have no idea what happened. What I didn't know then, what the hospital told me, was that I was pregnant. But that I had lost the child.
Ciel.
I desperately want Maelle to bring everyone back. To bring Pierre back. But I don't know how to tell him. I lost our baby. She would have been 6.
Game, why do you gotta do this to me? I don't even know what to say. No wonder Ciel wasn't broken by the slaughter on the beach. No wonder all she sought was peace and contentment for her friends. No wonder she wore a mask so long that it became her true face. But she found a way to continue. After Esquier rescued her, anyway.
You saved me. Back then. Wait, but how?
I heard your tears.
From so far away?
I heard you, so I came.
Do you think we could have resolved this whole situation if we just had Esquier give Aline and Renoir a hug? Surely it would have been worth a shot. Anyway, as I was saying, Ciel decided that it was worth living on, that she could carry on her husband's work by taking his place as a teacher, that she could keep his spirit alive by never leaving the side of someone who needed her. In this, she stands in stark contrast to Aline de Sandra, who, after the loss of her own child, was also plunged into despair, but who failed to make her way out of that pit, abandoning the people, including her other 2 children, especially Alicia, who needed a consoler, a rock, a mother, as they dealt with that same loss. But instead, she fled from them.
The person I cannot be around is Alicia. Her pain is a broken mirror. The shards reflecting back tenfold, and every moment with her the cuts deepen and I feel myself unraveling.
Meanwhile, Ciel went back to Pierre's school, working with the students he used to teach. because she cared more about him and what he meant to everyone who knew him than she did about avoiding her own pain. That is love. For that matter, the people of Lumiere embody all of the core elements of the Expeditioner's Oath far better than the Descenders do. Ciel versus Aline is an excellent example of how the painted people embody when one falls, we continue, but it goes far beyond the loss of a single child. Lumiere is defined by constant and altogether too early loss of life, but they continue. Not only do they keep sending expedition after expedition into the unknown in the hopes of breaking this cycle, they also keep their society running. They are organized, focused, driven, and impeccably well-dressed. Even if they were never to discover who the Paintress is or why she does what she appears to do, they would continue until they could quite literally continue no more. They refuse to let the loss of family and friends stop them in their tracks and wallow in their own grief. What other choice did they have? And that's the thing. Aline had a choice that no other human has ever had. She possessed the power to paper over her pain, so she did. And of course she did. I mean, Ciel did just say that she would have done the same thing before learning all that she has now learned. She continued, Lumiere continued, at least in part because they could not do as Aline did. That's the insidious thing about not just power, but free will itself. Given the chance, we will often make the wrong choice, time after time after time, and might only be spared from a certain failing because someone else has provided us with a cautionary tale, and therein lies one of the many beauties of tragedy. Now, many people, myself included, prefer triumphant tales of heroism where, in the end, good defeats evil and our happy hero returns to the home that he has saved. This is not that story. Even when it seemed to be, as the remaining 33s returned to Lumiere as their city's saviors, we knew something was amiss. Even if we hadn't realized yet what was coming, we could not have forgotten about all the mysteries, the lies, the unknowns. When the Gommage finally hit, it was, in a way, a relief. A release of the enormous amount of tension that had been building up as the second act reached its climax. Of course, that tension was then immediately replaced by a new source of tension, as we wondered what on earth was going to happen next. Is this how the game ends? It isn't. Clearly, as tragedy is not merely bad thing happens, but rather people make bad choices, typically ones that they believe they have to make. In order to actually be enlightened instead of merely being depressed by this story, we had to understand why the Gommage occurred, leading us to the Descendre family and their failure to continue. But this family of painters also fails to believe that tomorrow comes. As we discussed earlier in this video, that maxim has two meanings, one of hope and one of inevitability, which harmonize in a beautiful way. But Aline refused to believe that tomorrow is here. When tragedy struck, she stopped believing in her tomorrow, stopped hoping for the promise of a new day because Verso's tomorrow arrived far sooner than it should have. Instead of accepting that tomorrow as it arrived, Aline sought to live in yesterday, sought to make things not as they are. But we cannot take back anything we do, not the stroke of a brush, the swing of a sword, or a single careless word that cuts far deeper than we could have ever imagined. And in seeking to do so, Aline's only accomplishment was to delay tomorrow. The painters, we are told, cannot live forever inside their canvases. They will, if they stay there too long, lose themselves, becoming sick, going insane, dying. No matter how long they put it off, tomorrow will come. This is a reality that the Expeditioners and all of Lumiere recognize and accept. They know the day of their Gommage draws inexorably near, and they prepare for it. They understand their time is limited, and so they seek to give more tomorrows to future generations, to those who come after. Aline's third failure, of course, is her choice to abandon her family, the man whom she chose to marry and the children they were given, for a family that she fashioned and shaped according to her own wishes. And yes, that includes Alicia and her scars. Bringing Verso back from the dead was no problem, but apparently giving Alicia a functioning mouth and throat was beyond the pale. Later on, we'll dive more deeply into how that affects her daughter, but Aline's decision here sheds some light on something Painted Renoir says during his final confrontation with the 33s.
The pain of losing you, she made me inherited. Punishment, perhaps, for not being there when it mattered.
Now that we fully understand the context around that line, we might have another question. Why does Renoir suffer the pain of losing Verso when his Verso, the only son he has ever known, is standing right there in front of him, angry, but healthy, hale, and alive? Well, Renoir tells you it's punishment. Aline failed to leave her anger behind when she entered the canvas. She carried it with her, letting it infect her creative work as she fashioned her new family, scarring painted Alicia's face and inflicting mental misery on her painted husband. I wonder if painted Renoir had the slightest clue why he felt such grief and pain before the fracture and the new knowledge it must have brought. We should not be surprised that Aline would harm her painted family in this way. It's not as if she treated her actual children in an ideal manner after Verso's death. Beyond everything else, we must recognize this fundamental point. She abandoned them. She chose to live for herself, to ignore and neglect those who come after. Their futures were unimportant, their tomorrows forgotten. Again, we see the complete opposite of this abandonment in the expeditions. Everything they do for those who come after. It's not that every expeditioner is perfectly selfless, or that they never give in to the temptations of frivolity or despair. Our exemplar of this motto, after all, very nearly abandoned it, not once, but twice. He just about gave up all hope upon discovering Catherine's corpse, and even after reuniting with Lune, he was intent on getting Maelle back to Lumiere, which was obviously going to be impossible because they didn't have a ship anymore, so clearly Gustave was not thinking straight at all here. But he recovered. He rediscovered the motive that drove him to invent the Lumina converter, to embark on the expedition, and finally to give his life for those who come after. What Gustave did not do, however, was take that journey by himself. One of the absolute best elements of Clair Obscur's character writing is that it shows just how much these friends depend upon each other, how their entire society depends on one another. Lumiere did away with last names sometime after Monolith Year 48, as that expedition journal includes surnames, not because legacy and family aren't important, but because the entire city is supposed to be each other's family. They are all supposed to be a united front working for the common good, everyone contributing to his ability and according to his talents. In that, it is an almost idyllic place, which once again is spotlighted by the darkness of the larger world around Lumiere. So it's no wonder that Maelle wants to bring them all back.
You're not an orphan anymore. You just found your family. Don't you want to be with them?
I love my family, but they're all gone, in one way or another. And you're my family too. So are Gustave and Emma. And I didn't see it at the time, but all the families who took turns taking care of me.
Maelle, I can't believe there's another world out there. A world I'll never get to see.
I love how Lune phrases that. There's another world out there. That statement implies that this world, the fractured canvas, is a world. I mean, yes, of course, someone who lives in that world will think that it's real, but come on, these are people. They think, they believe, they are. Are they less real, perhaps, than their creators? Maybe. Do life and death inside the canvas mean less due to the painter's power to end and begin both at will? Possibly. We will discuss this in more detail when talking about the game's endings, but make no mistake, these lives are lived. Lune certainly thinks so, and it is to her character arc's finale that we now turn our attention. Lune's parents, you may remember, devoted their lives to uncovering the secrets of the Paintress and ultimately died along with the rest of Expedition 46. Before the 33s returned to Lumiere to confront original Renoir and wrest control of the canvas away from him, Lune asks Verso if he happens to know where the 46s fell, and of course he does, so they journey to the outskirts of Seren's Island where we find their journal.
Brigitte finally succumbed to her infection. She fought off that blasted Nevron for 4 days and 4 nights, saving the rest of us, but it gashed her badly. Toward the end, she seemed almost peaceful. She said not to worry. Her daughter Lune will finish their work.
To be certain, this was a noble end for Lune's parents. They were part of the grand tradition of laying the trail for future generations, and they made it exceptionally far before falling, proving their strategy of lifelong research to be quite effective. But parenting is complicated. You might want what is best for your child so badly that you forget to give her what is good.
All my life, everything we did was about the Paintress. It was a constant hum in the background. This worry, this responsibility, just always there. Always. Always. There was no relief. Never. Even when I sleep, it's still there. Like a breath I can never release.
That's a lot of pressure.
Even her last words were still, finish our work. My only value to them. Not as a daughter, but as a backup plan. For their legacy.
I wonder what Lune expected or hoped to find in Expedition 46's journal. Doubtless her parents were leaders in their expedition. Certainly they would have been the most diligent about taking notes to pass on to those who would come after them. So it's obvious that Lune knew she would find some words of her parents recorded for posterity. Perhaps she sought a simple note of love, or even just a message of hope or inspiration. Instead, what she got was a statement. Lune will finish our work. Not, we hope you will pick up the trail where we left it, or we love you and are proud to call you our daughter, but finish this. No points for effort, only results. How ironic then that the result of the victory which they helped win was what it was. I don't say that to fault Lune's parents any more than I fault anyone else for their failures. They were placed in an impossible situation and made a choice that could be called cruel, but that could also reasonably be called necessary. Sacrificing everything for the sake of a noble cause is hardly a theme unique to this game, and yet it is clearly not an ideal to imitate.
I still hear their voices in my head, and running away won't silence them.
They're dead. The voices aren't theirs. They're yours. Even if they were alive, the voices in your head, the voices you listen to, have to be your own.
Is that how it works for you?
Getting there.
The voices we listen to have to be our own. Ultimately, the choices we make are ours. No one else made us do what we did. Yes, there are countless influences and innumerable factors that affect our decisions, and the choices of people in our lives weigh heavily upon us, urging us one way or the other, but when it comes down to it, we choose one course of action over another. Now, there are cases, strong addiction, for example, where we may not have the will or grace sufficient to overcome a particular temptation, but it is generally best to assume that we can choose to listen to the voice that we select, not the one that we believe to be our parents, our vices, or whatever other source. I love how that line blends self-determination with responsibility and agency. Yes, you can make of yourself whatever you want, but then you are unmistakably responsible for the choices you make. If you want the credit, you will have to take the blame as well. So, what does Lune choose? Well, for starters, she opts to spend an evening imitating Gustave's philosophy of enjoying the uselessness of today.
My parents said music was frivolous, but you know what? The voices we listen to have to be our own. And I've decided to be a little selfish with my time. Our problems will still be there in the morning.
Now, the critic in me must point out that Lune is clearly an experienced guitar player, and we saw her playing on the day of the Gommage, so it's not like she never had time to practice, but that is about the tiniest of nits which one could pick. Is there perhaps a more significant way in which Lune exercises this newfound freedom of mind? Well, to answer that question, we had better move on in our story, turning our attention to the most loyal of friends, Minoko and Esquier. Now, there's not a ton to Esquier's final side quest. He remembers that his lost rock Uri, which allows him to go underwater, is in the possession of François, and works with Verso to create a rock sculpture of the sultry tortoise with his best friend Clair, well, former best friend. From François' reaction after you leave the statue with him, he dearly misses the eldest Cassandra, but she appears to have forgotten all about him. It's like if Christopher Robin left Eeyore by himself for a few centuries and then tried to burn down the 100-acre woods. And it's adorable that Esquier doesn't believe that.
They are best friends. It's been a few centuries, but she wouldn't leave him. Just like he would never leave me. Let's keep going on adventures forever.
Oh, Esquier, you are too pure, too good. In the absence of Gustave, I think we should let Esquier make all the important decisions. Though perhaps we should give the humans some amount of veto power so they don't end up eating poisonous mushroom soup like Expedition 66 did. Anyway, I love that Esquier doesn't care that Verso isn't Verso. He loves his friend for who he is. Like I said, the big marshmallow is simply too wholesome for this world. Minoko is too, in his own way. His penchant for violence and feat cannot obscure the genuine, unadulterated, unconditional love that he has for his friends, and thus his melancholy at having helped Verso reach his goal, knowing what it would mean for the expeditioners who fought by his side.
I know I shouldn't grow attached to humans. They are ephemeral creatures. They come and go, and when they go, they never come back. Yet, I share their sadness. I share their joy. Am I loyal because that's who I am? Or because Verso painted me that way?
This is an important question. Welcome to the debate on free will, Minoko. But in this one instance, I would suggest that the fact that he can even question his motivations is reason enough to believe that they are, in fact, his own. Sure, Verso may have painted Minoko as this world's version of the family dog. I mean, that's literally what he did. Also what the developers did. But the young painter gave his best friend more than a bond. He gave him life. He gave him the ability to choose to love. He gave him a new beginning. It is this same desire that urges Minoko, on the eve of their battle with Renoir, a conflict that will decide the fate of the canvas, to travel to the sacred river and bring Noko back from the dead.
Who knows how much time tomorrow will allow? No. Let us give Noko the gift of today.
There is a problem, however, in that Golgra, the gestural chef, is strict about enforcing the queue, each gestural having to wait its turn before being reborn in the river. Minoko, however, has a clever solution to bypass the line.
Golgra, I demand a trial by combat.
Do I have to participate?
Please help me.
If you'll excuse me, I must talk about the gameplay for a bit. This is not an easy fight. Golgra hits like an absolute truck, and her attacks are swift and many. However, she is only one enemy, and I accidentally discovered a cheese strategy where Minoko would switch back and forth between Heavy Mask, where he would shield himself and Verso, and Agile Mask, where he would fill Golgra's break bar by 20% each time, even though he did very little damage. I found that I could reliably chip her down while managing to avoid pretty much all damage thanks to the constant shields. Could I have done this faster if I switched up builds to be higher damage and learned her moveset better? Yeah, probably, but this worked. And canonically, I kind of like the idea that the only way to possibly defeat Golgra is to bore her half to death.
Oh, come on. You're just afraid of losing.
Minoko, please, shut up.
I won't say thank you. Thank you.
As hilarious as this scene is, we must remember that death and reincarnation are not without their costs, and little Noko does not remember the expeditioners or the mission, and is only able to return home, leaving Minoko not a little put out.
Not yet, I'm afraid. We have a mission. Do you remember our expeditioner friends? They'll be happy to see you. They were very worried. Come, let's go back to camp. We found many treasures for you to trade.
Marotura Noko tu villaggio. Noko gami biva. Noko? Mi boruna che na villaggio?
But I'm Noko's guardian.
I know you want to keep Noko by your side, but it's safer there. You'll see Noko when we get back to the village.
Wait for me. I'll be back as soon as I can.
The main observable difference between bringing a Gestral back and bringing a human back is that with the Gestrals, the body never goes away. Minoko is quite confident that this is Noko. Death has changed him as it must, but he still is who he has always been. When a human body is gommaged, dissolved into a swirling mix of chroma and flower petals, and then brought back, things seem less certain. Are Ciel and Lune really the same people as they were before? They certainly act the same and no one around them notes any differences, but the simple fact that their bodies were gone allows some measure of doubt to seep in. This speaks to a truth about human existence that the transhumanist movement would have you discard. We do not merely possess and use our bodies. We are our bodies. Body, mind, and soul are each a part of a whole one. What we do to each of those affects the others. So when Minoko speaks of a new beginning for Verso, it is unclear exactly what that means.
Verso gave us many new beginnings. He would have wanted a new beginning for you too. You deserve a new beginning. If you want one. Every one of us does.
Does he mean return to chroma, which then gets recycled into a new person? Is that how life within the canvas works? How can one truly appreciate a new beginning when one doesn't even know that it is a fresh start? Clearly, some of the memories of the Gestrals are retained when they are reborn. Perhaps like when you come back to a game you haven't played in a long time and get to load up a new save. But would it be the same way for a human? I don't really have an answer for you. We'll talk more about exactly what life in the canvas is later on, but it's quite clear that much of it is left open to the player's interpretation. And that's how a lot of good art is, really. One of the key balancing acts an artist must make is conveying her themes clearly enough without bashing the audience over the head with them. Things must be just vague enough to ensure that the reader, viewer, or player has to actually think about the story they are experiencing in order to understand it fully. This is the classic tactic of parables, as shown in our final side quest. This adventure kicks off because Maelle found Alicia's letter, the one that was half addressed to her, decides to speak to her painted counterpart, and is determined to do so despite Verso's protestations. This leads them to an incredible feat of engineering, scaffolding that reaches an unfathomable distance into the sky.
How did it get so large?
She wasn't always this tall, but she's obsessed with reaching the stars, so...
Papa and his parables.
Parables?
He never paints just to paint. Everything has to have layers and layers of meaning and purpose. Everything's a lesson.
What's the lesson with this one?
Hope.
Maelle, the original Alicia, does not have the highest self-esteem. Certainly her accidentally causing the death of her older brother is a partial cause, but we can tell from the out-of-body experience that Painted Renoir gave her that she was not the most capable and confident of people even before Verso went up in flames.
You know she's too weak for this. How could you let her take such a risk?
You only care when things are right in front of you. My sweet child, you are supposed to stay home.
As we have seen with Lune, the expectations of parents weigh heavily upon their children, and Alicia, being the youngest, grew up seeing her older siblings accomplish great things and winning their parents' admirations.
Claire's the oldest. She's just so perfect, so accomplished and talented. Papa's favorite. He's so proud of her. And Verso could always make Papa laugh. I had so many inside jokes. Then there's me.
And then there's you. The actual favorite. The one he calls his hidden star, but who's too shy and self-conscious to see it.
Yet here I am, messing things up even more.
Look around. He just wants you to fly.
What's really fascinating about this particular axon is that it's pitiful. Visage, representing Verso, was this fascinating, mysterious figure who pretended not to be who he really was, just as Verso himself wore the mask of a painter all his life when all he really wanted to do was play music, and he expressed that element of his personality by giving all of his creations, Esquier, the Grandies, and the Gestrals, masks of their own. Seren, the essence of Aline created by her husband, was an effortlessly charming creature whom only the strongest-willed could resist. But the Reacher, Alicia, is a sad, broken little being hidden away in a cave. What are we to make of that? It certainly seems like a rather harsh way to view your daughter, the one who is supposedly your favorite. But remember that the axons were created by Renoir after the clash between himself and Aline. Minoko confirms this.
This kind of place never existed before the fracture.
So by the time Renoir created her axon, Alicia would have already been scarred, broken, barely able to function. And yet, he saw within her, within the essence of who she truly is, a spark of hope. Renoir believed that, despite the wounds which could never fully heal, Alicia could soar, could find a way to live once again. Before we actually reach the axon itself, we find painted Alicia, who appears to be pretty much over everything and is ready to simply be done. She rejects the letter Verso hands her, its purpose moot since Verso ignored Alicia's desire for her counterpart to read it, offers Maelle a duel, perhaps as a way to concede her place as the true Alicia, and then asks to be gommaged. And Maelle obliges.
Send me to my family.
Wait.
Maelle!
There is a lot to take in here. This is an absolute mess of a situation, morally speaking, and when we find ourselves in such a quagmire, I find the best way to make sense of everything is to try to understand the character motivations. In an interview, Jennifer Sauveur-Yen talked about how one of the most important focal points in her writing was empathy. She wanted the players to be able to feel compassion and sympathy for the characters whom she wrote. So with that in mind, let us examine Alicia's motivations in this moment, understand why she wanted what she did, and consider how that affects our view of this scene. We ought to start way back in the beginning. I hear it's a very good place to start, when we are first introduced to Alicia through the cryptic poem that she recites over the sleeping expeditioners.
I envy them. Those who can't see. Those who know not that they are not.
This is a pretty obvious reference to the expeditioners not realizing that they are not fully real, at least not as Alicia sees it, and she wishes she could be like them in that ignorance.
Fresh dawn in their playground, while we live in shadows, swimming in ink. We are but a fragile dream, a singular weed, resisting. Ever resisting that iron dirt, that eternal law.
Here she draws a contrast between herself and her painted family and the people of Lumiere. The replica Descendre family lives perpetually in the shadows of those on whom they are based. They are Aline's fragile dream that refuses to give in to the eternal law of death, who are not granted a natural end, which would result in them being buried in that iron dirt from which no one escapes. Alicia not only envies the expeditioners' ignorant bliss, she also desires to live as they live and die as they die. There are a couple reasons for this, the most obvious which is her scars. To reiterate, Aline chose to give Alicia those scars and the memory of the fire that explains them. She could have easily made her daughter hale and whole, able to talk and breathe without pain, but she did not. She punished her. How messed up is that? Can you imagine how awful that must make Alicia feel? Pain and suffering are, unfortunately, inevitabilities of life, but to have them inflicted on you constantly, unendingly, because of the mistake that someone else made, practically defies human imagination. Perhaps she has memories of times before the fire, ones she now knows are fake, but at the very least, Alicia has lived for 67 years in this condition, knowing it will never improve and that she will suffer this pain eternally. Of course she wants to escape. Now, before we go drawing any parallels to our own world and the screwed up quote-unquote medical practice this most closely resembles, we need to remember the other factor playing into Alicia's desire to be gommaged. Her life is not at all like any life that has ever been lived by any human on this earth. No matter how badly we may be suffering, we are called to live our lives as best we can until the day our bodies fail us, which they inevitably will. Despite all the agonies that assail us, we continue. We know we are only given so much time, and it is our duty to use that time to grow in virtue, to serve others, to love those in our lives with everything that we have. If you take away death, earthly life loses so much of its meaning. When time is not limited, it is no longer valuable. You might believe in eternal life, I certainly do, but this present, tumultuous, unpredictable life of ours is defined by its limited temporality. We are not meant to be here forever. For all that, I don't think that Alicia and Maelle made the best collective choice here. It seems that once again, our heroes fell victim to a false dichotomy. Let painted Alicia live on forever, with the eternal pains, scars, and guilt which were inflicted upon her by what is essentially a vengeful goddess, or end her existence entirely. Were other options not available? We learned that Clair was able to paint over her painted version in order to enslave her and turn her into a Nevron factory. Could Maelle, as the person from whom Alicia is copied, not wield that same sort of power for good, healing her painted counterpart of her scars? Could she not have given Alicia the gift of a normal life which would end as lives within the canvas are supposed to end? Okay, so during the course of editing, I did realize that Maelle says Clair is the only one talented enough to do that, so I guess the answer is no, according to Maelle in this moment, but as we'll see later, there are some things that happen that cast that into doubt. More on that as we talk about stuff to come. We do have every indication, by the way, that the people of Lumiere used to live normal human lifespans. The Gommage was not officially recorded for a decade and a half, clearly indicating that most people in Painted Paris did not live past the age of 85. So giving Alicia an ordinary life is theoretically possible, but then we have to ask, how old is she? Verso says he has lived over 100 years, and assumedly his sister was painted at the same time, so really she's well beyond what most humans, painted or not, expect to live. But those years have also not been real years. Alicia has survived for over a century, but she's not gotten a chance to truly live. Would she like to have that opportunity? As far as we can tell, she is well past considering that possibility, which is very much in line with the tragic theme of this game. People continue to make choices that are undoubtedly unhealthy, if understandable, because their pain, their grief, and ultimately their despair have blinded them to possible futures in which they can be truly and fully healed. Painted Alicia, however, is not the only person with agency in this situation. Maelle had a choice too. She could have refused Alicia's request. She also had a responsibility, I would argue, to explore those other options before sending her counterpart into the great chromatic beyond. Verso certainly would agree with me.
You just erased her.
Verso.
You've lost 2 brothers. You know what it's like to lose your sibling and never get the chance to say goodbye. You painters, you just do what you want. You don't care how it affects the rest of us.
Maelle couches her argument in sympathy, and while it would be impossible not to empathize with Alicia's suffering, something is very off about Maelle's attitude here. For one thing, we see her standing rather imperiously after gommaging Alicia, not showing even the slightest hint of sympathy for Verso as he rushes to where his sister stood just a moment before. We get the sense that Maelle, to an extent, enjoys being able to wield her power as a paintress, and perhaps her readiness to gommage Alicia was partly due to her desire to be the only Alicia. Aline didn't paint another version of herself after all. She wanted to be the one with the family. If painted Alicia stuck around, not only would that make for a weird sibling triangle with her, Maelle, and Verso, she would also be a reminder of a life that Maelle is clearly trying to leave behind.
She's the last of my family. I have no one left now.
You have me. You have us.
Maelle, I wasn't ready.
Don't understand. You were ready when you set Papa free. You expected that he would erase the canvas and everyone in it. Isn't that the same thing?
It's different. It's different.
Verso doesn't explain how it's different, so I will, and it's really quite simple. He wouldn't have to live without his sister, without his family. There's also his formally and privately expressed desire to have Maelle bring back Julie and all of Lumiere, but he does not express said desire right now. Verso is confused, trying to puzzle out how to deal with a second paintress who clearly has a strong emotional attachment to his world at the expense of her life outside the canvas. Yes, the goal he has sought for decades was finally accomplished. Aline was removed from the canvas, his mother safe from herself, but he never anticipated this particular difficulty. So he is forced to ask himself, do I want to continue? Do I want everyone to be able to continue seeing what it might cost Maelle? And right now he's not so sure, though his sister being gommaged certainly edges the needle towards no. He does, after all, view that event as a betrayal on Maelle's part, and he's had quite enough of family conflict over the years. It's not as if Verso is innocent of such crimes, however, as we discover when Maelle first finds out that Verso knew about her rebirth in Lumiere, but kept his distance because Clair thought it was better for her, and then finally works up the courage to ask him what really happened on that cliff.
Did you let Renoir kill Gustave? Could you have saved him?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Why?
I was afraid. If you found out about the canvas and he was there, you would refuse to help me send Maman home.
So you let him die?
I did. I should have told you everything sooner, but I couldn't take any chances.
Thanks for telling me the truth.
Okay, look, yes, we all want to throw Verso off the cliff at this moment, but is revenge really worth it? Absolutely. Everybody please help me push. But before we get swept away in our rage, we should ask, why doesn't Maelle? Gustave meant the world to her. His death absolutely devastated her. She spent the following weeks obsessed with hunting down the man responsible so she can kill him. But when she finds the man truly responsible, or at least who shares the blame, she's just kind of like, huh, interesting. Anyway, want to put a new message on the Monolith? I would think Maelle would be a tad more upset, to put it mildly. Now, perhaps Maelle has simply found inner peace, empathy, and thus forgiveness, or more likely, she's not really worried about it because she plans to bring Gustave back as soon as they defeat Renoir and she gains control over the canvas's chroma, which strikes me as odd. Yeah, it's whatever, I can just undo it, is not a normal attitude. It's a point of view that looks at Gustave as something that was stolen from her but will be returned, rather than a life that was purposefully ended or allowed to end, one that is precious, inimitable, and irreplaceable. As much as I also want Gustave back, I cannot hide from the disquieting, uneasy feeling which this conversation stirred up inside me. Again, if death isn't really death, then life isn't really life. It cannot be as precious and beautiful if it is something that can be restored without consequence or limit. To add to my discomfort, the 33 select a rather unorthodox plan for their invasion of Lumiere. Rather than simply charge in, the 5 of them, as they have done countless times before, they decide they need an army. With Renoir controlling all the active chroma in the canvas, they can't raise such an army. Wait, though they totally could, right? I mean, the Gestals are right there. Minoko's still here, so assumedly they didn't get gommaged. These kids at the beginning had it right.
I'll raise a Gestral army and we'll crush the paintress.
Too bad Gustave isn't here. He's the only one who would have heard that idea, and probably the only one with the ingenuity to make it work. Can you imagine him at the head of a horde of Sacapatats, sweeping Nevron aside like chaff? Anyway, since our heroes somehow fail to think of the Gestrals, they instead resort to using Maelle's paintress powers to reanimate the chroma within the dead, petrified expeditioners, giving them what is effectively a zombie army. That's kind of disturbing. Whatever, don't think about it. The greatest expedition in history is about to begin.
We'll have to move fast. I can't maintain them for very long. tomorrow comes.
Are these expeditioners alive just on borrowed time? Maelle says she can only sustain them for so long, but what if she defeated Renoir while they were still going? Could she keep them quote-unquote alive? For that matter, could she bring Ciel's baby back? How many generations should Maelle restore when she's bringing life back to Lumiere? I bring up all those questions to highlight the point that when humans essentially play God, exercising power over life and death, the morality of it all is so disturbing that really the only thing that's clear is we should just not do it. I suppose Maelle's plan is to simply bring back those who were wiped out by the big Gommage and Gustave, which makes things a little simpler, but can you imagine how many people would want her to bring back their parents, their older siblings, anyone they loved while they were still alive, and who should still, according to normal human aging, be alive now? I suppose that's an option too, everyone under the age of 100 or what have you, but it's still quite clear that this is a decision that should not be made as lightly and easily as Maelle has made it. And speaking of difficult decisions, in Lumiere we re-encounter the young boy who is pondering a choice of his own. Maybe I should continue forever, he starts, but goes on to say, he is here, doing what needs to be done, what I can't do anymore, for my sake, and theirs. If you haven't figured it out yet, don't feel bad because I hadn't either. For some reason, I never really spent much time wondering who this kid was. I like to think that I would have figured it out earlier if I had wondered, but anyway, it's Verso, or rather, it's the fragment of Verso's soul that was referred to earlier, the part of him that is keeping the canvas alive, the only remnant of their son that the Descenders have left. And he is conflicted. It seems in this moment that he has sided with Renoir, convinced the canvas must be erased. But if you choose the other dialogue option when talking to him, he says yes, unless, no, maybe I should never stop, but... So even he is conflicted as to how all this should play out. This begs the question, why the conflict? Is it unnatural in this fantasy world in which they all live, inside canvas and out, for a soul fragment to continue painting after bodily death? Are the paintings of the deceased generally destroyed for that very reason? Or is it in fact quite normal to keep intact the canvases of the dead, and some other factor is causing Verso's soul to question what he should do? I believe the latter theory holds more water, as evidenced by other conversations you can have with the young boy. For one, there is the early encounter you have with him, in which he says, "This place was made to bring joy, not pain, but pain is everywhere. This creature, beautiful and deadly. She was my best friend, but she outgrew us, had more important things and friends left me behind." Now that we know the full cast of characters, we can surmise that the she to which little Verso refers here is not Aline, but Clair, his older sister. Clair, the Susan Pevensey in the last battle of the group, has become convinced that the canvas is nothing more than a distraction and needs to be destroyed. To that end, as we know, she introduced the Neverons, most of which just kill expeditioners, but some of which are actively eating the world itself. The torment that afflicts this remnant of Verso seems largely to be inflicted by Clair's actions. I wish she would have listened to me, then she wouldn't have to make this painting suffer. It's unclear, as far as I can tell, what exactly listening to me would have entailed, but it is clear beyond a shadow of a doubt that Verso, the original Verso, believed his canvas to be unmistakably real. With regards to the painted version of Clair, he says, "Painting or not, she had feelings and a soul. That's what I think, at least, but I know she thinks differently. For me, everything in this canvas is as much alive as what is outside." This game's player base agrees on a great many things, such as how incredible the game is, how amazingly talented the voice and motion capture actors are, how skillful and clever the writing is, how the art style perfectly fits the story they are telling, and of course, how the soundtrack is just one banger after another. I mean, have you heard Renoir's boss theme? I'd play the entire 11 minutes, but I think this video is already quite long enough. Anyway, one of the few points of regular disagreement among the fanbase is whether or not the canvas and its denizens are in fact real. I fall firmly on the "it's definitely real" side, but many people do not, and I love that that divide is not exclusive to our reality, it exists within the game's own universe. Because, of course it does. People are naturally going to have different views of this created world that exists within a picture frame which they or their family have created. Clair views the people of Lumiere, the Gestrals, the Grandees, Esquier, and anyone or anything else who might inhabit the canvas as of no more value than we might ascribe to a character in a video game. Verso believes that his creations and Aline's have an eternal element to them, one way or another. We never get a definitively explicit answer as to who is right, but we will come pretty close, as you will see once we reach the endings, which are now rapidly approaching. Yes, my friends, we have finally reached the final battle of Clair Obscur, as Maelle, Verso, and company finish fighting their way through Lumiere and arrive to find Renoir Original Flavor waiting for them.
Papa?
Alicia.
Please, I just want you to understand what this canvas means to me.
I do understand. I know how powerful and intoxicating it is. How deeply attached we can become to the worlds we pour our hearts and souls into. I was enthralled, and it nearly killed me.
It doesn't mean you have to erase Verso's canvas.
Child, do you think I want to? After all the sorrows we've endured, do you really think that I want to destroy this last piece of his soul?
Then don't.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices. We do what we must.
The theme of life's cruel choices has been present from the very beginning of this game. Do you stay in Lumiere and accept your inevitable death on the appointed day? Or do you shorten your already abridged life by venturing into an unknown from which no one has ever returned? Do you lead your adopted sister/daughter into mortal danger after mortal danger, or do you usher her to safety and deprive her of the chance to fight at your side? Do you join this expedition and get to engage in glorious combat one more time, or do you stay behind so you do not have to see more friends die? Do you choose to make friends with the people whom you are leading to their doom, getting a chance to enjoy friendship one last time, or do you accept the inevitable loneliness which you think you deserve? Do you destroy the last remaining tangible reminder you have of your son? Or do you risk losing your wife and daughter who have refused to make that same sacrifice? The word cruel is not used lightly here. In all of those scenarios, each apparently dichotomous choice will inevitably result in no small amount of pain and suffering. That is what makes this story a proper tragedy. It is filled with people who want what is good, but who feel trapped, compelled to choose one evil or another.
Grief often blinds us, and we make choices we can never take back.
You grieve for two.
I grieve for many.
The choices of parents leave indelible marks upon their children. But ultimately, the voices in their head have to be their own. You cannot set the boundaries of their life for them.
After the fire, you wanted me to find new joy in life. And I tried. But I couldn't. Verso died because of me. How do I get from that to joy?
Child, it will get better, I promise you. But this is not the way. Your friends speak truth. And it changes nothing. You can hate me. But that's a choice I must make. As your father, I must look out for you. Especially when you can't look out for yourself.
You treat me as if I'm still 5!
I treat you as if the shadow from the worst day of our lives is going to suffocate you and take you from us too!
I don't think I've specifically called out Andy Serkis yet, and really, all the cast absolutely crushed it, but man, what a performance he turned in. The sheer emotion he puts into that last line is indescribable. I hardly know where to start talking about this segment. I want to just gush about how much I love it, how brilliant the writing is, how perfectly the characters mesh together. So yeah, I guess I'll just do that. Ciel is still Ciel, empathizing with Renoir's sorrow, but she is also wiser than she was when they left Lumiere. Choosing to confess her deepest secret and her most shameful sin to another person allowed her to finally come to terms with her own guilt. To do more than put a mask on and be a good friend, it now allows her to advise and encourage Renoir, if only he would listen. We have seen Lune constantly, obsessively focused on the mission that her parents passed on to her. We saw her embrace that identity because it was how she found meaning and purpose. It took her entire world being flipped upside down, her lifelong achievement being turned into the worst mistake one could make, for Lune to realize that she and no one else could set the direction for her life, nor could she place the blame for her failures on anyone but herself. And so she urges Renoir to give Maelle what her own parents did not give her: a choice. And to Renoir's credit, he wants Maelle to make the healthy choice, to embrace her life outside the canvas, to find hope that she will heal in whatever way she can, to trust in him and his love for her. His promise that it will get better is not made in vain. He believes what he says. No parent alive could not help but feel for Renoir in this moment. Who wouldn't want their family back? What husband and father, after suffering an unimaginable loss, would not do everything in his power to keep the shadow of that day from suffocating his family? What man would not cling to the hope that his child can and will get better? It is that hope which makes Renoir such a sympathetic character, despite all the atrocities he has committed over the past decades. Well, really just one repeated atrocity. Remember, this Renoir is an entirely separate being from Painted Renoir, the man responsible for killing Gustave, a crime that I think few players would ever be willing to forgive. Because we love Gustave, and we love what he stands for: hope. Despite the seemingly unbreakable cycle, despite no expedition having ever returned or even sent word back to Lumiere, despite his own sister calling his mission a bloodless guillotine, and despite all the doubt, anger, and gloom evident in the citizens of Lumiere, Gustave persisted in hope. Even though he fell victim to despair, he refused to let that failure weigh him down forever, to define him. Instead, he chose to continue. In his last moments, he believed that his sacrifice would not be in vain, that it would mean something to Maelle, because he had hope for her future. That is why we love Gustave, and here we find the apparent villain of this story modeling that exact same virtue. That begs the question, is Renoir truly a villain? Yes, he is. Renoir is doing all of this for his family, true. He wants his daughter to find healing and live with joy again, absolutely. His desire to help his wife cope with grief in a healthier way is admirable, certainly. Cool motives, still murder. Do we understand where Renoir is coming from and sympathize with his plight? I certainly hope so, just as we feel compassion for Aline, despite her also being a villain in this story, abandoning her family, creating replicas of them to her desired specifications, and inflicting mental and physical pain upon two of them because of the loss she experienced outside the canvas are all clearly selfish, condemnable, villainous actions. And yet, they are understandable. We ought to have sympathy for these villains because most of us, I hope, have not suffered as they have, and I am quite certain that none of us can wield the power that they can. Who am I to say that I would not fall victim to temptation just as Aline did, or that I would not willingly sacrifice everything to get my wife back should she be in Aline's place? And make no mistake, Renoir acknowledges the weight of what he's doing. Unlike Clair, the Descendre Patriarch is compassionate and kind to the people of the canvas. He treats them as individuals with inherent worth, albeit ones he is willing to sacrifice. Your friends speak truth, but it changes nothing. That sounds to me like the language of a man who acknowledges the humanity of the painted people in front of him. He recognizes that they are capable of individual thought, of professing wisdom, but it doesn't matter. Renoir has chosen his course of action. He will see his family whole again, whatever the cost. That willingness to pay any price for his goal is what ultimately makes him villain. A sympathetic, reluctant, and tragic one, but a villain nonetheless. And as there appears to be no way to persuade him to deviate from his chosen path, the final battle must begin.
Enough. I said enough.
know I've talked mostly about Clair Obscur's writing, but its visual storytelling is absolutely second to none. I mean, it's a game set inside a painting. Of course, the imagery it uses is going to be important, but oh my goodness, can we just appreciate the sheer artistry of this transition as Renoir floods the battlefield with his chromatic flowers, how his power as a painter is made manifest in the sky's clearing to illuminate the crimson petals below, and how stunning it all is, not just to us, but to the expeditioners themselves, who are shaken where they stand due to the magnitude of that outburst of chroma from Renoir. Then our adversary transforms into the curator, and of course, his weapon is a curved, sharpened, cruel-looking paintbrush. The insane amount of detail that went into every inch of this world, down to the facial expressions of each character, is astounding. And of course, it's all backed up by one of the best game soundtracks of all time. This is one of the few games where I knew I was nearing the end and really did not want to finish it. I love completing games. I like experiencing the story in full, checking that box and moving on to the next one, but with Expedition 33, let's just say I get it, Maelle. I understand, Aline. I too do not want to leave. But someone has to, so let's see if we can force Renoir to be that one. And during this epic clash, we hear Renoir plead desperately for Maelle to listen to him.
We must accept things as they are, not how we want them to be. What would Verso have wanted, truly?
The tragic thing about Renoir's villainy in this instance is that he's right. Accepting reality as reality is tremendously important if we are ever to heal from our wounds, to overcome our shortcomings, and to outgrow our immaturities. You can't very well find your way to your destination if you refuse to believe the map that tells you you are here. The other point that he tosses out is also tremendously important. What would Verso have wanted? We, the players, never knew that Verso, and while Aline's painted son is assumedly quite like his outside counterpart, we don't meet this version until more than a century into his life, almost all of which has been spent in this chaotic, fractured world. Some core traits of original Verso likely still exist within the one we know, but the weariness imposed by over 6 decades of unending strife leaves us with little certainty as to who Verso really was. We do know a few things about him, however. He is a selfless and loving brother to Alicia. He rescued her from the fire that ultimately killed him rather than saving himself. And since his memories have passed down to painted Verso, we know he is a rather humble man, not begrudging the fact that both his sisters in some way outshone him. Just from these two facts, we can surmise that Verso likely would have wanted Alicia to let go, to seek healing, to live the life that he had saved. Obviously, that is what Renoir implies, but I wanted to perform that brief analysis of the now-dead Verso to show that Alicia's father is correct in that implication. Renoir speaks the truth, but it does not matter. Maelle is dead set on staying, even when her father appears to be unbeatable, regenerating regardless of how much damage they do to him, leaving the expeditioners bewildered and impotent, at a loss as how to continue until a new player enters the game. Or, I should say, re-enters.
No, she can't.
Mama.
Aline, you're going to kill yourself. It's too soon for you to return to any canvas.
two things I want to note here. First, Aline's motive for re-entering the canvas. Renoir and painted Verso had both assumed that once she was forced out, Aline would not immediately dive back in, as painters need to recover after spending a long time in a canvas. Alicia also hid the canvas, which was supposed to delay Aline, but apparently wasn't even a speed bump. What the two men did not account for was Aline's utter disregard for her own well-being, and apparently her sleuthing skill. However, the Dysandra matriarch's motivation is not what it used to be. If she wanted to enter the canvas and stay there, I would guess Aline would have made a more covert entrance, but instead she slams to earth in the middle of the fight and proceeds to give the 33s the opening they need by using her giant paintress to engage and distract Seren, preventing the Axon from continuing to heal Renoir. Huh. Would you look at that? It's Aline, as Renoir would like her to be, fighting with Aline as she is. Poetic irony of the cruelest variety. Does Aline, in doing so, have any hope that she will be able to stay? I can't imagine she does, but she will not see this canvas destroyed by her husband. Whatever price it may extract from her, she will gladly pay. This is not a rational decision, but one driven by instinct, panic, and perhaps some desire for vengeance. Aline has never been the hero of our story. She was long believed to be the villain for most of the narrative, but even as she steps in to keep our hero's hopes alive, it is clear that her motives are less than pure, her actions far more in line with those of a villain. Renoir is right. Again, she is being selfish, although so is he. They are both taking the most expedient paths to their chosen goals, uncaring of the fallout of their actions. The second notable element of this scene is Verso's reaction to his mother's reappearance. He is, to say the least, not happy about it, and it's not exactly hard to imagine why. Until this moment, at least since Maelle returned Lune and Ciel anyway, Verso had at least some small amount of hope that they could have it all. He had, after all, accomplished his main goal, pushing Aline out of the canvas and, he hoped, forcing her to finally begin the process of healing. And while the road from that point has not been perfectly smooth, at least there appears to be some hope for the people of Lumiere, for Lune and Ciel, for all those whom he does genuinely love. Perhaps Verso has been thinking, once we save the canvas from being destroyed, I can convince Maelle to approach the situation in a saner and safer fashion than Aline did. But then, in an instant, that hope is shattered, as Aline demonstrates the tragic fact that she, a fully grown and mature woman, is incapable of leaving the canvas alone. What hope, then, does Maelle have? What are the odds of her ever willingly leaving the canvas in order to pursue healing for herself and her family? Verso, in this moment, clearly counts them to be 0.
Aline, look at Alicia, she can't be here. Aline, it's supposed to be you and me. You against me?
Go home, Renoir. Go paint something else.
Why am I the only one who sees this? Put aside the canvas. It's killing you both.
Again, Renoir is right, but he is and has been so utterly convinced of his own rightness that he let it blind him to all paths other than the one which he decided was the correct one. When Aline refused to return home and her conflict with Renoir shattered the world within the canvas, did Renoir repent of the strife he had caused and seek to make peace? No, he resolved to finish what the fractures started, tearing down year by monolith year the city that Aline had built. I do believe that Aline, not Verso, made Lumiere, by the way. We know that Verso painted this canvas when he was quite young, hence the Gestals being the way they are. And what use would a boy of that age have for a replica of the city in which he lives? The wilderness in which the various creatures of the canvas live is far more exciting than Parisian architecture. Also, do you remember this particular shot of the paintress during her boss battle? How Lumiere can be seen through the hole in her chest, right where her heart should be. It seems quite certain that Aline created this city and its people in an attempt to fill the void left by her son's death. Anyway, Renoir was determined to wrest control of the canvas away from Aline and force her, for her own good, to leave and never come back. A decision he also planned to force upon her by destroying the canvas entirely. And as it turned out, that strategy backfired spectacularly. The patient who does not want to be healed, who rejects treatment, will resist with increasing strength the more you try to force your medicine upon her. This is yet another layer to our tragedy. Those who suffer the most often do not want to choose what will be best for them. do not even feel capable of making that choice. Renoir, Aline, Verso, Alicia, Maelle, all have painted the bars of their own prisons.
Ironic. Your mother was the one who saved me when I lost myself in a canvas. She taught me how to safely use our gift. How to soar without flying too close to the sun. We painted hundreds of canvas worlds, pushing the very boundaries of creation. And she never let me forget that every day we spent here has a price. Yet, here we are now.
So trust her. If she's doing this, then...
I trust what she taught me. This is not a game. You think you know what's at stake, but you don't.
I know precisely what's at stake. You want control. You want to feel like you're doing something. You couldn't save Verso, so you want to save us. Except you're not. Destroying the canvas won't help us move on. It'll just deny us the one place that helped us feel again.
67 years. 67 years I spent trapped within the Monolith. But I persisted. Do you know why? Do you know why I cannot leave her or you behind? This is what I see every day. I cannot spend another day with living corpses. Since the fire, our family has crumbled. Aline in the canvas. Clair fighting a solitary war. You, a living ghost. Verso's death broke us. Want it to be fixed. I need it to be fixed. I cannot lose you too.
Don't you see? That's how I feel about them. I can't lose them either. I've lost too much. Papa, see? I've lost so much.
We both lost so much.
Papa, I don't want to lose you either. I'm not leaving you forever. Just a little longer.
I want to trust you, but...
You can.
keep the light on for you. I hope you find peace. Hold on to each other.
I could not find within me the strength to interrupt that scene with my commentary. Not at this point in the video. Anyway, you've stuck with me for however long it's been. You have earned an uninterrupted conversation between characters in this incredible game. After all, I am not the product here, not the reason you come to this channel or clicked on the video. The story is. And what a remarkable story we have. I said earlier that I'm not typically the biggest fan of tragedies, at least within the genre of fantasy. I tend to prefer stories of heroic victory, of men and women who grow in virtue or who demonstrate the heights of goodness that one can reach, who have endings that are happy, redemptive, or inspiring, even if they are at times bittersweet. But after playing through Clair Obscur Expedition 33, I must say, I have come to appreciate the beauty of tragedy in a newfound way. Again, remember that tragedy is not just bad thing happens and audiences feel sad. Sometimes, to be certain, our heroes fail through no fault of their own, even though they acted rightly, fought bravely, and chose well. To quote a wise captain, that is not a weakness, that is life. But those narratives are still inspiring tales whose main focus is on the goodness of the protagonists, their message that it is worth fighting the good fight, worth being men and women of virtue even if we cannot win. Early on in Clair Obscur, I believed I was playing such a story. I fully expected the 33s to fail in their ultimate mission, to die before taking down the Paintress, but to continue the grim yet noble tradition of laying down their lives to pave the trail for those who come after. And in a way, that story does still exist. As we talked about after the end of Act 2, the heroic virtues of Gustave and all his fellow expeditioners of the past 50 years are still of value, are still inspiring and edifying. Yet another layer to this tragedy is that we might forget about all of that, getting so swept up in the revelation of the reality of the canvas and the history and conflict of the Descenders that we forget the bravery, the compassion, and the perseverance of the people of Lumiere. Virtue is virtue, no matter how ultimately effective it proves to be. Maelle, to her credit, does not forget all those who went before her, those who sacrificed to give her life, who loved her when no one else loved her, who made her feel like she belonged and had value. She clings to them, and that is good. It is good to cleave to the people whom we love and who love us. It is good to fight so they might be safe. It is good to want to feel healthy and whole, but those are not the only goods. Maelle does not merely have an obligation to Ciel, Lune, Esquier, and Minoko. She has a duty to her family, to the parents who raised her, to the brother who traded his life for hers. The people of the canvas may be real, she certainly thinks they are, and I concur, but her life inside this painting is undoubtedly less real for her than her life outside. I think of this situation as a bit similar to one from Tolkien's Legendarium. In the Silmarillion, one of the Valar, Aule, creates living beings, the dwarves, because he was just so excited and eager to participate in Eru Ilúvatar's creation. Problem being, he jumped the gun, and Eru resolves to destroy the dwarves, as elves are supposed to be the firstborn on Arda. But when the dwarves recoil in terror at Eru's approach, he decides not to destroy them, but instead puts them to sleep until their appointed time. Anyway, imagine that Aule decided to become one of the dwarves, assuming that was at all possible. He's not supposed to be a dwarf. He is a Valar, a being with immense power and thus immense, Spending his days mining gold, silver, and mithril would be entirely inappropriate for a being of his nature. It's not a perfect analogy, obviously, as these are two very different fantasy worlds, but I find the parallel helpful. In any case, as much as we might want Maelle to stay, to heal this world with which we have fallen in love, we cannot help but recognize that Renoir is also holding on to that which is good. He remembers the wisdom which Aline shared with him those many years ago, the restraint necessary to use their gift properly, and he wants so badly for his family, despite their irreplaceable loss, to become whole again. In almost any other context, he would be rightly lauded as a hero for his effort, but the means by which we achieve an end matter, and Renoir's methods have been, in a word, cruel, but no longer. Perhaps it is simply because he is beaten and realizes he physically cannot force his daughter out of the canvas, or perhaps experience has finally taught him that even if he were to do so, he would lose her anyway, that enacting his will over the protestations of his family will not be effective. that healing cannot be given to those who will not receive it. His last words before he gommages out of the canvas are yet another reminder that this is a father who loves his daughter well and truly, who wants her to find peace and happiness even if he cannot give them to her.
Hold on to each other.
It's quite clear that he does not trust Maelle to return, to become Alicia again, to accept and embrace her scars and her suffering. But where his daughter cannot choose hope, Renoir does. He resolves to keep a light on for her. She will always be welcome no matter how much pain her absence has caused, because he loves her. And with Renoir's gommage, all seems to be well. Maelle can assume control of the canvas's chroma and restore the people of Lumiere, who will now be able to live full lives, free from the inevitable oppressive number on the monolith and the terror that lurked beneath. We will get to see Gustave again. Perhaps we will eventually meet his children and witness the new way in which he lives for those who come after. Everyone will finally be able to rest, to be at peace, except for one particular individual. A man who has already lived more than a lifetime. The man who knows what price will be paid for the return of this idyllic life. Verso, who was utterly abhorred at Aline's re-entry into the canvas, who was grossly pained by the glimpse into the outside world, by the vision of the cost Aline paid for those few minutes on the inside, who observed the conversation with Renoir and Maelle with no little suspicion, and who now plunges into the world between worlds, where the fragment of Verso's soul still paints with a single goal in mind.
You're tired of painting, aren't you? I'm tired too.
That's... You shouldn't be able to be here.
Maman's gift.
Why did you run in? It's dangerous for you here.
See things as they are, not how you want them to be.
What?
You lied to your father.
No.
He saw it too. But he wanted to believe. You're going to die here. Why don't you just leave? You can always come back.
The moment I leave, Papa will erase this canvas.
This is not worth your life.
What life? My life of loneliness in a shell of a body, with no voice and no future.
You're Maelle. No matter where you are, you don't need this canvas.
But everything I want is here. Here I have a chance to live, Verso, to live. Out there I merely exist.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices.
Stop quoting Papa!
It's time to stop painting.
Verso! Papa also said, hold on to each other.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in circles, your blind eyes on the dial, stripping
I'm sorry.
out colors. But it's time to say goodbye until next life.
Before we are forced to make this cruel choice, let us remember something incredibly important about Painted Verso. He does not want to do this. Despite always knowing what forcing Aline out of the canvas would do, Verso never became numb to the fact that he was leading the expeditioners toward their doom. Ciel, Lune, and countless others who came before were undoubtedly his friends. He went to great lengths and suffered no small amount of pain just to put a smile on their faces. Why? Why did he allow himself to become attached? One would think that, knowing what Verso knows, he would force himself to stay detached and remote, helping but never bonding, his guilt driving a permanent and immovable wedge between himself and his would-be friends. We do see a sliver of such a divide when Ciel breaks out the wine, and Verso can't bring himself to match the 33's celebratory attitude. But beyond that moment, Verso takes time and makes repeated efforts to bond with his teammates. Why? Because he had hope. Allow me to play you a clip from Verso's journal.
And once we free Mama, she'll bring you back. It won't be forever. I promise. I promise.
The she who will bring everyone back is clearly Maelle, and the you is Julie, which is stated explicitly earlier in the journal. We've heard that name before. We have surmised that it is her Expedition Zero armband that adorns the makeshift headstone near where Gustave was laid to rest. But now we understand more fully. Verso killed her. It's implicit in this journal entry, and we see it explicitly in one of Maelle's nightmares. Why would he do that? Well, because, as we learn from Julie's journal, she saw him turned into human ground beef by a Nevron, only to find him healthy and whole after the battle was over. She found this rather suspicious. She and her party held him hostage and interrogated him. Perhaps he told the truth, which is hardly believable. Perhaps he lied, which would be very Verso of him, but either way, it didn't end well.
We will get answers. And if he is a traitor, then he will share the fate of traitors.
And yet Verso still has hope that he can meet Julie again, that he can explain everything to her, that she'll actually believe it now, and that they can live the sort of life humans are supposed to live. Or rather, he had such a hope. After seeing Aline nearly kill herself because she could not let go of the canvas, after seeing Maelle lie to her father about her own willingness to let go, Verso has become convinced that the peaceful existence which he longed for is no longer possible. Either Maelle stays and slowly loses herself in this painted world, or she leaves and is given the chance to live a true and real life, but the canvas is then destroyed by Renoir. The consequences of option 2 are obvious for Verso. He and everyone he knows will cease to exist. But while the fallout of option 1 isn't exactly clear, Verso's fears for it are. He is terrified of continuing this cycle in which he has lived his entire life, being used by an immortal being who is living in perpetual denial. We see this when he walks away from Maelle after she treats him like a brother for the first time. He does not want to be her comforter, her consoler. He wants her, he needs her to be able to move on and let him go. At one time, certainly, Verso wanted to live, perhaps even recently, but when Maelle gommaged Alicia, I think that set him on a path from which he could no longer deviate. At least in Verso's mind, that choice made it clear that Maelle was willing to shape the canvas according to her own designs and desires, and that she did not particularly care about how it might affect Verso. It wasn't the final straw, but it was the beginning of the end. No longer would he allow them to put their healing on hold indefinitely by living in a world they could mold as they wished. It is time to stop painting.
Verso, stop! You can't just decide this for everyone!
We're all hypocrites, doing the same thing to each other.
What about Lune and Ciel and Monoko? What about Esquier?
Ciel was right. Grief blinds us. All you see are walls. I've lived a long time, Maelle. There are things we could never outrun.
I'm so tired, Verso. Please, can we just go home and talk about this?
No matter who you choose, that dialogue plays. We're all hypocrites. Verso wants out, wants to be done, but he was quite upset with Maelle for granting Alicia the same wish. Maelle was more than ready to gommage her painted counterpart, but when Verso wants the same thing, she refuses to acquiesce. Is your life worth living, even if you are created as a facsimile of someone else? Even if you cannot experience the growth, change, and healing that life is supposed to bring? Are you using your power to grant the desires of those whom you care for, or are you using it to make the world how you want it to be, regardless of how it affects those around you? The answer for these characters, whom Verso has diagnosed quite accurately, is it depends, which it should not. Principles, virtues, ethics, all are consistent. They might allow, depending on the philosophy, for some nuances and sacrifices, but you cannot very well become a person of integrity if your actions and words routinely fail to match up. But what is either of them to do in this present circumstance? Maelle can either let Verso stop the fragment of his soul from painting and see the world she knows and the people she loves erased from existence, or she can intervene, saving the canvas but losing yet another brother. Verso can either let it all continue, allowing Ciel, Lune, and the rest a chance to live, sacrificing Maelle's sanity, her life, and the possibility of her family becoming whole again, or he can end the Dessandra's cycle of grief, destroying his world, his friends, and himself as payment. Life keeps forcing cruel choices. Let us begin with the choice that I made, or rather that I made first. This was not an easy decision, let me assure you. Despite the fact that Clair Obscur has you play as Verso for most of the game, your intentions and aims have always been Maelle's, or more accurately, Gustave's. It's not that I, or anyone who chose Maelle's ending, did not recognize the theme of the cycle of grief, but rather that we believed this world is worth saving. And before I go any further, let me make one crucial note. Neither of these endings is the good ending. Life keeps forcing cruel choices. Whatever you choose, whoever you side with, whoever you save, you have been compelled to make a cruel choice. You may have good intentions, Maelle and Verso certainly do, but do not let your ideals override the reality of the inescapable consequences of your decisions. Do not blind yourself to the suffering that your choice must cause. The very first hint, regardless of choice, that these characters are too far gone to find the good ending is the simple fact that they are thrust into single combat against each other. No truly happy ending could ever begin with a deadly duel between brother and sister. But that duel has now commenced, and there is nothing we can do except continue.
Please. Thank you. Stop him from painting.
Don't say that. Please, don't say that.
Please, listen to me. Only you can do this. You can do this, please. Unpaint me. Unpaint me.
So...
Please. I don't want this life.
Stop saying that.
I don't want this life. I don't want this life.
I just wanted to live this lifetime together. This lifetime that was stolen from us. Please. Bro. Please.
I don't want this life. Help me. Help me.
Whatever else may happen after this scene, the tragic nature of the ending is immediately clear. Maelle desperately wants everything that she lost in that fire, which is completely understandable. Of course she wants to keep her voice, to be able to converse and laugh with her dear older brother. Loving relationships are among the most fundamental needs for all people. To have yet another ripped away from her is more than she can bear. And it's not that Verso doesn't want that, but he knows what it will do to Maelle, and loving brother that he is, does not place that desire over his sister's ultimate well-being. Is his proposed solution the best one? No, of course not. We've been over that, and we'll discuss more in due time, but he is tired. He has been forced to make difficult decision after difficult decision for decades, for far longer than any human is supposed to have to. Is wanting to be consigned to oblivion the healthiest of choices? I would argue that it's not, but when one is created as a facsimile of a dead man, and then used by two different women to ignore their grief instead of confronting it, is forced to live a life that was never truly his own, it's hard to blame him for wanting to be done. After all, humans are supposed to be dead well before living as long as Verso has. His cries for death are especially tragic because we know that he had hope. Verso always knew that his chosen course of action could lead to him being erased, but there had been at least some part of him that believed he could lead a normal life, with all its ups and downs, its beauty and its pain, its joys and its sorrows. And the thing is, Maelle believes that too, or at least she wants to believe it.
If you could grow old, would you find a reason to smile?
That line has stuck in my brain, planted itself so firmly that I'm not sure I will ever uproot it. But for all the immense amount of online discourse around Clair Obscur's ending, I rarely see those words brought up. Most people seem to be focused on other questions in Maelle's ending, such as who is this kid with Maelle at the opera house? Who's the dude with Ciel? Why are all the women dressed the same, except Sophie? Why is she different? And oh my gosh, Gustave is here. I take it all back. This is the good ending. Screw you, Verso. My hero has returned. All your problems are meaningless. Seriously though, why does Maelle even need Verso anymore if Gustave is here? Okay, that's not actually a serious question, but let's address the others. The guy with Ciel is obviously Pierre, her husband. Come on guys, pay attention. But why are all the women dressed the same? Lune, Ciel, and Maelle, that is. Why are Sophie and Gustave dressed exactly like we saw them in the beginning of the story? And don't come at me with arguments like, the developers did it to save time and resources. Absolutely nothing in this game, especially the visuals, is accidental. Here's my interpretation. This world, Maelle's world, is, in some fashion, stuck. Maelle, Lune, Ciel, Sophie, and Gustave all look pretty much exactly the same age as when we left them, despite the fact that it's clearly been a number of years since the battle with Renoir, as evidenced by this boy, who I'm quite certain is Verso and Lune's son. But the more concrete evidence for the passage of time is Verso himself, who we see make his way on stage and to the piano bench. He will perform in front of a packed house, just as Maelle had asked him to, way back in the second act. So clearly a number of years have passed, and yet almost everyone else looks unchanged, both in age and in choice of clothing. I mean, yeah, Ciel and Lune aren't wearing their expedition uniforms anymore. Instead, they are dressed in the same clothes as Maelle. These two characters, whom we all love deeply, could hardly have been more different in personality, motivation, and temperament. And yet, here they are, wearing matching outfits. Sure, Sophie and Gustave have their own unique styles, but they are, again, the same clothes, not counting expedition uniforms, that Maelle last saw them in. Even before Verso emerges from the wings, it is becoming clear to the player that this world is stuck, static, painted just how Maelle desires it. Ciel and Lune, though she cares about them, appear to have become more necessary background than active participants. Gustave, and therefore Sophie, are clearly more important to Maelle. She brought them back, after all, but she is content with them being as they have always been, their relationship with her unchanging, stable, and predictable. Not only did Alicia lose a brother, Maelle grew up bouncing from orphanage to foster family and back again. Of course, given the opportunity, this perpetually 16-year-old girl gives herself the steady, safe life that had been for so long denied her. The only person, the only thing about this world which remains just as fractured as it was when the opening song played, who appears to have changed it all, is Verso. And that might make you think, wait, I thought Maelle couldn't paint over someone to give them mortality because she couldn't with Painted Clair or Painted Alicia. And that is an absolutely fair point. So either Maelle was lying, or Maelle didn't realize that she could in fact paint over people once she gained control of the chroma of the canvas, or the developers just kind of forgot about it. Interpret that as you will, but what we know for certain is that Verso does Gommage in the World Between Worlds, and then Maelle brings him back with mortality in some way, shape, or form. So it is absolutely fair to say, couldn't you have just done that with Alicia and Clair? But perhaps she simply didn't want to. She just wanted Verso. Maelle has given him, well, not what he wanted, but what she hoped he would come to appreciate. And there is some good in that. The best solution to this whole situation, after all, would be the Desandra family simply leaving the canvas alone, except for getting rid of all the dangerous and world-eating Nevrons that were causing Verso's soul so much pain, and removing the immortality from Aline's painted family, restoring them or at least moving them closer to how they should naturally be. At least Maelle gave Verso that gift. At least she wanted him to be happy, to find joy in their shared life. Is that hope of hers enough to redeem this whole ending? To excuse her from exerting her will over the canvas and its people in order to obtain the life she desires? Of course not. But it's important to acknowledge the good in people, even, perhaps especially, in the key players in tragedies. Maelle is not an uncaring monster. She is a wounded and broken girl who has suffered through unknowable pain and loss, not to mention 2 separate childhoods, each with their own unique challenges and struggles. The tragedy of her story, just as in so many others, is that she was incapable of making the right choice when given the opportunity, that her desire for health, belonging, and love were twisted and misused, leading her down a road that forced a cruel choice upon her. She could either surrender this canvas, consign its people to death, and return to her life outside its walls, or she could lose herself fully in its enchanting embrace, resigned to paint until she could paint no more. And as the most unsettling shot of the entire game shows us, she chose the latter. She created an idyllic world that is not allowed to be otherwise, and that should unnerve us deeply. Would you make such a choice, given Maelle's power? Would I? It's easy to hate Maelle for forcing Verso to play the piano for the rest of his life and for refusing to let Lumiere move on from her chosen point in time. It would also be easy to praise her for having the courage to stand up to Verso, to defend the canvas and all its very real inhabitants and their right to exist. But, if I may, let me suggest that we should not be taking either of those easy roads. This choice is, as I have said no few times now, a cruel one. It is one that forces you to do something you never wanted to do. Guillaume Broche, the game's creative director, affirmed that this was supposed to be an impossible choice. You are supposed to feel a mix of emotion, joy and sadness, hope and despair, wee and woo all mixing together, each made more poignant by the presence of its counterpart. Clair Obscur, it's right there in the title. I have gotten the sense, however, that the majority of players much prefer Verso's ending, and I can absolutely understand why. This game is all about the destructive power of grief, how it ruins not just our lives, but those of our loved ones. Continuing that cycle by allowing Maelle to make herself into another paintress, once again using Lumiere to fill the hole in her heart, would seem to be a complete rejection of everything this game is trying to tell us. Of course, we ought to fight as Verso to get Maelle out of this canvas so that she can finally begin healing, to stop her family from turning one loss into another, into yet another, but that decision comes at a cost. First, the price paid by painted Verso, who was forced to kill his own sort of sister.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, huh? You've got this incredible power to paint. You'll never have to suffer a life you don't want. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
Verso has a point, and yet he also doesn't. Yes, Maelle is a paintress, and therefore can create other new worlds in which she can live and thrive, able to speak, laugh, and breathe free of pain. But, as we know, she cannot stay in those worlds. She cannot truly live there. I'm not sure how time dilation works in this universe, but obviously the Descenders can live a lot longer inside canvases than they can outside. Hence Renoir and Aline battling it out for 67 years, but not, turning into skeletons as they sat in their atelier. I suppose that line can be chalked up to Verso wanting desperately to console and encourage Maelle even as he tears down the world she loves. It's a half-truth, which is pretty good for Verso. And once Maelle is gone, it's time to say goodbye to the most loyal of friends that one could ever ask for. This is the second cost which Verso pays, which the player pays for making this choice. And this is how you know that the inhabitants of the canvas are very much real, that their personalities, their hopes and fears, their desires and dreams are all their own. We just heard how this is supposed to be an impossible choice for the player. If this entire world is simply make-believe, full of imaginary friends, then this is a ridiculously easy choice. Yes, of course, you shouldn't live inside a waking dream in order to avoid the pains of real life. Who cares if when you banish that dream, everyone inside it is consigned to oblivion? They aren't real. They don't matter. Stop being a child and grow up. But it's not that simple. Guillermo's words about there being so many layers of good and bad in both endings make absolutely no sense if Minoko's pugnacious nature is not real, if Lune's unstoppable persistence does not exist, if Ciel's ever-present compassion is only a dream, if Esquia's hugs are but a figment of child imagination. If they were, we would feel no more remorse at losing them than we do at losing Bing Bong, which was sad, don't get me wrong, but it was also a simple, natural inevitability. The deaths of Esquia and Minoko were not similarly necessary, not a mere byproduct of growing up. These were creatures capable of original thought, cowardice and bravery, sorrow and joy, rational beings who were loyal to the end because they chose to be loyal. Esquia loved his friend Verso because they were friends. Few people can properly articulate why they have the friends they have. The origin points of friendships are rarely remembered and even less rarely important. Similar tastes and shared interests may come and go, but true friendships survives all change. Such was the bond between Esquia and Verso, or I guess, Verso's cousin.
Same, but each different.
And big goofball though he may be, Esquia is not some mindless simpleton.
I have a big brain.
When Verso hides Sori, Esquia's flying rock, in order to prevent the expeditioners from asking Esquia to simply fly them back home instead of going to face the Paintress, Esquia calls him out on that.
That's mean. Sometimes you're really mean.
When Ciel gets confused about the distinction between first and second, Esquia kindly helps her understand.
First means number one. Second means number two.
What? That's obviously the most relevant line from that conversation.
I heard your tears.
From so far away?
I heard you, so I came.
Okay, fine, yeah, that one's pretty good too. So what would Esquia have done? It's simple.
Let's keep going on adventures forever.
Sure, Esquia could be characterized as optimistic to the point of naivete. He does, after all, believe Clair will come back to see Francois when Clair is definitely never coming back to sing with her former friend. It seems quite obvious that this world needs a dose of such optimism, or rather, it needed it. Where Esquia was idealistic, however, Minoko was always the realist. He resisted Verso's invitation because he knew what happens to all expeditions, and he could not bear the thought of losing more friends.
I know I shouldn't grow attached to humans. They are ephemeral creatures. They come and go, and when they go, they never come back. Yet I share their sadness. I share their joy.
That's what friendship is, really. It's sharing a life or part of a life together. It is standing side by side and shoulder to shoulder, facing whatever may come, spirits bolstered by the man woman or Gestal next to you. Minoko would be that friend, had been that friend in battle after grisly battle. But Minoko's grim attitude, rough voice, and permanently attached mask could never fully obscure the joyful, eager, and eternally loyal creature beneath. And yes, I know he's modeled on the family dog, but he is not, in fact, a dog. Dogs, for all their wonderfulness, cannot go against their instincts, cannot choose friendships when they know that pain lies at the end of that road. Minoko did, even when he knew that not pain but death awaited him. He and Verso had died together many times before. What's one more death between friends?
I will miss you guys.
In order for these two endings to be remotely comparable in their tragedy, the characters whom we have come to know and love throughout the course of the story must be real. Even though life and death are screwed up in the painting, these characters still live as we live, they still die as we die, and they most certainly feel as we feel. It says a lot about Ciel's capacity for compassion that she willingly steps into the in-between in order to be with Verso one last time. And although she pulls her hand back at the last second, seemingly unable to forgive Verso for this last destructive act of his, she at least appears to understand. Ciel has always understood the weight of grief and the regrettable choices that it drives us to make. Whether it was reassuring Gustave when he talked about his moment of despair, consoling Minoko after he almost buried everyone alive, or ensuring that Maelle got space to breathe after her waking nightmare, Ciel could be counted on to be simply a friend. One who reached out not because she needed anything, but because someone else needed to know that their suffering was seen, that their mistakes did not define them, that they were not alone. It is truly a beautiful act of pity and mercy for Ciel to be with Verso in this moment. She knows he hated to do what he did, and she wants him to know that, if nothing else, she understands. I'm quite certain I would not be gracious enough to extend that same compassionate hand, and I know for a fact that Lune would never do so. I have never witnessed a single facial expression that comes anywhere close to Lune's in terms of intensity, passion, and vehemence. Being able to convey the sentiment, "I cannot believe I trusted you again, and I'm beyond mad at myself, and I hate you more than anyone has ever hated anything before," with one look is some serious talent. But of course Lune is furious. She thought she had saved her world twice, and both times that heroic act was undone by Verso, the man whom she thought had changed, had repented, had seen the error of his ways, and had been convinced that the future of Lumiere was more important than any one individual. But Lune was wrong about him. She was wrong about all of it. Despite a lifetime spent researching the paintress, collecting every tiny detail about their mysterious world, Lune was unable to discover the ultimate truths, simply because they were beyond her. This is the part of the tragedy where the heroes who have done nothing wrong, who have made hardly a single error against virtue, who have triumphed against incredible odds, lose. Not through any fault of their own, but because they simply weren't given the power to reshape the world. And while that reality is horribly depressing, who would you rather be in this scenario? Verso and Maelle, the ones forced into making an unthinkable decision, or Lune and Ciel, who can at least rest knowing they did everything in their power to save those whom they love? Not that such a thought is much comfort to Lune in her final moments. It would be out of character entirely for her to be at peace as she is betrayed yet again. Notice how she sits, just outside the world between worlds. She will not enter and be Gommage as the others do, will not give Verso a last goodbye and spare him from taking the final responsibility for her death. She will wait for him to kill her.
As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
The fight in Lune has gone out. Our girl who never gave up, even when she thought she might be the only one left, even when this immortal man told her their odds of victory were practically nil, even when everyone around her was withering away, now sits down and surrenders. Her fight, their fight, is over.
It's okay. It's Verso.
We have reached the end of the penultimate scene in this incredible tragedy, as painted Verso claims what had been denied him since the very first moment of his existence: his identity. He had always been a copy of the real Verso, the one whom Aline had lost, the one who had sacrificed himself for his little sister, the one who created this world. But in this choice, he becomes, in a way, the true Verso. Human beings are unique, inimitable, and unrepeatable. If you somehow create one in imitation of another, I can't imagine both versions would be comfortable coexisting. Verso, at some point, would have to become Verso, would have to join him in death. And it is at Verso's grave that we find the Descendre family finally reunited. Their scars, not just Alicia's, are all quite apparent, but at least they are finally able to say goodbye, to begin the process of healing, to resolve at long last, to continue. It will not be an easy road. Even as they stand here together, they are still apart. Renoir and Aline are the only ones to embrace. Clea leaves her perfunctory flowers on Verso's grave and then departs. Soon her parents do as well, leaving Alicia alone, Eskia's inspiration clutched to her chest, saying goodbye not just to her brother, but to all those who had brought her comfort and joy during her journey through the painted world. She has paid a high price for this moment. A whole world has died so that she might live again. It is a horrible tragedy that things are the way they are. The trail that Alicia has walked to reach this place was paved with loss after sorrowful loss and choice after cruel choice. But what can she do? What ought she to do? Like it or not, tomorrow comes. She can choose to wallow in her grief, to mourn what could have been, to dwell on her regrets, her misdeeds, and her sins, to let the guilt bury her, or she can choose to live in such a way that those who went before might think their sacrifice a worthwhile one. They lived, they fought, and they died for those who come after. For her. Alicia must choose to honor them, must choose to continue. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is quite simply one of the most incredible games that I have had the pleasure of experiencing in my lifetime. I honestly cannot think of a game that has managed to execute so well on all fronts as this one. Its combat is a near perfect mix of challenging and fun. Its exploration rewarding and not overwhelmingly vast in scope. Its dialogue top-notch. Its voice acting second only to Red Dead Redemption 2. Its character writing some of the best in recent memory, and its themes complex and profound. This is a story that forces you to think, to work hard to understand all the motivations of its characters, the implications of their words and actions, and how all of that relates to and is derived from the world in which they exist. and it rewards all that brainpower you put into understanding the game by making you feel. Art, after all, is supposed to evoke emotion and thought. Good art is so often recognizable by the fact that the more you study it, the more you think about it, the better it gets. The better you understand it, the stronger the emotion when you revisit it. Don't get me started yet again on Renoir's boss theme and all the visuals that combined with it to make it just the most epic intro to a boss battle ever. The last time I rewatched it, I could not stop myself from air drumming and headbanging to the music as the skies cleared and the ground changed from gray to red. Absolute cinema. The immediate and unbreakable love that formed within me for Gustave is shocking. I don't think I've ever fallen in love with a character this much in a long time, and I made a 2.5-hour video about Arthur Morgan earlier this year. Gustave's seamless blend of hopefulness, wisdom, authenticity, humility, and selflessness made him so freaking endearing that it almost hurts. And then it really, really hurt. It crushed me, and that's how you know the game is that good. Gustave's burial scene hits me harder every single time. It nearly broke me the first time, so imagine how much it affects me now. And of course, it's practically impossible to convey the anguish I felt at being forced to make this impossibly cruel choice at the end of the game. I loved both of these characters, and I so desperately wanted them to find happiness and healing, but I had to know, even if I didn't admit it at the time, that such an ending was never going to happen. As I have said a couple of times now, I long for tales of heroic victory, but Clair Obscur is perhaps a bit too French to produce such a story. What were we to expect out of the country that brought us Les Miserables? I don't say that to dunk on the French, for once, but rather to appreciate the beauty that is to be found in sad stories. The tales we tell and are told change us in profound ways, and while my favorite way to be affected by a narrative will always be the inspiration I gain from the courageous virtues of selfless heroes, this story has given me a whole new appreciation for the genre of tragedy, in no small part because it contains that heroic story. A timeless tale of epic heroism featuring gallant men and women whose example of fortitude and perseverance can hardly ever be found in the real world, even within the pages of a history book. And yet that tale, though an essential piece, is not the full picture. In my outline, I wrote that Clair Obscur is bleak, but I think that wasn't quite the right word. Yes, it fits the story in some ways. The choices made by various characters, i.e. the Dissanders, lead us to a place where hope does appear to be lost. No matter which way we turn, we seem unable to prevent someone from getting hurt. Humans, this game seems to say, are far too ready to paint the bars of their own prison, only to then despair when their only options appear to be rot in jail or kill the jailer on the way out. But the word bleak does not merely mean hopeless. It is also, perhaps more commonly, used as a visual adjective. And although the world of the canvas is ripe with all sorts of horrors, it is also undeniably beautiful. No matter how distraught we might be at the grotesque nature of one landscape, the radiance of the next will take our breath away. The grove where we buried Gustave, for example, can be found immediately after the encounter with the duelist, which takes place in a pool of blood surrounded by hundreds of petrified expeditioner corpses. For every instance of gruesome terror or abject horror, there is one of ethereal beauty or the most profoundly wonderful earthly experience, human love. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is, above all else, a story about people. Men, women, and children who have hopes and dreams, who suffer pain and loss, who deal with their trials and tribulations in all the various ways humans cope with suffering. Yes, this story is about grief, but it is about so much more, because of course it is. The creators of Clair Obscur understood that you cannot simply write a story about one emotion. The main point of the game is that we ought not to be consumed by our agony, our heartbreak, and our guilt. We need to find what is good, true, and beautiful in our lives and cling to it. We must recognize the power of friendship and familial love, how the unconditional gift given and received by loved ones enables us to be far braver and hopeful than we could ever be on our own.
For Gustav.
For all of them.
Let us seek such relationships in our own lives. Let us strive to be friends who love in such a way. We ought to note that, whatever their other flaws, each one of these characters had their best and most inspiring moments when they demonstrated the virtue of hope.
Hold on to each other.
Let us never fall victim to despair. We should understand the importance of meaning, how the characters latched on to their own chosen purpose, whether that was victory over the paintress or simply happiness and peace for their friends, and worked tirelessly to see it fulfilled.
We can't bring anyone back. But I thought we can keep their spirit alive by pushing forward.
Let us ask ourselves what purpose we are being called to fulfill, and then devote ourselves to seeing it done. We need to appreciate the beauty of the gifts of loyalty and trust, even if their recipients are imperfect and not wholly worthy of them. No human ever is. And yet we need to remain loyal to each other. Not blindly, not as simple yes men, but as men and women who believe in one another.
Say hi to Sophie for me, yeah?
We could never tell if you were my brother or my father. But to me, you were both. Best brother and father I've ever had.
When one falls, we continue.
Thanks for being my family.
Let us strive to be people worthy of such loyalty. We must, perhaps above all, revel in the purity of heart shown by our favorite plushie toy brought to life.
I too am but I'm also wee, so the wee balances the
Let us seek to be someone else's Esquier. And finally, we ought to attempt to grasp the ineffable beauty of sacrificial love. Gustave's example of complete and total self-gift shines as a beacon of inspirational hope for all of us.
For those who come after. Right?
Let us give as he gave. The ultimate tragedy of this game is that neither Maelle nor Verso could truly imitate that love. The choices they and others made led them to a place where, whether physically or mentally, they were simply not able to do as Gustave did. Without his heroic example of sacrificial love, this tragedy would not strike so poignant a chord. Such is the nature of Clair Obscur. It is only because of the sadness and the darkness of the game's final notes that the brilliant beauty of the goodness which we witness within the bounds of the story can shine all the brighter. Hi. So, thank you for making it all the way to the end of this very, very long video. Thank you most especially to my patrons who have supported me in this channel as we continue our work of spreading the awesomeness of great stories across games, movies, shows, and what have you. I really hope you enjoyed the video. Obviously, I spent a lot of time making this. This story touched me in ways that I feel like even in the last 6.5 hours, I haven't been able to fully explain, but I did my best. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for liking and commenting. But if you're here, you've watched 6.5 hours, just thank you for that. If you want to support this channel's mission more, please do consider becoming a patron over on Patreon. I'll put the link in the description. It gives you access to our Discord channel as well as a few other things. And I will also be updating patrons probably through Discord on a daily basis starting November as I begin the actual writing process for my fantasy novel. This is something that I decided to do just in the last few months, where I've spent all this time talking about stories that inspire me, that move me, and how we need more good stories that are true and beautiful, as in they have themes that elucidate those values. And I went, I should step up to the plate, to use an American baseball metaphor, right? I should put my money where my mouth is, or at least my time where my mouth is, right? It should be the change that I want to see in the world. So starting in November, I will be writing the first 50,000 words of that novel. Goodness knows how many of those words will actually end up in the finished product, but I'm excited about it. I'm passionate about it. I'm really, really thrilled that I'll get to tell a story, and that at the very least, I'll self-publish it, and you guys can tell me how much it sucks and how much work I have to do to become an actual good storyteller. But that is something that I'm pretty sure I'm meant to do now. At least I'm willing to give it a shot. So, again, if you want to support the channel further, support the novel, support good stories, please consider joining on Patreon. But regardless, I am grateful. I am so thankful that you are here right now with me. God bless, and I will see you in the next video.